Well, hello. Says we are live. And let's get this adjusted, people. Give this a second. How are you? Hopefully things are going well. And just give me a couple of minutes to get situated right here. I got to pull myself up on the screen. Well, anyway, this is Tom Omega, and it is Saturday night live here in the Granite State in the good old United States of America. And this is getting to be pretty much you know, a weekly thing now. These live broadcasts. So just trying to get my live. Where are we? Okay. Give me 1 second here, people. I need to figure out where I am here. I'm trying to find myself again on the computer. That is. Let me see which. Okay, it says we are live. Okay, listen, we are live. I'm trying to pull myself up on my channel here on my computer screen here. You can it's one of those things where you got to do these. It should be coming up here. So anyway, people, it is late August, and it has been an interesting summer, I must say. And here I am. Okay, it took a little bit of time to load up. Boy, what a face! I gotta put a caption. What a face on that thumbnail I got going there. That's a face only a mother could love. I gotta put a caption. What a face on that thumbnail I got going there. Okay. That's a face only a mother could love. Okay. All right. Sounds like this. Okay. That's a face only a mother could. All right. I had to do a sound check, people. Looks like the sound's working okay. That's what I just had to know. But I got myself up here on the screen. Now, if you're new to the channel, if you happen to just be strolling on through here in your YouTube, and you happen to see what we got going on here, stop on by, leave a comment, and introduce yourself if you'd like. Said hi. 3 out of 4 say hi. And we have another name I don't believe I've seen. It looks like, I'm not sure what that is. Is that Russian? Hello? I see a hello in there. And Ray Harrington, I see a lot of new names. One thing about going vertical, right here, when I get vertigo, yeah, things change. I noticed the algorithm changes a lot too. I got a lot of new people in here. Now, personality, hey Jethro, how are ya? Good to see Jethro's out there as well. And yeah, so I subbed and liked. Well, thank you all. Hey, that was quick. You subbed and liked already. Well, I like to see that. That's always a good thing when I can get that kind of enthusiasm, I guess you could say. You know? So it's good to see you doing that. Thank you so much. We have 17 watching already. Yeah, so what we got here, if you are new to this broadcast, just so you know, as you know, I like to do this every Saturday night, and this is called the INFJ Experience. And I know that a lot of times there's not too many content creators doing this kind of thing out there. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of your AI videos and things like that. And there's lots of there's lots of stations out there that tell us about the INFJ experience. Now, I'm not saying anything. Now, a lot of them get it all right. I mean, a lot of them give you the basic, stereotypical, basically the basics of INFJs, and I think some of them go very in deep depth into the psychology, into the understanding of the mind of the INFJ as well. And I like to think I do that too, but I do it on my own way. I mean, everybody's different. I mean, it's just I got my own brand, I got my own breed, I got my own experiences. I mean, my life has been what it is, so I have a different take on it. So, again, INFJ personalities, it doesn't mean we all think alike exactly. I mean, we have different, we're from different races, backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds. We can be from anywhere in the world. We're all over the world. We're rare in numbers, but we are out in the world. And so I'd like to think that at times, being that we are so rare, we have to kind of converge every so often, and it's good to understand too that there are others from that are like us because we're so rare. It's a way of understanding that we're not alone out there in the world. Okay. Now we have 9 watching. So that's basically the introduction I got here. Okay. AI kind of sucks at tow trucks from cars. I got a lot of new names coming out there. Reality should work on getting the OBS plugs so you can vertical and horizontal at the same time. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that. I really gotta. With me, it's all about time, and as far as just really putting my focus on things like that. I tried that a couple times, and I like to get some out there, but it's gonna happen eventually. So I still have to. It's a long story. But the thing is, I wanted to get out here broadcasting, though, Jethro. That's all. Saturn. Hi. Yes. Okay. So anyway, if anybody has any questions or concerns, this is a place where we can go to, even if you have to vent or anything like that. Now, typically, as you know, vertical's kind of like Forrest Gump when he says, "Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get." That old Forrest Gump philosophy. Yeah, well, I've noticed one thing about verticals. You just never know what you get with these. They definitely they bring a whole different flavor of people out there. Okay, vertical you can play. Okay, background down. Okay, hello, SFO. We have some different names coming on out here. Got to keep phone on at all time. Only download. Oh, so it's not really doing you too much good then, huh? Yeah, maybe it's better if I'm going horizontal, is what you're saying, maybe. Like I said, I'm trying to jazz it up a little bit. I will get to the point where I'm fully functioning to do either or both. Yeah, pretty well. But at least I got I managed to plug the microphone into the phone here, and it works just as good as the regular microphone. Although I am on the power of the phone at the moment, so maybe later on during the broadcast I'll have to switch. Okay. Thank you for starting a trade war with us. Sincerely, a Canadian. Oh, all right. Yeah, that was my fault. I did that. You're right. I caused that, didn't I? Yeah. me and Mr. Trump. Yeah, I said, Mr. Trump, we got to cause a trade war with Canada. We want to go. Yeah, that was me. Okay, but I want to thank you for confirming that I did that. Okay. All right. We don't get too political. See, that's what I mean. You just never know what you're going to get in this crowd out here. Okay. But as you know, the INFJ Experience, the INFJs, as you know, it's a very complex personality type. I had to put my leg up, by the way. It's a very complex personality, and as you know, it's a very confusing personality. And I say this a lot because it is, and from my own experience, it takes a good part of your lifetime, a good part of almost the first half of your life. You have to hopefully figure yourself out and make the right decisions, because the mind is. We have so many things pulling us in all sorts of opposite polar directions. Okay, paradoxical directions constantly, and it's up to us to navigate through our life, navigate through the course of our life as well. So, just checking out some of your comments. All right, spit it out, spooky. I got that. But that's basically what we got as far as that goes. Is yes, we have a very confusing, complex personality. Now, people, I got to say one thing though. For the most part, being that we're introverted, intuitive, and the way we're built, we always like that alone time. We like that solitude, and you got to understand, people, that is very important to find that and understand that that's what you got to do. I think in some ways we go to it by default. whether we want to or not. Maybe early on you can't figure that out. So early on, I didn't even know. I had no idea what those were. Okay, and I thought it was just me being kind of shy, not wondering why I didn't have friends. I mean, I finally, did have friends when I was younger more than I do now. But the point is that you know you have to know your limits. You do have to know that we have certain social limits within us. I mean, just knowing that when we start getting drained by people, and so sometimes it's just a matter of understanding that regulating your social battery is one of the first major lessons we should be learning as INFJs. That's one of the most fundamental ones, is regulating your time, because when you've had enough people, you honestly can't wait to spend some time alone. Like you're almost forced to. It's like you're pulled back into yourself, and you have no choice but to spend a little time, maybe walking by yourself, reading books, by whatever you might do on your downtime. And by default, we go back to that. But that's one of the first fundamental lessons we have to learn as INFJs as we live our life here. Okay. Now there's some other lessons to be learned. That's the main fundamental one, is just getting a grip on your introversion, and accepting it for what it is. I can say, in all honesty, the way we're built, the way the world is. I mean, we're social creatures. We're thinking that we're supposed to be in in constant, let's say, like social animals. We're always supposed to have people around, and the way society's geared, it's like we're supposed to constantly be, living for other people, living with other people. And it doesn't necessarily, okay, I'm pulling this thing a little bit closer here, but it doesn't always work for everybody, because some of us are not geared that way. We need a little bit more of our time alone. We need a little bit more of our okay. Like for instance, we might do things better. We might be the type of people that are better with solitary jobs, for instance. Now there are very social jobs where you're always having to work with other people, communicate with other people. Now that might work for you. You might find that within you to do that kind of work, but there are many jobs also that you can do where you're alone a bit. I seem to always gravitate toward those type of jobs where I needed to be alone more than I did, and it just, whether I knew it or not, I instinctively had jobs that left me alone most of the day doing my jobs. In the valley, hello, peace in the valley. We have peace out there. This is two weeks in a row, peace. It's good to see you back out there again. All right. I hope your week was good. I'm glad to be here. Well, thanks. I'm glad to see you out there as well. All right, that's always good. Okay, yeah, my week's going well. Yeah, I'm finally getting things. I see, as I've been having this project I've had to do for almost since last year. I put it off most of last year, and it was something simple when I finally got to doing it. And it was something as simple as me climbing up on my roof, getting a ladder, getting a garden hose, and getting some of this moss killer. I had moss up on my roof. There's some shady parts of my roof, and I spent all of last year saying I was going to do it. I never did. And when I got up there, I thought it looked bad. Moss, when it gets on the shingles, it holds in moisture. It's not good in the long run. It starts creating moisture spots on the shingles. I finally did it. So, but it was one of those things. It was a judging thing. Now, the judging process. Now, this is something I've learned within myself. Okay, talking about INFJs, the judging function. Okay, as you know, the way I've studied it in my own mind and who I am, and since I've realized what it is, I've noticed I have plans that go on in my mind. Many of them. Many of them. In fact, that whole thing I just told you about was gnawing at me for a while, almost all for a year. Just kind of, it was always there. Remember, you got to get up there, kill that moss. I had to do that. Even earlier in the spring, I kept planning it out, but I'd always put it off. Every weekend, things would come up, and I'm not, then I'd always put it off. But it gnawed at me. That judging function it's almost like I kept putting it on delay. Okay, this weekend I'll do it. You're planning for it. You saw it. but you delayed it. It's like you kept going on delay and delay. And whether or not it was a loop or not, I don't know what it was. But my mind would not let me rest. As long as I live in this house, I know it's got to get done. I got to get that thing up. I got to get up there and do it. Now, as INFJs, I think, as you know, you probably know what I'm talking about. All right. Now, we have a tendency to be perfectionists, and sometimes we get obsessive with things like that. And if you get, we're like a dog with a bone, too. Sometimes an idea gets in your head, something you must do, something you want to do gets in there. And as long you can put it off, but it's never going to go away. It's just going to keep gnawing at you. And it gnawed at me enough. And I finally did it. I says, okay. In fact, I went up there 2 weekends. I went up there 1 week, last couple weeks. I did one coating. I got another bottle of it. I got it at, that home, that home place that sells that good stuff, that Home Depot place. Okay. I gave him a plug. How about that? Well, I went to Home Depot, got the stuff, but I sprayed my roof. But my point is just that plan didn't let me rest. I'm not saying it was constant 24/7, but it was always in the back of my mind what I had to do. Okay. But that's one of the things of the judging function. That's one of those things that future planning has, it doesn't let us put things off too long in at that point. What do we got here? My name is Yadav. Oh, okay. What kind of, does anybody know what flag that is? I guess he's trying to get our attention over here. There's no doubt about that, huh? Is that yellow, white, and green? I'm trying to think. That's either French or Irish, isn't it? Or no, orange. No, orange, white, and green. Can anybody tell me what? That's the India flag. Okay, thank you. India. Okay, I don't know all of them. I know some of them. I don't know all the different flags. Okay. As you can see in the background, I have the good old US of A flag. You got Mr. Knight back there. He's a proud, patriotic knight back there. He's watching my back. He protects my back when I'm in here doing these lives. How do you like that? Huh? I'm just kidding, people. But anyway, yeah, it's good to see you from India. It's good to see that we get some. You get somebody asking you where in India. Do you have a daughter? Yeah, well, that's an interesting question. That's a little bit of a personal question. I don't know if that's relevant to anything. I do have a couple of kids. They're grown up now. They're grown kids, and yeah, they're kind of hello from Botswana. See that's what I'm talking about, people. We're getting all these different algorithms coming in here. That's great. See, that's how it works. But anyway, like I said, this is that's one of those things about the judging function that my personal study on my own mind and my own experience has showed me that the tenacity of the judge in the INFJ's mind. And I've heard it's been said that way before. Maybe not quite the way I just said it, but yeah, there's certain things that will just not. They won't let you go. You get an idea in your head, and it'll stay with you until you do it. Okay. Anyway, but do a backflip. Well, that's not what kind of show we got here. He wants me to do backflips over here, huh? Good gosh. I told you. See, I predicted what happens here on the channel when we get when we go vertical. Okay. So, can you make a heart, please? Oh gosh. Do a backflip. Make a heart. How do I make a heart? Man, I can't make a heart unless what do you mean? Draw those little hearts on the, oh gosh. Don't listen. I know you're trying to throw me off. Do you have any? Listen, if you have any questions or concerns about something concerning your life, maybe psychological, maybe an issue you've had in your life, maybe if you are an INFJ, and if you know your personality type, even if you are an introverted intuitive, do you necessarily have any questions, concerns about your type? Let us know. We might be able to ask that. Tenacity, Bill, Jack Black. Oh, right. I did say the word tenacity. There you go. All right. For sure, I've been noticing people at work that are really different. And I'm noticing that I'm judging the way people are acting. Oh, okay. Local metal. Hello there, local metal. There's a name I've seen before. Okay, ashtray. I've seen that name before as well. I've seen a lot of names I've seen over the last couple of months. I've seen a lot of new names and some familiar names out there as well. So you notice. So what you're doing, you're judging people. Like when you say judging, sometimes I think, yeah, we tend to decipher. We're looking at people. Yeah, we might judge them in some way, but the judging function. It's funny how to describe it. Why they call it the judging one, I don't know exactly. Versus perceiving. I think it just means that we're putting things categorically in order. It's our order system as well. Game. Oh, is it Do You Know Me? Oh, okay. I got a lot of different ones. Can I make a heart with my hands? Why is that so important? Yeah. People are just trying to listen. I mean, what I try to do here is this is a communication effort right here. That's all. That's what this is. So, people are deliberately not working due to their preconceived notions that people who are contingent should be picking up the slack. At the union stuff going on at work, it changes the dynamics. Oh yes, listen, I was never a fan of unions. I worked for one in Massachusetts way back in the late '80s, early '90s. I worked for a union, and I saw the way they ran, and I saw the way other unions ran, and I was not a fan of them. The way they used bully tactics. Any of the ones that wanted to be the ones that crossed the picket line, and they made it. They just used bully tactics in order to keep the line closed, keep the work not going. I was never a fan of that. Yeah, I mean, almost like criminal bully tactics in order to do. And I thought that's not right. Just because you disagree with an agreement with the company, I didn't think they should be doing that. How much super chat do you want? I'll match him, Rich. Oh yeah. So, oh okay. $1,000. It's wild. It's wild. It's a trucking union representing nurses. Okay. Okay, we're talking about unions. All right. See, that's what I mean. People start steering in different directions around here. Yeah, people got all sorts of different concerns out there. I don't typically get too political. I will weigh in sometimes about things. I try to keep things on task around here. A lot of it's about self-help psychology, talking about just some of the issues we might have, and especially in the INFJ personality. Maybe introverted intuitives, understanding the mind, the way it works. But I still will talk about things that, maybe interest other people as well. Yeah, I hear you. No worries. You won't prove it. Give 1,000. Yeah, if you'd like to do that, if you'd like to give $1,000, that's fine. But listen, I'm not going to sit here like asking. I don't like to do that. Listen, I know I can do a super chat. I know it's out there. The ability's out there, but I don't like to constantly say, yeah, donate and I'll do this and donate and give me that. I don't like to do that. If it's in your heart and you feel as though so I maybe I said something that resonated with you or something that you got value from what I said, then by all means, do it from your heart, not just because you think you should, okay? And or because I begged for it either, you know what I mean? Okay. Historically, the unions have improved conditions. Need I can. Okay. Talking about unions again stuff. So, okay, but anyway, I see a lot of this. I see a lot of familiar names every time I go vertical. It's like I have that whole different brood of people coming on here. Just trying not letting the mind control my ability to make income. Yeah, there you go. All right. Okay, all about unions and stuff. Oh, I can give you if you'd like, I'll give you a quick story about the union. Okay, this goes back years ago, talking about I had a union job and why I didn't like them, why I was turned off to them. Back in the '90s, I worked in Massachusetts for a tire company, and I used to change tires. and I won't say the name, but there was a certain telephone company that went up that was very union. It was one of those Teamsters chapter unions, right? And they seemed to go on strike. It seemed like every other year. They went on strike quite a bit, and it was always just pay disputes or condition dispute, whatever it might have been. And they would cross picket lines. Now, what I said was about the whole thing about the unions was is that how they get into bully tactics because what they were doing was now this deliberately affected my job too is the fact that they were welding together these these spikes almost that had multi they almost looked like a jack. You remember the old jacks that had the prongs, and everywhere you threw it, there was only a prong going up. These were like these metal prongs, like that they were welding together, and you could tell it took them. They were meticulously making many of these things, and they would throw them in the parking lots, and the trucks would leave. They'd run them over, and the tires would go flat. Me being a tire guy, I had to go fix the tires, and I was seeing these things. I was pulling them out of the tires, saying, "So this is what unions are." Yeah, that was my understanding of a union. And of course, then they would always say, "Oh, you got to go work on this truck. You got to go meet them in this parking lot, some neutral parking lot where I wouldn't be seen by these union people that would be angry at you. I couldn't do the work in their parking lot. And of course, if they saw me doing it, they'd look at me as a traitor too because I was doing the work on a truck and I was just doing my job, you know. Anyway, I just that was one of the impressions, and I never forgot that. Okay, is my name Tyrone? No, my name is Tom, actually. Tom Omega's my name, and that's what it is. But I suppose I could have been a tire. I suppose I could have been. Hey, Genesis is out there. Justin, good evening, Tom. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you out there. I'm going to check out. I need to look at some of the. I can't move my screen over a little bit. Trying to get caught up on some of these comments over here. All right. Let's see. I got a lot of people coming in talking about unions. Okay, I didn't want to get too much into it, but I did have to tell you a little bit of a story about the union. Okay, and yeah, the Teamsters Union. Again, I grew up in like the Boston area, Massachusetts, and yeah, it was a rough area. It could have been, in my 20s. I had to make do, and I had a tire job, and yeah, but I still remember, and I thought to myself, didn't like the union. Okay, so wasn't my thing. And there was some other reasons as to why. Read in a deep voice. Oh, good gosh. Are you a soldier? Oh, do I look like a soldier? Everybody asks me this stuff. Some people ask me I've been asked if I'm a gangster, if I'm a hitman, if I'm a mob boss. I've been asked a lot of different questions. Oh my gosh, game over! You did it. Listen, I want to thank you so much for that. You donated $100. Is that $100? Tell me if you want to really 1,000, but at one condition. I want a real life partner who will hello me, and I'm coming to meet you next week. Oh my gosh. I see people. I tried to tell you what happens here on the verticals. Well, I do appreciate the offer, but I'm already taken. I really am. I do have a wonderful significant other already. How's that sound, huh? But I do appreciate the offer. And I do appreciate your donation of 100, though. All right. I'm in the Pipe Vendors Union in Tennessee. Okay, you're from Tennessee. Me might have mentioned that before, Justin. They don't have that much power down here. Okay, got it. Pipe firefighters. All right. Okay. Okay, that's like 0.9. Team Instring. I'm sorry though that I thought you were a soldier. You were a U.S. soldier. Well, maybe I tell you the way I listen. Maybe my face has a certain hardship in my life. Now I've talked about the INFJ and how This is about personality types, and typically, as you know, I've talked a lot about the hardship of the INFJ and the stresses and some of the sufferings that go on in our soul in the course of our life. And I think I've had a difficult life in so many ways. You know, not just work stress, but spiritual stress, mental stress through my life that I've had to cope with. And maybe it gave me a weathered look about me. Okay. Not to mention that I've worked most of my life as well. So, I mean, maybe it just took its toll on me. So it gave me a look about me. But, I mean, hey, not to say that, I mean, I've never been in a war zone, that kind of thing. But I mean, in a sense, I had a lot of battles emotionally in my life. Maybe that had something to do with it. So, but I am the Indian Army Colonel. Oh, okay. In India, Calum, 50. Where in India? Yeah. Oh, somebody wants to know where in India. India is a large place. If you become a president of the U.S. today, what would the first order be? Clip of 90s. What would be the first order in the to be being the president today? Oh my gosh. Oh, I would say probably maintain the. I would like to think that somehow we could go back to like just abiding by our Bill of Rights and abiding by our U.S. Constitution by the letter and not deviating from those writings. And remember and always remember history for what it is. But I don't know. I would have to think of exactly what I'd want to do. So, but I'm not going to get too political here. Just a little bit. It's only because I get the flag in the background. I'm sure he will order me the defiance, Mister. Okay. See, like I said, well, I do want to thank you so much for that donation of that you gave me, though. That really, I can't. Yeah, that's quite the that's quite the donation, though. So, definitely interested in those Appalachian Mountain. Okay. Oh gosh. Oh, local metal. I remember local metal. Yeah. So, yeah, the Appalachian Mountains. We have a lot of amazing places. Hey, we got them passing through New England as well. They pass right through the White Mountains up here in New Hampshire. Yeah, we have the White Mountains as well. And yeah, the Appalachian Trail runs right through my state, Massachusetts. Yeah, I am in the state of New Hampshire, by the way. I've told people this before. I make no bones about it. I'm from New Hampshire. If you look on the map, New Hampshire's that little state tucked away right in the middle of northern New England. Yeah, beautiful little state, right between Vermont and Maine. And it's my home. Yeah. Oh yeah, you have been on there, Tom. Yeah, local metal. I've seen you before. Yeah, on the AT. Okay. All right. Looking at some of your other things. Hey, it's Swollen Valor. Instead of Stolen Valor, it's Swollen Valor. Oh, that's funny right there. I don't care who you are, you know. Yeah, that's what Larry the Cable Guy'd say. Man, that's funny right there. I don't care who you are, you know. Yeah, remember him. So that's okay. But yeah, but it's like I said before. INFJ personalities typically, as I said, like personality types. As I like to get back on topic here, typically INFJs. If you happen to be of this INFJ persuasion, I mean, a lot of this makes sense because it's just something we all relate to. All right, and again, like I said, typically INFJs. One of the greatest things that happens to an INFJ, and I can only say this from my own standpoint, is one of the best things that may happen to you is the day you discover your MBTI type. The day you've actually finally dawned on that you found out, at least you found something that related to you. You might have got a video, maybe you hit an algorithm, you started watching a video, and you might have discovered right away, everything you're hearing about a certain personality type seems to make sense. It all seems to be abundantly clear all of a sudden. Now, it might be a little bit of a shock. At some points, it's painful. It's a mixture of emotions the day you find out, because the day I found out, I started questioning it. First of all, I watched a video that was very similar to what was going on in my life. Just some of the introversion, some of the alone time, just everything, all the stereotypical is pains within ourselves. But as I started looking further into it, I started seeing more and more videos, and they all seem to point to that. I seem to relate to it so much so. And I said, it finally makes sense. And then it made me say, hey, you know what? I always thought I was alone in this universe. Nobody else was like me. Okay. Again, I felt very isolated most of my life. Finally, I just started seeing other videos and started watching them. And some of them were vividly accurate, and they're just describing the painful heart that we have. But of course, all the amazing gifts of the introverted intuitive mind, on how deep it goes, on the way the pattern recognition and all the pros that we have. Now, there's amazing gifts that come along with this personality, the amazing amounts of insight and the depths of reading people, reading situations, and seeing future outcomes that are almost always accurate. These are some of the fine gifts that we've had, but they come at a cost. The thing is that what we have to learn are the costs of the gifts that we have. Okay, and those gifts, the cost are the fact that we are drained. When we start thinking things out too much, when we have, like, especially with the empathy too, you figure just making connections, picking up people's emotions, and thinking of, and if you don't have a control of your empathy, you don't know you think they're yours. They ruin your day. How many times have your day been ruined when you picked up somebody's emotion, not knowing it was yours, and you thought it was yours, and you thought, what happened to you? And then it made you just question why your mood changed all of a sudden. I mean, I used to do that a lot growing up, and I couldn't figure out why. Finally, I had to realize too that that's something we have to understand about ourselves, is that we have to eventually come to grips with the fact that that's who we are, and how we regulate these gifts from the drawbacks. See, this is the struggle of our life, is just knowing to balance our life, is to find out that we have to make sure we know the connections, we know the balance between our pros and our cons, basically. We have, hey, frog pond schools out there. One type of gardener sees a shiny object on the other side of the garden, and he will step on his plants to get it. Yeah. Yeah, but also too, I mean, ever heard the old saying, Ray, you know what? Some people will trip over a dime to save a dollar. Well, wait a minute. Wait, reverse that. I'm sorry. It's the other way around. How many people will trip over a dollar to save a dime? That's one of those business things too, Yeah. Like it's one of those bad business analogies. That's what I'm getting at. And we have Evan's Philosophy out there. Hi, Tom. Hi, Chad. Hey, oh, by the way, Evan's Philosophies. Listen, Evans, I subscribe to your brand new channel. Listen, if anybody's interested, Evan's Philosophy is out there, and he just started a brand new channel. I believe it was last month sometime, and he's got a handful of videos. He's a kid. He's 18. In fact, he started his channel as soon as he was turning 18. I think he made it legal. I think he wanted to make sure, and he talks about philosophy. He's starting out. So, but I saw he was out there. Tom, did you see any of mine? Yeah, yes, actually, I did watch a couple of your videos, Evans. Listen, I know your Evans Philosophy, who is also Blazkin. If anybody remembers Blazkin, any of the regulars out there, we have had Blazkin on here, and he had a different name out there. That's the same as Evans Philosophy, if anybody remembers Blazkin. And yeah, he's got his own channel. But yes, Blazkin, Evans, whoever you want to. I did watch a couple of videos. In fact, you left a comment on one of my. You left a comment somewhere. Then I realized I said, "Who is this?" And then I realized, hey, this has got to be Blaziken. And then, now, you want to hear something funny? As I'm watching this video, Blaziken, you pretty much were exactly the way I imagined, just from me understanding your text. I don't know how I did that. And this is kind of eerie in a way. Like the image I drew who you were. Just you, the age that you were, the way you were, your personality. I kind of, just from your texts on these lives, and had a pretty good idea. I says, wow, I actually kind of visioned who you'd be, if you can believe that or not, All right, I missed your stream last week. I was at camp, which I actually made a video about. Yeah, I think I heard something about you were at a camp. Something about a kid that was an atheist and you an agnostic, and but the thing is, now Evans, I think you got a good potential only because you're a thinker and you're somebody who likes to look in depth about things. Typically, you ask a lot of questions. You ask questions. You go deep into you ponder, and you're asking philosophical, deep questions about things. All right. And so anyway, I think, and as you wisen, as you mature, as you go through life, you're going to get wiser. You're only going to start figuring out things for yourself. All right. But Evans, Blaziken, whatever, one of the same now. Okay. What I can say is always make sure you set a little bit of time aside for yourself every day, and so you can self-reflect. All right. Depending on your type, just sit quiet with yourself, sit still with yourself, and look within, and try to let that inner code educate you from within yourself. Okay. Which I think we're all meant to do. I mean, I talk very extensively about that inner code that we're all born to know. All right. So, yeah. So that's all I can say is hopefully you're always keeping an eye on that. All right. So, all right, I missed the stream. Yeah. Oh, wow, that's kind of crazy. Oh, the fact that I actually drew an image of who you were. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So who else do we got out there? I'm just looking. We're down to 5 watching. A lot of people went away. They came in, they were watching. Maybe they'll come back. They'll come back. We got a few out there. I had an interesting observation I was going to share with you. In fact, I was actually thinking about something that Benny Keebs just got here. Hello, Benny. What's your live stream about? Oh, my live stream is about, mainly it's called the INFJ Experience. And we cover the 16 personality types here, the MBTI types, in particular the INFJ. But we'll talk about other ones too, You don't have to just be that. It's not like an exclusive club, But basically that's it. Oh, hello, Peace. You're still here out there. Peace, I am so glad to see you out there again. I missed you so much. I used to see you, I used to see your comments quite a bit. And I figured you had some hardship, but it's good to see you out there again. I do see that. Very cool. I've subscribed. Well, I want to thank you for that. Now listen, I got a lot of inventory of different videos from the past. I've done many lives over the courses of the last few months as well. So, some of them are good. Some of them are good to watch back again, maybe just put them on in the background, occasionally. That's all. I have a very interesting story I want to tell you about. Now, this is the way my mind thinks, okay? This happened this week. Now, I work at nights, okay? Single crap. Oh, okay. Okay, so okay, we're going to get a lot of people making comments. Listen, so I work at nights. And as you know, I drive a truck at night, and I do night jobs. And now it's summertime up here in the northeast part of the United States. Now, as I'm refueling my truck, I'm talking about adding fuel to my truck. I refuel it with diesel. That's what I do. I deliver diesel. So I'm refilling my tank. Now, on top of where the tank is, there's a spider, the same spider that builds a web, an orb web spider. Now, I watch that thing build a web. Sometimes I see it just sitting, perching right in the middle of that spider web. But my funny thing is that Sometimes my mind starts thinking. I take little simple things and I try to understand what nature tries to tell. Now, the purest form of nature, there's valuable lessons to be learned in nature. Now, for instance, like the orb web, like I said, now there are probably thousands of different species of spider in the world that build orb webs. And, they're different colors, different shapes and sizes, but there are many different that build that same orb web. The spiral one, it starts off on the outer edge and it keeps spiraling and inward into the middle. And then it's close enough to the middle, and then it stops and it perches, kind of faces upside down in its web. And then it goes into hunt mode. Now it built that web, and each one of those 8 legs is on that web. And now it's in tune to that web. It's feeling every vibration, every minute vibration, and it can tell right what part of it's coming from. If it's at 5 o'clock, military thing, depending on the location of the web, that is, it knows, and it goes right to it, and it immediately catches it prey, whatever gets caught in the web. But I thought, what do we learn from this? Somehow, my philosophy is this: is that we are. Maybe I could put this on. Someday I got to put this into a philosophical quotation. The human mind, the human spirit, is an extension and a mirror and reflection to nature, science, and metaphysics. I don't know if it's quite that exactly, but what I'm saying is what we see and what we experience in nature, what we understand from physics, nature, science, whatever it might be, is a reflection to what our soul and our mind is gathering. In other words, we're processing things deeper in our mind. Now, I think introverted, intuitive minds especially are very much in tune to this because of the fact that we're able to see this, okay? And I've always thought that even as a kid, I used to be fascinated with watching like bugs and spiders and animals and nature and trying to gather a kind of an understanding as to what it was trying to teach me. And somehow I've always instinctively thought that way. Yeah. But I'm watching the spider build its web, but I thought, what is the lesson to be learned? And then I thought to myself, you know what? I'm always talking about finding the center. Now I've talked about meditation on how we need to center ourselves. We need to find the stillness within our heart. We need to separate the mind from our thoughts, okay, and find that timeless center, okay? And of course, I use examples of like spinning hurricanes, the hurricane winds. There's always an eye to the storm that is calm. It passes over your town and it stops. The hurricane stops for just a few seconds, few minutes as it passes over. And then you're back in the storm again. There's a calm center of a hurricane. Your mind, your consciousness, your spirit has that inner spirit, that inner center. And I always talk about that. And I've talked about this on my channel before. And a lot of it is that we have to emanate from that center spiritually. But it got me thinking about the spider orb web. And it just dawned on me, that circular web and the way that spider sits, it's like still in his center of his web. And he actually built this web by an imprinted code, an instinctual code that was not taught to him. The blueprint, the blueprint was within it, instinctual. And every orb web has that blueprint within them. So it made me think to myself how somehow that's the manifestation. I thought, how do you learn from this? And it dawned on me, that's what I talk about this finding that center. See, animals in their own way, they have their own extensions of where they find their center. It's their instinct. Now, that's just a small example. Every animal has their own unique instinct of gathering food, of hunting. But every one of them have their own instinctual code and how they do their things. But this was the lesson I had from a simple orb web. But then I also got another indication too. It's like, it makes me think, is that what it meant? Like, now, Jesus said that in order to attain the kingdom of heaven, you have to go back to a small child and think like a child. Go back to the innocence of a child, right? And I think part of it is that sometimes we have to just return back to the basic instinct of what we just know around us. Like not literally acting like we're immature. I don't mean that, but I mean we got to return back to that innocence in a sense of a child, and seeing simple things like that, but gathering all this amazing depth of insight from what it represents. Because a massive amount of insight came from just me watching that spider weave its web as it found its center. It kept working its way into its center, and then it stayed still within that net. I don't know. That's what it just. I was fascinated. Like it just kind of. That's how it interpreted to me in a sense. Darius, Tom, have you ever read Catcher in the Rye? I've actually heard it on an audiobook a few years ago. And Phoebe, that killed me. Yeah, Phoebe killed me. Yeah. I mean, meaning it just cracked him up. Yeah, I do remember that, Evan. I did. Peace. I sent an email talking about music. Oh, yes, I didn't get a chance to see the email. I'm gonna have to look in the email and check that out. Okay, peace. All right. Aperture Silence. Single. Okay, whatever that is. I subbed very cool. All right. I read it last week and it really did relate to me, to be honest. Oh, you kind of related to Catcher in the Rye. I believe that was J.D. Salinger. Yeah. There you go. I knew that was the author of that one. Yeah. Funny thing is with J.D. Salinger, though, after he wrote that book, I mean, something about him, I don't know, but something kind of snapped in him. He didn't like the fame. He didn't like people like, looking for him, wanting his autograph. He became a recluse. He became like, he moved to, guess what? New Hampshire, Cornish, New Hampshire. He lived out his life right here in my state. And he lived up in a little small tucked away place up in New Hampshire. And that's where he lived until he passed on. Well, he died about 20 years ago, I think. Hey, quick question. Go ahead. What's up there? Okay, what else? I'm going to ask. Let's see. What else? That was that. Jan Rogers. Son, you need to hit the gym. One boot camp and you'll get your bleep together, huh? Son, I need to hit the gym, huh? Why? What are you saying? I look a little out of shape, do I? I could probably listen. I could stand to do a little bit of exercise. I know I could. I know that. I get a lot of exercise when I'm doing my job. I get a lot of work, lot doing that. So I do get plenty of activity. Hey, quick question, Tom. Since you are a Christian, do you think you will be going to hell if I die next week? What? Do I think I'm going to go to hell if you die? Listen, sometimes I think hell is within us. I think the kingdom of heaven is within us. And I think a lot of times I think that we attain that in our lifetime. We're supposed to attain a certain grace while we're in heaven. I mean, a certain heaven while we're on earth. I think sometimes hell is just like the consequences of our bad decisions we have while we're here on earth. And the suffering that we have sometimes because of our poor decisions happen before we even go anywhere. So if she dies, what? Who are we talking about? Darius. Darius, how you been there, Darius? Creations. Hey, sorry. No, if I die. Okay. I don't understand. Why would I go to hell if you died? I don't understand that. Can you understand what kind of question is that? Why would that have anything to do with me? I mean, if I'm trying to give you a good, if I'm probably if somebody's does horrible things and is a bad influence on somebody else, maybe yeah, but I don't do that. I don't understand that question. No, if I die, will I go to hell? Not you. Oh no, okay. Your question said if I die next week. Well, I don't know, Evan. Depends on how you die. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I think we mistake too heaven and hell. We always think it's always in the afterlife. I think there probably is a spiritual afterlife, but I think a lot of times we attain that here on earth. We're supposed to find a sense of peace in heaven within within ourself, within the comfort of our heart here on earth. And again, like I said, hell is sometimes for those who never find it. Hell is actually the mind that they never get control of. The consequences of their actions here on earth, even, and maybe they're slowly the decrepitness of their life as they're being led, as they never learn their lesson. And sometimes people are going through their own living hell because of that. But again, I can't answer that. I mean, I'm not the one who can say yes or no. You're going to heaven or hell there, Evan. Okay. I feel like it's purgatory. Oh, the earth is purgatory. Yeah. I'm laughing my ass off. Not you. Show just the planet. No matter how much suffering I go through, I know I die one day. But I'm wondering about the after death. The after death or the afterlife? Yeah. Oh, you're wondering about that. Yeah. That's one of those things I think, funny thing is, my mom, I tell you stories about my mom. And she always used to tell me that she always one time she swore, like when I was a kid, she came down, she swore she had an out of body experience where she thought she levitated over herself, like she was meditating or something, and she felt like she literally left her body and she felt like she was looking down on herself, and she came down. I remember like her telling this story to me and my brothers over, like she never forgot that. And but she used to talk about the afterlife and where we go and what it is, always questioning that. I mean, she's passed on now. She passed on 5 years ago, but yeah, she was. My mom was like that, always asking questions like that. Darius, my philosophy is complex. I believe that the afterlife is like waking up from a dream you faintly remember. Was she Irish? My mom? She was French and Irish. She was half. She had a French last maiden name. So, I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. Just wondering. Oh, okay. Local medal. Yeah, no, she was. No, I got my Irish side from my dad. So that's all. Actually, can you give me a second? I got to go ahead and close the drapes. I think I hear the coyotes outside. Actually, no, it's the kids out there. Excuse me a minute. Really. All right. Okay. Hopefully I didn't get a good look at my lily white legs over there. Nothing really to see there, folks. Not too much. I was just saying that, yeah, I got shorts on. It was a little warm today, so I put my shorts on. We don't take the personality into the next realm. No, I don't think so. No, you're absolutely right, Ray. There's no personality. In fact, I don't even think time exists in the next realm. I think somehow we go into, I mean, because the fact that the only way we register time is the fact that we are in motion, because we are physical, we're tangible. And the only way time exists is in the physical world. That's time. And now your spirit somehow separates from the physical world. We enter into that non-physical realm, the spiritual world, which is timeless. Yeah, because there's no measurement of time in anything that does not have movement or motion. Yeah. So yeah, it's got to be a completely different realm, as you say. Gorilla Tagger. I think I've seen that name before. Gorilla, somewhere out there. What are we right now? That's inspiring. I can't wait for time to stop. Local metal. Sometimes, like I said, you know what? Occasionally, depending on your level of consciousness, when you start looking and within yourself and you start finding a certain, like I said, look for that timeless stone, like that spider in the web. That was my whole point, is that spider found its center. It's like instinctually, somehow that orb web taught me something, or it kind of confirmed something I've been learning. Okay. Now there's many examples about the stillness of something that moves. Now, the absolute center of of a spinning wheel does not move. I mean, there's examples of the. You look at again. You look at a hurricane. The eye of the storm does not spin. Now, if you look at the absolute center of a hub, even down to the molecular structure, it will not spin. Now, Darius, I'm talking about molecules over here. Now, you might say to yourself, okay, you get the hub of a wheel and you get that spinning wheel or that gear, anything that's spinning. The absolute center does not spin, even if it's the slightest molecular size molecule, but that absolute center does not spin. Okay. That point of the motion is stillness. It's in stillness. There is no time at that point. So timelessness does exist all around us. But being that we're so much into the physical, tangible world, technically our senses, our mind, everything that we gather, we're always engulfed by it. A lot of times we don't slow down our mind enough to understand these things. All right. But we have the ability, though, at some point in our life. I mean, yes, we have a clock. We have a certain lifespan. We have a certain body that grows old. And we're in a physical, tangible flesh body that's temporary. But yeah, beyond that is a timeless other realm. Yeah. Tom, you need a moderator on your live stream. Oh, I do? Oh, okay. I've been told that before, a moderator. Yeah, there's a lot of things I need to do. Peace. There's a lot of things I need to learn how to do. I do a lot of talking. I like to do talking, but there's a lot of things I need to learn as far as just my things going on here. Now, when you say moderator, you mean somebody reading like reading all the chats here, things like that? I mean, I'm trying my best to answer everybody I can. Sometimes I don't. Vamp Fox, hello Vamp. We just got Vamp coming on into here as well. Oh, if anybody's not sure, Vamp, good to see you. He's saying hi, Vampy. Evan's philosophy is actually Blazekin. If you all remember Blazekin, and Blazekin's been here before. Moderators can control chat so that they can block the bad people's accounts. Okay, yeah, there you go. I knew it was something like that. I know. I feel like such an idiot sometimes. I knew that. I kind of knew that. I did know that. Somebody that can just sit there and kind of get rid of all the all the trollers, basically. I get that. So yes, Evans is Blazekin. I knew that. Small talk is what people reach for when they have nothing important to say. No, you're absolutely right there, Ray. Or sometimes small talk is just there to fill in the nervousness of quietness of usually when people are too quiet. Have you ever walked into a room and you're the only one quiet and people start getting a little nervous because you're quiet, because you're stillness? I do that all the time. You walk into a room, you walk into a place, and you're the one that's silent. Still, in a sense, in your timeless stillness, just in your character, your stoicism. Now people start kind of nervously talking, even just finding little things to say. Yeah, it's that too. A supervisor for your chat. No, okay, yeah, that right. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna have to do that. Hey, listen, there's a lot I got to learn on that. I know there's a way of if I saw I could do it right here if I wanted. I could moderate my own chat. Like if I hit somebody's comment, I see it right away come up as I could remove it. I mean, I just removed somebody's thing. I could do that myself. I know what you mean. No, I could sit here and do it, but it would take me away from my concentration, wouldn't it? But I know what you mean though. Sometimes, I do let them out. They just scroll through. Sometimes I kind of ignore them. I'll read them and just realize they're not really saying much of anything. That's all. But anyway, like I said before, I'm trying to give Evans a plug. Now, listen, there's a lot of different. There's a lot of you have channels. A lot of you have channels, and I've checked them out. And I do tend to give plugs to people that are that I've checked out your channels. Again, as we said, Darius Creation, he was another one. He's got his own channel, and of course. Personality Pill. He's got a channel. He's starting out there. And of course, Evan's philosophy started his. I mean, we all have different ones, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay. Yeah, I like the ones that doesn't. Yeah, I'm like the one that doesn't have a channel. Oh, you don't have a channel, Loco Metal? No, that's okay. Not everybody has to. We're not obligated to do that. Sometimes we're just meant to get our inspiration from channels. We don't always have to have them. If we got something important to say, we say it. That's all. Okay. Personnel at Jethro. I wish I could feel sad. Too strong for that. I wish I could feel sad. I'm too strong for that. Okay. All right. I'm glad you made the point to tell us that too, that you wanted to make sure we knew that. I'm glad you told us that. Tom, I don't either have a YouTube. Vamp Fox. Oh, you don't even have a. Oh, okay, Vamp. I don't either have a YouTube. Oh, okay. I know you can go on YouTube and see everything you want, but I know that, but you don't actually have to have a channel or whatever. Yeah, but Evans, like I said, he could tell he's just starting out. He's young, and he's got things to say. But I'm going to tell you one thing about Evan, about Blazkin. Yeah, he's a thinker. He's looking at life and he's thinking things over. He's contemplating it, and I think he's got a future as far as just because he asks questions. He's asking a lot of questions, and sometimes kids just go with the flow. Now, I'm not saying not everybody does, but typically. We've talked about this too. I mean, there are followers and there are leaders in the world, and then there are the thinkers. Okay, most of the world are malleable. They're malleable. They just kind of go with the flow, and they conform to the world. They conform to their senses. And they just conform to what the world is, and they believe the way the world is programmed them to be. Majority of the world is like that. Then you have the people that don't. You got the independent thinkers, okay? You got the ones that question the authority and question the way things are. So, I mean, you're going to get them. But I think Blazkin is one of those. He's definitely doesn't, he's just seeing the world for what it is, and he questions it. And he wants to just know what the deeper meaning of the world is. And he asks a lot of questions. And there's nothing wrong with that. That just means he's a thinker. We all should be like that, Evans, do you feel left out from a lot of activities? Oh, okay. There. Resurrection 2.2. Then there's me who let you. Then there's me who let you think you won. Who let you think you won? Oh, okay. All right. That's good. Okay, I'm just looking at some of your comments over there. All right. Vampy, means I prefer mostly observing hypocrisy and fakeness and stuff. I hated the conformity and legalism was preached. Oh, okay. All right, there you go, Evans. I talk about it not too long ago. Yeah, if you ever get a chance, I mean, like I said, he's got his own channel. I think he's just got a handful of subscribers. I subscribe to him because I know him. I knew who Blazkin was, and he did say he was going to start a channel, and I thought, oh yeah, that's Blazkin out there, Evans, because I knew the name, And then you get to see him, he looks like a typical kind of a teenage kid, doing his thing. Hey, what's with those peace glasses you wore? You said he was wearing a disguise on his first couple of videos. He's like, well, in case this thing crashes, I don't want people to see what I look like. He's wearing a hood and these glasses and everything, doing his videos. And then he took them off after a few videos, I remember. Tom is my only subscriber so far. Oh, no, I thought you had two. I thought there was somebody else out there. There was one, and then there was another one. So that's okay. But yeah, that's how you start. Listen, I started off with one subscriber. I mean, I'm not like, trust me, I'm still a very small channel here. But, I mean, I had to work up to something, that's all. Evan, drop by and say hi so I can find you. Yeah, Evan's Philosophy 369. If you hit his circle, if you hit his name, if you just highlight on his name and his face, it'll highlight who he is. You double click on him. I think we'll. Oh, actually, I don't know. I don't know if I can do that here. Go to it'll. But here it says go to channel. So I mean, it could. But yeah, he's out there, you know. And like I said, I mean, he's just he's got he's a kid who's got a future. That's all, you know. Maybe he might be a great thinker someday. But you got. But again, we have a lot to learn here. The other subscriber was me on my other channel. Oh, you subscribe to yourself, huh? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes I take my cell phone, I put it on vibrate, and I call myself as I put it in my shorts. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, it's kind of like that, subscribing to yourself, you know? I couldn't help it. You know, Rodney just chameleoned out of somewhere. Where'd he come from? Rodney, you know, where'd he come out of here, you know? So, thanks, guys. No, but no, that's good. Like I said, we're just giving a plug to you there, Evan. You know, I mean, I think this chat took you under their wing over here. You know what I'm saying? That's all. It's only because you ask so many questions, and there's not a lot of. I don't see a lot of kids in your generation at your age doing that. I mean, you know, you don't see a lot of them asking that. I mean, there's a few. I've met a few that seem to be okay. They had a good upbringing. Maybe they had decent parents that raised them right. And you know what I mean? You do. You just you do see some diamonds in the rough out there, you know? But again, I mean, it's just good to know that we just have to keep thinking about things. That's all. I did that a lot when people went to school. I could see a lot of fake people, but I just pushed through and hit a lot of them. Oh yeah. Oh, the fake people. Listen, sometimes even at work, you know, as funny thing is, you know, it's been a long time since I've been to school, you know, and we're talking 40, well over 40 years ago. But I mean, I didn't go that deep into school. I mean, I never really was much of a schooler, you know, I was more of a worker. But I do learn a lot, and I see a lot of fake people in just my everyday life, even just like going to work every day. Sometimes depending on who you work with over the course of years, you saw a lot of different characters go through and you work with different people. So, Evan, what is your channel about? Yeah, there you go. So you're getting questions there, Evan. Now people want to know a little bit about your channel there, okay? Philosophy and stuff. Most recent videos, me talking about the BS I observed at camp. Yeah, that's right. I think I started seeing one of those videos. I watched his videos. I did see some of them. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. He's he's seeing, I think he's seeing the fallacy of the world. Basically what he's seeing the hypocrisy. He's seeing the fakeness in people. Yeah. That's what it sounds like to me. He's seeing people for what they really are. He sees the world for what it is that the big stage, the production that a lot of times the world is. And I think that's an intuitive trait right there. Okay. Now, again, I think he said he's not necessarily INFJ. I think he said he's INTJ or INTP or something like. I can't remember what you said you were, but bottom line is that's a lot of it is like he's seeing it for what it is, which is good. He's not just conforming to it, like I said before. He's going his own path. He's thinking about it. I'm booking a flight from the nearest airport. Where are you going to fly to, gamer? There you go. Vampy, Darius. I did a lot in a year, 11 and 12. Okay. I'm an anthropologist. I study people. Wait, I thought anthropologists were the ones that dug up bones and they studied like fossils of like things like that. That's what I thought an anthropologist was. Isn't that? Studying people is, that would be more psychology or like psychiatry. Or just studying human nature. So, yeah, but anthropologist, that's digging up bones. That's what that is, right? So, what's your J? What does that mean? Gomez, Gamermez, please stop spamming. Funny thing is, well, no, okay. Anthropology is people now in history. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. What is that? Is I thought it was the discovery of fossils. Isn't that archaeology? I thought that was when they look for like bones and maybe it's archaeology. You're talking about anthropology. I thought they dug up dinosaur fossils and things too, like that. So, well, that's so you're studying people now and history. Now, when you study people, what are you studying there, Ray? Exactly. When you study people, you're studying their just their habits, their behavior, their thought patterns, just anything. I guess pretty much getting an idea what of human history or human nature, things like that. But oh, I think you're Tom. I think you're archaeology. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it is. Anthro is people. Okay, Darius creation. Anthropology is people. Archaeology is digging up fossils and bones. Do forgive me, people. I got my ologies kind of tangled up a little bit. I tend to do that. Sometimes I get things bass-asswards. Wait, reverse that. Switch that, would you please? Okay. Couldn't help it. No, but no, that's interesting. And listen, I like to think. I think that I like to study human nature as myself as well. But a lot of times I try to understand myself. I think I struggled with just my own life. And maybe that was the introverted nature in me. I mean, yeah, of course we have the extroverted feeling. We like to reach out, make connections. So you like to make sure you're looking at other people. You're trying to understand and observe the world around you, people around you. That could be a reaching thing. That's a connecting thing to understand human nature. But also there's that part of you wants to understand yourself and understand it as being a human that we are. We are still human beings, obviously. But the thing, what threw me off for most of my life was the fact that I was like nobody else. My mind worked differently, and I just knew I didn't know anybody else like me, and I just didn't know why I was the way I was. And I think most of us understand that because most of us, we've had a similar journey going on, is that we had a hard, difficult childhood trying to figure ourselves out until we figured out our type. Till one day we miraculously stumbled across our personality and figured, okay, and then went from there. Okay. And so, but it seems we all had a similar story. So I also have a comment on Tom's newest short, if anybody wants an easier link. My newest short, was that the one, The Prisoner? Was that one, Evan? I talked about the INFJ, The Prisoner, and I drew the prison bars on me, and I was just sitting there behind a prison. I kind of look like a convict, I figured a lot of people think I look like that anyway. They think I look like I did time or something. I got this face on me, I thought, well, why not just doing The Prisoner? Like I'm in the can here, And so I drew the prison bars on my short, and I just did talking, Or was it the other one I did? There was another second one I did. I can't remember. There's a couple of them like that. So no, INFJ is the extrovert. That one, the extroverted introvert. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I just did that one a few days ago. That's right. Well, being that's pretty much the best way to describe us, is that we are very extroverted and we can be introverted. But so many times we're only seen by people in the moments that we're extroverted, because that's the time we're with people. And we could be somebody completely different from who we are the rest of the 90% of the time, because we might be all this jovial, extroverted type to people, but then all of a sudden, when we're not around anybody, what are we doing? We're probably in isolation. We're probably in solitude. We're probably doing our own thing. And that's most of our life. I was basing that upon myself. Most of these shorts, I based them upon who I am. and just kind of translate it as to being that's the INFJ. I usually say that's what INFJs are, but I base a lot of the way I am, you know. But it seems to work, doesn't it? See? Red shift. Hello, third shift. Welcome. No, thanks. The extroverted intuitive. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. All right. But anyway, yeah, that was that was the one we're talking about, the extroverted introvert. Yeah. But that's one of those paradoxes. Again, they always talk about, I mean, one of the stereotypes too is that INFJs are very contradictory and they're paradoxical, you know. And yeah, because we have that weird mind it's in two realms at once. I mean, we're kind of like a walking, talking contradiction, as they say. But that being the extroverted introvert is very, very much that, you would think, right? So at work, I'm all talkative and joking, but at the end of the day, I'm exhausted and ready to be by myself. Nobody understands why I don't want to hang out with people outside of work. Okay, so red shifted 3R. That's interesting. So you kind of know what I'm talking about then. That's pretty much the way it is with me. I'm the same way as well, you know. Yeah, just you know, we have to go to work. I mean, I have to go to work. I have to report to an office, you know, sign in, punch in. See, you know, there's everybody. You got to deal with everybody. And, you know, for the most part, I get along with all the work guys. You know, they're cool. You know, I get along with the boss. We joke a little bit, but not too much. And then it's jump in the truck and do your run. That's all. So you're kind of forced to have to, if you're going to work in society, you got to deal with people. And you might have to have jobs where you're working right alongside of people, depending on your work, you know. But yeah, it doesn't mean you have to be sociable with them afterward. You don't have to be that. I'm lucky I got cool neighbors when I moved. They invited me out so I don't hermit too much. Oh, that's good. That's good, Darius. So you get some decent neighbors now that you're getting along with then. That's good. Maybe you said you moved down to Louisiana, if I remember right, from New York. Yeah, you made a big move. You moved out of the upper state somewhere and you moved to yeah, you moved down to New Orleans. Yeah, there's a whole different mindset down there. People are different down there. They got that southern charm that's not quite like the New York mentality. So you're looking at two different geographical locations. Maybe that's what you needed. You needed to be in maybe that's more your people down there. That's good that you're getting you're finding people like that. That's awesome. I don't lucky. Okay, Blaze I get, yeah. I lose dopamine talking to basic shallow stuff. Trivial conversations exhaust me. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I'm the type, I'll do it just to break the ice or just to, I mean, I'm not a snob. If people are just talking about random things, and if if they ask me a question, I'll, oh yeah, the weather's great, hey, yeah, it was a nice day. Oh, hey, did you get caught in the storm today? Oh yeah, I got a little small talk like that, It's harmless. It really is harmless. It's not a bad thing. I think what happens is when small talk drones on with me, if it keeps going into more and more shallow stuff, that's when it kind of gets draining for me. I can do it a little bit just to maintain a little bit of harmony, just to show that I'm not just ignoring people. But again, it's I'm limited on it. A couple of sentences, couple of paragraphs, couple of minutes of talking that, and then I focus back to what I'm doing. I shut down and I just, do my thing. That's usually the way it is with me. So I think I don't know. I can't speak for everybody. Down here, I'm forced to slow down, and I love it. People are open. In New York, you're lonely while surrounded with closed off people. Here, people respect others as people. See, that's pretty much what I was saying. You're in a completely different mindset. And from you getting out of the big conglomerate of city life. New York is the largest metropolis in the world, or it used to be. I mean, it is still one of them. It's probably one of the top 3 or top 5 biggest metropolises worldwide. maybe it's dropped down to the top 10. I don't know where it is now, but either way, you're still there's a whole different mindset when you can just that many people and there's that many things going on. People get so desensitized. People get so into themselves in a way, and they'll learn just that there's so many people around that they just have no connection to everybody. Yeah, because that's all there are around them. And I mean, it's even a little bit like that in Massachusetts. Growing up in big cities and Boston areas, it was similar, you know. But that's one of the reasons I wanted to move into a more rural state, into a more rural part of the state. And I deliberately made sure when I bought my house, I was outside of the cities. You know, like I was gladly would travel, a half hour from the big cities to live my life. I mean, yeah, I get neighbors around me, but it's relatively quiet and it's very rural out here. But I needed that, and I think that's one thing that we crave. If you look outside my window, I'm surrounded by trees. I needed that. I needed to have like trees surrounding me, not other houses. Frog Pond. The 16 personality types were present in people 10,000 years ago. The most evidence of them I see is in their art. That's now you can see personality. I would imagine so. Right? Well, you're talking about all sorts of art. Their cave art. You're talking about like some of that cave dwelling art that they had, and they were trying to tell stories on the wall about their hunting trips and whatever it was. Yeah, they were trying to put pictures on the wall. Yeah, I can imagine that. I always sometimes I think about that. I mean, if some of like even in like the Native American tribes, of course, all your 16 personality types were everywhere, and even in some of your primitive tribes, some of your tribes, like the Native Americans, island people, they're still there. These personality types are there, even though they have a primitive thing. Now, would you think that some of like, but then again, remember sometimes you always had the witch doctor or the medicine man, which was like their doctor, the ones that knew certain herbs and knew the certain leaves, herbs, how to, for remedies. Now, the Indians were masters at that kind of thing. I knew that. They knew certain leaves in combination with honeys, could cure the cold, could cure coughs or whatever it might be. They were remedies they knew. Maybe for whatever reason, a lot of them had these, they used to believe in spirits too. I mean, if people like get possessed, if people were acting crazy, maybe they're shadows, maybe they were just going down some weird shadow moments within themselves. Or they were just, who knows, they were confused in their personality, whatever it might have been, but they blamed it on spirits, They thought they were possessed. But they always did these little rituals, They burned incense and they did the chants and things. Sometimes we think that was just kind of it looks like folklore. But funny thing is, hundreds of years ago, they believed in little things like that. They did these rituals. They did these hypnotic trance dances and things like that. Or some of them even had certain medicines that probably. I mean, again, these medicines men would give them probably certain drugs that would soothe their racing mind, for all we know, or soothe their mind, or make them intoxicated. They were even taking peyote. They knew about magic mushrooms. They were taking certain ones in like rituals. Yeah, so that's been going on a long time. But again, I'm not trying to get away from the 16 personality types, but it makes you wonder why certain ones had certain roles in the tribe, in the community, let's say. It makes you wonder if the INFJ was that witch doctor or the medicine man. Makes you wonder if that was the one who became that, the one that was telling the stories, the really deep philosophical stories many moons ago, kind of things, and using these examples, the wise men. Makes you wonder if those were the types that were the INFJs in those tribes. But of course, you had the hunters, you had the gatherers, you had all them. You had the extroverted sensing types that probably were the good working types, the soldiers, the warriors, the ones that had to defend the camp. They were all different personality types. That's right. And they probably saw either their physicality. They had to have a certain level of physicality, of health, of strength, and also a personality, a character that defined them for certain roles in these tribes. Yeah. So, but they must have had a way of just knowing who was cut out for certain things. They must have known that just in the way their evolution was, like we should be doing today. Darius, turn our plant medicine actually comes from some of those issues. Oh, some of the actual, yeah, you're absolutely right. Some of the remedies that were used from the Native American tribes way back are still used today, or they've been inspired by that. Yes, exactly. I mean, they mastered their surroundings. They had been thousands of years. They knew their surroundings, and they knew what certain plants did. They knew the poison ones. They knew the good ones, and they knew what to do with them. Tom, are you getting close? Getting close? Smiles. What does that mean? Frog Pond. Tom, are you getting close? Smiles. Wow, what's the matter? I'm not smiling. What are we talking about? I don't understand what the question is there. Okay. Yes, I'm sure it was there. Mental health problems were seen as spiritual sicknesses. Oh, Darius, mental health was spiritual sicknesses. That's right. Like I said, spirits. They thought they were all the possessions and things. How about the witch hysteria in Salem, Mass, in 1692? Yeah, they believed that there was witchcraft. A lot of these young girls were acting out. Not just young girls. It was most of them, and they thought that it was the witches were possessing them. And they believed in that stuff. That's when they went into a panic, and they were hanging a lot of these people that were accused of witchcraft. And it happened, yeah. Right near my own hometown, just one town away from where I grew up, that stuff was going on. Right in Gallows Hill in Salem, Mass. They were hanging them. Good evening, family. Billy the Goat is in the house. Hello there, Billy the Goat. Good to see you out there. Okay. I heard you read L.A. is rough for sure. Endless urban sprawls. Yeah, that's right, Darius. That's right. Love the frog pond. Love that frog pond. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Frog pond is. He's definitely got a certain very deep view on things. There's no doubt about it. So I'm late to the party. Oh, you're never late around here. Nobody's ever late to the party. No, you're whenever you get here, whenever your time allocates you to be here is you're just on time. Okay, because hey, we got a whole life to live. If you happen to stumble across this, you're flipping through. Hey, there's a live going on. There's Tom. There he is, and then it's your time. We're never late here. Okay. So there you go. Think about that. Hey, Peace 25. The witch trials were pretty much thanks to the book Malleus, Maleficarma. It led to the Inquisitionist manual at the time to be created. Gosh, Darius, you were deep, man. The way you. Oh yeah, that's right. You were a teacher once. I mean, you did tell me you'd done a lot of studying. It led to the Inquisitus manual at the time to be created. Oh, the Inquisitor's manual. Yeah, that's pretty deep. They actually had like something that they had written down about about that whole thing. Yeah, I mean, put it into legislation. I think it was short lived though. They went through like that year. They were just losing it. They were thinking they thought the devil was in there and the people were being possessed, and they believed this stuff. And then they started just kind of reacting like very, what do you call it? Impulsively. Yeah. But again, it was just the way they believed things and all that. And they did believe it. But the thing is, too, sometimes there is still mental illness out there. People do act out on things. People do get mentally ill, or sometimes it's just not mental illness. It's just it's entitlement. Sometimes it's just the way people are raised. Sometimes people just act out of the way they've been raised. And whether or not, I don't know, did they get a hold? Maybe some of them got a hold of some bad mushrooms. I mean, was that possible? Maybe some of them just all took a handful of them at the same time, and then they started talking crazy and acting crazy. Who knows? I mean, you got to figure some of these things are going on even back then. I mean, I don't know. I forgot the book's name. Oh my God, this scrolled into a different live stream by accident. The boy, and boy, it was something. Oh, okay. A different live stream, huh? Egotism, mold on rye. Or, egro, eragos is the mold on rye. Oh, okay. It was called Ransa Jams. Okay. What are you talking about? Another live stream called Rants Jams? Okay. What is that all about? That's something different. So, okay. Egret, he was yelling on stuff in the camera saying, we are in hell. Oh gosh. Billy the Goat, we doing an exorcism? Oh goody. Yeah, we were just steering into different things. We're jumping down a lot of different rabbit holes right now. We're just talking about a lot of different things. Yeah, that's all, you know. And it just steered into the Salem witch trials, and yeah, and how they just reacted on impulse almost, and it led to hallucinations and bad trips, blamed on witches, but it was the bread with the moldy. Oh, is that what it? I think I vaguely. You know what? I think I heard something about that. Now that you mention that, I think that's what they finally narrowed it down. Is that there was mold on like some bread, and basically that's a poison right there. That was the basis of lysergic acid dithaldehyde, LSD. That was the basis of what that Swiss chemist invented back in the 30s or 40s. He was trying to find a common cure for cold after he realized that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that penicillin was supposed to be also discovered from bread mold as well. Something that actually killed germs was actually from a larger germ, which was mold. Is a like a macro germ in a sense. But they discovered penicillin, and penicillin actually killed certain germ viruses that were, major ones. Now, I think there was a Swiss chemist looking for a cure to the common cold, and he was trying to use the whole bread mold technology or bread mold idea. But he came up with the first dose of LSD. I think he probably tried it himself, and now he had the first acid trip. Was that dude? Can you imagine what happened? He thought he was making a cure for the common cold, and he came up with the first acid trip. Yeah, and that's what that was all born. But it was all from bread mold. But so you're figuring the bread mold, you're thinking they were eating this stuff, and they all ate it together, and they all started hallucinating, tripping out a little bit. And you act a little crazy when you're tripping, don't you? Especially when you don't know it. And they probably thought they were possessed, they were witchcraft and all that stuff. Yeah, and that's the stuff they believe. That's interesting stuff there. Hey, Tom, did you know your channel started up and get up the first few subs? Your channel started up and get... Hey, Tom, how did you get your channel started up and get your first few subs? Well, there's a lot you have to do there. It's just a matter of, listen, I think a lot of it has to do with... you have to put your videos out there, and also it's in how you load them up. I'm not sure how you load your videos, Evans, but you need to. If you have a laptop or a computer, if you're taping your videos on your phone, there is a way of uploading your shorts right through your app on your phone. But if you upload a long short video, you want to do that through the computer itself. You want to go into your create mode. But you want to download your image. You want to take your phone and download it into a file in your computer, okay? Rename it. Make sure you rename that name before you upload it to YouTube, all right? And make sure your file is where you know where it is, okay? and make sure it's the way you want it to be. You know, if you edit it or whatever you did to get it sent. But also now you want to go on the computer and you want to hit create. And then you're going to have upload video. Then it's going to ask you, it's going to prompt you into, select the file. At that point there, it will lead you into your files. And you want to click onto that video you want to upload, the one that you rechanged the name. And then you'll see it'll just, you'll hit open, and then it'll send it that way. Then it'll prompt you into another screen on your computer, and it'll tell you like your description, like how to put your description down. Make sure you put your hashtags. Make sure you put your keywords. You want to put certain keywords in your description, and you want to make sure you put a description in what you want to talk about, what your video is about. Okay. And also, what's very important, sir, is your thumbnail. I'm not sure if you know what the thumbnail is. They're pretty easy to make. You know that's just that little. That's the banner. That's the image that has your picture on it or whatever it is you want to talk about. And you want to make sure your thumbnail is catchy. You want to make sure your thumbnail stands out and somehow draws people in. You know, if it's about philosophy, whatever it's about, I mean, you want to make sure the letters are big enough that are going to draw people in. Okay? So your thumbnail is going to draw people in to watch you. But also, too, make sure you're interactive with people. Yeah, make sure you're very interactive. If people do comment on your thing, make sure you send heart emojis on there. You make sure you comment, or make sure you acknowledge that you've saw their their comment. Okay, even if you want to add a comment about the same thing. But again, it's in how you do that, and of course, leave posts. You know, be interactive with people. But you got to kind of like make sure people aren't just numbers out there. They're not just subscribers, people. Listen, bottom line is this. The fundamental thing you have to understand is that your audience is not just numbers on a subscriber. They're people. They're people. I see these, and I know beyond this. I never saw your faces directly. I don't know you personally, but on the other side, there are human beings out there, and you have to connect with them. You have to let them know that you acknowledge them, that you appreciate who they are. It's in how you connect with people. And of course, your message has to be good. It has to be something that they can resonate, something that they can listen to. They want to hear you. They want to know that they're informed by you. You're saying something good. You're saying something meaningful, something that they're going to get get something out of. And also they just need to like you. You see? These are just some of your clues. You need to get out there. Okay? Again, these are some of the little pointers I've got over the last, year or so. Okay. And again, too, if you have to, even watch some YouTube creators. There's a lot of tutorials out there. There's certain ones out there that teach you this stuff, that just tell you this stuff on how did I learn how to do the whole download the video? Like I just told you, those steps, I learned that from watching tutorials. Okay. And again, it's just a matter of being consistent on your videos too. Now, this is something that in the last couple of months I've gotten a little inconsistent myself. I mean, work had picked up over the summer, and but something I could learn a little bit, and just put out consistent videos, 2 a week, 3, whatever it is, and be consistent on the times you release them. So just stuff like that. You just have to understand that you have to be consistent with people and just be likable, and just make sure you have a good message out there. Okay, that's all. Hopefully, I made a difference to you, Evan Blaskin, whatever it might be. Tom, is it possible that you are a narcissist? Whoa! Oh yeah, I'm totally one. Can't you tell? Can't you tell? Oh yeah, completely. What gives you that idea? You think I'm full of myself? Hey, that's funny thing is, Ray, maybe I am, because I never get hungry anymore. Because I'm getting more and more full of myself. You know what I'm saying? So maybe I must be. Listen, I try to make, that's funny. Nobody's ever asked me, do they think I'm wild? Do I act like I'm full of myself? Do I act arrogant, like I'm better than everybody? Really? I hope I don't. If I'm giving that impression, I hope not. I'm just trying to Maybe it's because I'm so serious. I got a very serious look on my face. I don't know what it is. I hope I'm not one of those. I can't believe you asked me that, Ray. So, let's do a poll out there, chat. Do people think I'm a narcissist? Am I a narcissist? Leave that in the chat. And if you think I'm full of myself, and I think I got some kind of if I think I'm like way up here somewhere, and the world revolves around me. Wow, that's deep. I'm only kidding, people. I don't know. I never thought of myself like that. I always try to be humble. I try to think I'm a humble guy, but if I, Billy the Goat. Okay, I missed some of the. I'm missing some of these chats over here. Egotism on mold. Okay, yelling. He was yelling on stuffed cameras, saying we're in hell. We're doing an exorcism. I'm trying to catch up on you. LSD cures ego by giving people ego death, putting many into psychosis. Yeah, that was the philosophy of what? Timothy Leary? Timothy Leary's dead. No, he's outside looking in. Oh, sorry. I couldn't help myself. Yeah, Moody Blues. Okay. Hey, Tom, how do you get your channel started up? Okay, got that. Evan's philosophy. Only have a few minutes ago walked into witchcraft. Okay. Invested. Upload frequently. Darius, here we go. Darius, it's all time invested, Evan. Upload frequently. Frequently, that's right. Shorts on the ball. Rolling. Growth is slow, but consistently is crucial. Yeah, hey, do a lot of shorts too. If you do shorts, you'll get subscribers. That's where you get them. If you got a good message in 3 minutes, you talk a little bit about it. That's going to get yourself out there. That's going to draw people in. You're going to reach a bigger audience, especially with shorts. That's another one that you're right, Darius. And I put out hundreds of them. That's one of the things I do. I did a lot of shorts, and then of course I did my long videos too. But I always tried to just be creative with my own shorts, and I just talk about stuff. So there you go. But anyway, so Ray, about me being a narcissist, man, I hope not. I hope I'm not giving anybody that impression. I try to be as humble as possible. And but being that I have a very seriousness about me, sometimes I look like that. Tom, you wear those glasses with the fake nose and mustache so you look more approachable. Wow. Whoa, it's hey, I like this. I like this. All right, I'm getting some guff here. I feel like I'm back in I feel like yeah, my brothers prepared me for all this. I had 4 older brothers that made sure they prepared me for guys like you out there, you know what I mean? So, all right. Okay, don't get frustrated if you're speaking to an empty chat. Be yourself, plan ahead, and do what you want to talk about and have the comfort to talk, etc. Hey, see, Darius, listen, Darius has got some good advice for you about a channel. He's got his own channel too, by the way, Darius Creations, and he's the evil genius over there. He's like the mad scientist. He's got all these different inventions that are cool. Yeah, he's got all these interesting stuff. I actually am subscribed to Darius as well. I have him as a subscriber. All right. So, okay, I'm just catching up on all the chats over here. Yeah, Tom, I got stuck up the other day too. No. Do you stop JoJo's? Do you watch JoJo's, Tom? Oh, wearing those glasses with a fake nose and mustache to look more approachable. Yeah. Hey, there was this one time I was working with this guy, right? He had like a big nose, and he had he had a mustache. He had a big nose naturally, but he had those dark glasses, right? Those black framed glasses, right? And there was another guy working in the shop, and he says to him literally, he says, "Hey, Ron, when you take off your glasses, does your nose and mustache come off with it?" And I looked at it. It struck me so funny. I just started laughing out loud, like right there in the shop when he said it. Oh my gosh, it was one of the more funny things that guy ever said to me. You know, but he did. But then it dawned on me. He looked like he naturally had that look. The nose and the glasses. So, but it was just funny the way he said this should all come off together. I think you are an actor. Oh, Frog Pond School. I think you are an actor that can play many parts. Oh, okay. Well, thanks. Hey, that means a lot. So you're studying people out there, Rand. You see that. I know. I could have been. I could have had class. I could have been a contender. I could have been an actor. I could have been that guy in the movies. But instead, I'm over here. I'm here on YouTube, and I'm just nothing but a bum over here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you mean like that? I don't know. Marlon Brando, where has he ever been? uh, I know I could have been that guy. I think my ship for talent just it passed me by. You know what I mean? I just ended up a regular guy here. But hey, I got a YouTube channel, so I figure I gotta bring it out here somehow. You know what I'm saying? That's all. But I appreciate that. So an actor that can play many parts, the face for radio and a voice for a face for radio and a voice for the newspaper. Oh man. Oh, there you go. There you go. My inner child is showing. Yeah, I could tell. That's funny right there. Oh, something's going on over there. Genesis. Okay, Justin, just because you are smarter than everyone doesn't mean you're a narcissist, LOL. Oh, all right. No, of course not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm smarter than anybody else. I think, yeah, I don't know. But then again, he just says like an actor or something like that. I'm just being myself though too. I just throw a lot of these different characters out there sometimes. I think that's just who I am. Again, I think that's how the chameleon in me developed too. I think I've just the impressions. Like I always had those natural impressions. People just blurt it out like that. Like the chameleon almost. That's just a strange manifestation of how that can develop in an individual afflicted with this rare type of personality, I guess you could say. Think about it. You know what I'm saying? So, that's a depth of a personality is the fact that they, how many different multiple facets of a person, usually we get many different ones, Oh, yeah. My inner child is showing. Okay. All right. Well, you might want to cover it up then, There you go. Yeah. But no, I know. I think sometimes I think Ray likes to test me a little bit. I think a lot of times he throws that little needle in there just wants to see my reaction because he's studying me. He's studying us. And he throws these little jabs, these little comments in there just to see how I'm going to react. Wants to see if I'm going to get angry. Am I going to get sad, defensive, or is he going to laugh it off? What's he going to do? Well, I don't know. I think that's all part of his. I know. He says he's on here trying to study people. I think that's what he's trying to do right now, right? So, well, like I said, I don't know. Just hopefully I don't come across that way, All right, I need a drink over here. Maybe I'm gonna pour me a stiff drink after all the abuse I've been taking here in the last few minutes. You're gonna drive me to drinking. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh. There we go. All right. It's definitely study. No, I figured that. Yeah, like I said, he studies people. He studies human nature. He's studying us all, right? So maybe I'm one of those interesting case studies over there, in the mind of, yeah. Yeah, remember Rod Serling? It's a mention of mind, He always had that kind of look. He was always, he always had that great vocabulary, you know. So, yeah, it's definitely study, like I said. But okay, so we got a lot of different comments going on out there. Yeah, we definitely had a lot of different. Let me see. This is quite a chat going on. I do notice that the chat seems to get more and more entailed at some point, and it goes up quite a bit. It's been going up quite a bit here lately. Okay, I'm just re-scrolling up the chat. Yeah. Yeah, okay, excuse me. I should start talking. Not too much dead air. People don't typically like dead air. So just talk, you know? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Sometimes he used to go bzz, bzz, bzz. He used to do little things just to never ever be quiet. If you remember, Rush Limbaugh did that stuff. Yeah. The late Rush Limbaugh, that is. Yeah, the Excellence in Broadcast, the EIB Network, with half my brain tied behind my back, just to make it fair. Yeah, people thought he was a narcissist just because he was so confident. People called him arrogant all the time, too, you know? Yeah, they did, because it was just the way he delivered, the way he had a certain image about him. I know he was all political. He was a conservative political analysis and things like that, but he did exude a certain level of, because he had a good vocabulary and he pronounced every word. I don't know, a lot of people called him arrogant and stuff, and he did seem that way a little bit. Now that you think of it, hopefully it's not coming across that way. But so I watched the Twilight Zone every New Year for years. Oh, Darius, you're a Twilight Zone guy. Well, you're about my age. We're roughly around the same age now, you know. And so is now Ray Frogpond. I believe he's like. I think Ray told me he's in our age group. I think he's older than me. Ray, I believe he told me he's 70 or 72, I believe. Ray talked to me about that. But yeah, I used to watch the reruns of that all the time. In fact, I got the whole box collection. I got all the CDs with all the episodes. I had a few favorite ones, you know. I mean, some were really great, you know, like To Serve Man. You know, remember that one? That was the one where, yeah, To Serve Man, it's a cookbook. that was the twist at the end. You know what I mean? that one always just got me right there. You know, just like it was a cookbook. But well, anyway, I kind of lost track a little bit here. Hey, somebody want to put me on track? Throw me a rabbit hole? You know, I like to ask people to, you know, sometimes you ask people to throw you a bone. I ask you to lead me down a rabbit hole, you know? Give me something to chew on. Give me something to jump into, all right? One of those old rabbit holes, you know? So, you know, like I said, all you do is ask me a question, you know, get me understand. Okay, well, Frog Pond, what do you got? Ha ha. Now you're getting it. It's obvious you do not understand the depth of my love. That's okay. I didn't expect you at. Oh, that's the depth of love. Okay. I think. Okay, is that what that is? Well, thanks a lot, Ray. I appreciate that. Listen, I know you mean no hard feelings. That's what sometimes I hear you say this and it throws me off. I'm like, I think your heart is good. I know that. I could tell because you stick around and you ask a lot of deep questions. And you always are kind of right on task with things like that. And so when you ask me, do you think I'm a narcissist? I'm like, what does that mean? So I was trying to figure out what he meant by that. So that's all. But again, I just teachers and students, which is which? And who is who? Is who is who? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I think a teacher that, hey, listen, teachers were students once, but students were never teachers, you know? Well, they will be someday. I guess it all depends on the level you are, right? Teachers and students, which is first? Which is which? Hey, listen, I think everybody can learn a little something from everybody in the world. I mean, even even somebody that is an educator or a professor or somebody in a higher learning learns a little bits about human nature from their students every day and just their interactions. At least the good teachers should. Good teachers will be like that, and they're probably humble enough to just learn little things. Maybe not necessarily academic things, just things about their curriculum, but just little things about how to deal with people, how to deal with the students, and how to make sure that they're having that what they're being taught or what they're being, is taken right. How to relate with their own students. And I think a good teacher. Now, Darius, you're a teacher. You told me if you were a teacher, or maybe you still are, but good teachers learn from their students, but just on the openness of who they are, because they just want to know that they're doing the right thing, that their influence is being absorbed by the student. Let's say, okay, in a good way. So, well, I learned a lot from my students. I'm sure you did. I would have been interesting. Listen, Darius, just from some of the stuff we've talked about over the past months, almost a year now. I don't know, whenever you came into the picture here, Darius, and we've talked about, and I still remember the ones about the circle of life and the big runaround about physics. And you had a different. I still remember that whole thing we had, but it was getting kind of. It got kind of like almost like a fight, like an argument. Me and Darius had with text, that is, because of something that I had. It was one of my videos. It was the circles of life, and but it came down to that. But we had to have I think we had we ended up with having a mutual respect that for each other at the bottom line. I've told that story before. That's what it was. I didn't see it that way. Oh, you didn't think of it? It wasn't quite an argument then. I think I was, well, it was just how about a disagreement? Maybe argument was too strong. We had a little bit of a difference in opinion. How about that? But it did go on for a little bit. It was a technicality. Okay, that was more like it. Okay, it wasn't an argument. We'll go with that. We just had a difference of an opinion. And I just had to come out and say that my teaching was, maybe it was the way I was explaining it was not as precise, but it was close. We just had our chat. We just had to chat our thoughts out. No, that's all it was. Okay, that's what it was. I think basically it was about the whole thing of, I think I was trying to just describe the circles of life. I mean, starting from you see, one time it just kind of came to me in my own mind, like something was being shown to me one day. And it was back when I was probably in my late 20s, maybe early 30s. It felt like one day I was having all these things revealed to me. And it seemed like it was like God was teaching me something. And I swear, I still think God reveals, I've told you this before, is that God will reveal his creation. Go figure, Darius' creation. God will reveal his creation to us in the best way we know how to understand it. He wants nothing more than to show us his creation. Now, he showed me, in a sense, the universe, the way he constructed it, how everything was circular, starting from the atoms, the molecules, in the way they circled around the atom, the way it was, and how it mirrored a solar system. How, in a sense, the orbitals around the sun were somehow relatable to the molecule. Okay, and how it expanded out to a galaxy, and a galaxy being in a bigger circular arm. Remember, I told you about everything is like circular. The whole idea of the stillness is in the middle, is in the center, and everything is circular, and everything spans out that way. And it seemed like it all made sense if you look at it, and that's the physical world. That is the outer mechanism of space, of the universe in itself. But my point was I was saying it basically in a way of how it was revealed to me, how I saw it, how it just was revealed. Now, Darius, he said that, it was more in a scientific way, in a study way, like it was an academic way. And he had some very good points about it. I think some of my descriptions and some of my terms and things like that weren't exact, but the principle behind it, I think we agreed on. I think it was just trying to come up with the principle. Maybe at that point, Darius, maybe you never looked at it the way I was trying to explain it, but you did understand that everything was circular in that way and how it all spanned out from that. And it was all relative, how it all seemed to, they all seemed to interconnect in some way. The pen is mighty. Okay, what do we got here? I said it to Tom once. Beware the words of anger of an angry poet freaked him out for months. I don't know if it. Wait a minute. I don't know if I wasn't freaked out for months. That's a little bit of a stretch there, Ray. Come on. I would say you said something about never criticize a poet or something like that. You said that on one of your comments on one of a video, and I said, oh, I made a comment. That was only a couple weeks ago. It wasn't months ago. The pen is mighty. Yeah, that's exactly it. But if you want to say it freaked me out, I mean, you could say that if you want. I'm really getting some good resins from you guys tonight. That's good. Whisper words of wisdom. All right. I can whisper them. Yeah, I'm like kidding. Okay. Hey, if you don't mind, people, I want to check the value of my phone battery right now because it's actually running this microphone I'm talking into right here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn things around here. Hold on. Just got to look and say, where are we? Hey, see, look at that. There's me right there. Hey, check that out, huh? Orientation. Yeah, that's me watching me on my own screen. And what do we have for percentage over here? 60 something percent. Okay, I got more than 50% on the battery life. I just have to keep a tab on that sometime. So do forgive me for that, people. I just had to make sure that the battery was going to be okay for a short amount of time here, long enough time. Hi, Mom. Billy the Goat. Oh, cool. We're on TV, guys. Hey, there you go. What's TV, guys? What's that all about? YouTube Insights. Do you know about Jesus Christ? Well, yes, I do. Yes, I sometimes talk about Jesus here. I mean, listen, I don't typically preach like a lot of like religion and things like that, but I do believe, in fact, I spread some of the Lord's wisdom here every so often. I mean, I quote things from the Bible. Again, I don't make that the focal point of the show, but yes, of course. But that's good that you're asking me. Hi, Mom. Darius, LOL. Were you Burt Reynolds' stunt double? Burt Reynolds. Gosh. John Delamond. No, my brother Jim was. In fact, my brother Jimmy, my brother Jimmy passed away almost 37 years ago next month. No, in October. And yeah, he looked just like Burt Reynolds. You know, he had that look about him. He had darker hair. He was way, way better looking than I am. And he had the mustache, very black hair, and he looked like Burt Reynolds. In fact, people said that. It's unfortunate he died when he was 31 years old, you know. Tore my family apart, but yeah. But, you know, people have asked me that before, you know. But, but anyway, that's what I mean. Sometimes I get these questions out here. We definitely get the diversity on here on the vertical chat. There's no doubt about that, right? Okay. All right. So we got 12 people watching right now. Now, okay, I'm just going to backtrack here a little bit. And let's see. Okay, where are we? Yeah, I'm just trying to check out some things up here. Check out just briefly. Now, listen. I try to acknowledge everybody, and if I didn't comment on something that you posted here, it doesn't mean that I'm ignoring you. It means I might have just overlooked it, but it's definitely not personal, anybody. So, But as far as, like I said, that kind of brought me back to the whole idea of what I was discovering just the other day about the when I told you about the about the spider web. I told you that whole story. If anybody heard that story, that taught me so much about the circular orb web spider and how it's just imprinted to build that spider and find that center, and that's where it sits in that web. And little things like that inspire my way of thinking, and so much things span from that. I start thinking and contemplating about how nature teaches me in that way. And it's always been like that. It's almost like I can't remember when I started. I was a kid. And it just seems like I always compared like the universe, to, not just the universe, but nature to our spirit, to what goes on. And basically how we compare human nature, our own human nature and our spiritual human nature, because we're a living embodiment. We are a whole manifestation spiritually of what nature and physics and science is in the tangible world. Hi, I just got back. Oh, Evans, you must have went to stop for dinner or something like that, huh? Tom, what cartoon character do you relate to the most? Let's see. I'm gonna think. I'm gonna think about that now, son. There's several cartoon characters I really relate to. I mean, but you do remember that Looney Tunes show there, Foghorn Leg. I say Foghorn Leghorn. Look at me when I'm talking to your son there. I mean, yeah, I'd say I used to love that character right there. He he had the best personality. I don't know if I relate to him, but I just like the way he just was. He just had his personality was great. I said, hey, that boy, he's about as sharp as a cue ball. He'd make these cracks in these comments. He always thought he was funny. But he was. Hey, Tom, do you have any Joro spiders up there? They make zigzag webs. They are yellow and black. Oh, those are the garter spiders. We call those garter spiders. Yes. I see them every so often. I remember being a kid. They're an orb web spider. You're absolutely right, Peace. But and they're large. They're big, and but they have yellow and black, and they make that zigzag underneath their web. That's one of their signatures. Yes. As a kid, I remember seeing them. In fact, that's where I used to, as a kid in Lynn, Mass. There was some of those behind the cemetery wall. I used to see them back there, bunches of them. Matter of fact, and I used to watch them, and I still remember that zigzag. Yeah, you call them Joro spiders. We call them garter spiders up here. That's what I've always thought they were named, garter or garden or guard. I think garden spiders or something. But yes, they're very big. But they're just they're an orb web. How many times when I was a kid, what I used to do, again, I used to always watch spiders and bugs and things. I used to overturn rocks, look under the rocks and things. Sometimes I'd take a fly, a little bug, and I would toss it in the web, just to watch the spider grab it and bite it and wrap it up, and then it would just kind of make a mummy out of the thing. And sometimes it would eat it right then. Or sometimes if it was full, if he had enough to eat, he'd just leave that thing in his web. He would, it'd be like a kind of a boxed lunch, I guess you could say. He'd wrap that thing up, keep it in the web until he was ready to eat again, I suppose. Yeah. So, hey, kind of like wrapping up a sandwich for lunch. Yeah, spiders did that in their own way too, didn't they? So we have again, there's a name out there, Sep. Sep looks Russian. Hey, what are you up to? Hello, what's interesting you have there? Okay, or spider. Oh, we're just talking a little bit about everything. Hey, primarily we talk a lot about psychology and about personality types, MBTI types. Primarily, that's the fundamental nucleus of the show. But we talk a little bit about other stuff too. Things that pertain to the INFJ personality. That's what we talk about mainly. So if you have any questions about about whatever. If you have any questions about your mind, anything troubling you, anything's bugging you, anything about or just anything that you want to talk about, yeah, you can ask a question, and we'll figure out if it's something we want to talk about here. Okay. Tom, how old are you? Evan's philosophy. So Evan, let me ask you this, Blaiskin. Evan, how old do you think I am? I'm just curious. I know you just turned 18. I know that. You said you, but what do you think? You got to guess? If you were to guess, how old is this guy? Just curious. Jesus for life. How are you? It's got some new. Can I be mod? Sure. You want to ask a question? Jesus for life, CR8. I'm going to guess around 60. Well, you did pretty well, actually. Actually, I think you said around 60, so I look 1 year younger than I really am. I'm 61. Well, that was a very good guess. So that's good. I guess I'm starting to look my age then, huh? I don't know. What did you say? I'm mod on on many other channels. Oh, okay. Don't know what that means. What is mod? Is that an acronym for something? Or does that mean modern? What does that mean, mod? Was that like the Mod Squad from the 70s? Remember that show, the Mod Squad? We had back in the 1970s. They were kind of like these cops, undercover cops or something like that. They called them the Mod Squad, yeah. Look, cat in hat behind you. The cat in the hat behind me. No, that's my knight. That's Mr. Knight back there. And he's holding the American flag. That is my antique knight back there. Oh, they mean moderator. Oh, moderator. Okay, thank you, peace. Yeah, that I'm just kind of steering back in over there. No, that's Mr. Knight. He guards. He's the guardian of me. As you can see, he's watching my back right now, and he's trying to keep my my image a little patriotic. Kind of a good way of telling you where I'm from and what country I represent. But then again, this really thick Boston accent I have right here ought to tell you enough about where I'm from, right? You would think that's a giveaway anyway, right? So, because I saw you don't have any mods. No, is that unusual? I should have mods, huh? I should have a moderator. Yeah, I'm not collaborating with anybody right now. I'm kind of a one-man operation right now. I just do. Yeah, the soldiers keep trolling away. Yeah, I see that too. What's up? What's up, man? Best regards from Poland. Hey, look at that. We got somebody from Poland over there, huh? All right. All right. Don't anybody crack any Polish jokes. I know you're getting a lot of those. We're not doing that around here, okay? You probably heard enough of those, right? I'm sorry about that. Hi, first time here. When did you discover you're an INFJ? The first time I discovered it was about 4 years ago now. Matter of fact, the way I discovered I was INFJ was right here on YouTube. I was led to an algorithm. Actually, in my feed, I don't know what it was that I must have typed something in before that, but I was led to a video. It was a Wen's video. And Wen's was talking about, it was a video. In fact, it was something about why INFJs are like being on drugs. Like when you're hanging around with an INFJ, it's like, why they're like being on drugs. She was trying to basically say that the way our mind works, and compared to a lot of other personality types, our mind is almost like the way your mind is accelerated on certain drug trips. Especially maybe even hallucinogenics. Like maybe like we act like we're stoned, but we're not stoned. It's just the way our mind processes, the way our mind works. And she was trying to compare that. That's what it's like, being on drugs in a sense with an INFJ. And I remember thinking it resonated with me. That particular video, I was listening to it, and as she was talking, it just seemed to make sense. I thought, wow, I kind of understand what she's saying. It's like, that's an interesting thing. What is this thing, INFJ? What does that mean? And then I didn't even know what that was. And then I watched another of her videos, and it seemed to resonate with me. And then I started asking questions. I'm like, what is that? So then I started watching other content creators. I was being steered into them, or I was actually seeking them out because I was looking at more INFJ videos. And of course, your algorithm steers you into different creators. Then I started watching different INFJ videos, like bunches of them, and they all seem to tell my story. They all seem to just resonate with me, and just all the stereotypical qualities that we have about our racing mind, our confusing mind, our sadness, our emptiness that we go through, our isolation yet our reaching. Now we've had a difficult life. INFJs have a uniquely personal, difficult life in spiritually, individually, and they keep it to themselves. I never really said much. I never told people. But yeah, we do. We've always had kind of a difficult existence just being INFJ, and it all resonated with me. So it was being explained that way, all these different videos. And so so eventually I just realized that I was, I think that's what it was. I figured I was an INFJ, and then I seemed to relate to it, but I still questioned it for many, many months, almost 2 years. I never took a test. I questioned it. I always just questioned it. And, but I always seemed to gravitate. Now, and then I started watching all the other different types that were close, like the other introverted intuitive types, just to narrow it down. I said, well, maybe I'm an INFP or INTJ, or I mean, all the ones that were close, but they didn't seem to align with me. They weren't quite me. They weren't quite me. And but the one that seemed to have that most in common was the INFJ. And then I'm finding out they're the rarest. And then I thought, whoa, the rarity, that's threw me off, especially, was saying that, there's like 1 to 3%, and it's even rarer in the men. The male is more rare than the female INFJ. There's more women INFJ. So that threw me off. I thought, there's no way. How could I be that rare? But it seemed to, it aligned with me. I finally took a couple of tests. I found some tests, and sure enough, came up INFJ. One was an INTJ, but I kind of ruled that out. And then there was a couple more INFJs. So, but that's when I found that out. So I would imagine. So it was right here on YouTube. So again, that's one of the reasons I started the channel. I wanted something that I had a good niche on and good understanding about. And I thought. But I also thought to myself, if it helped me. Now listen, it didn't cure me. It didn't solve all my world problems, all my issues. It didn't solve all that. But what it did was it gave me a massive, huge understanding of who I was. It gave me something to look at. It gave me at least like an owner's manual to my mind. And it gave me a good depth of it, something to look at. And it also made me think to myself, okay, maybe it's a rare, but there's other people out there that think like this. And I didn't realize it was an actual personality type. I had no idea. I thought it was just me. I thought I was just this, I mean, hard to describe. Sometimes I thought maybe I thought I had a touch of autism. I thought I don't feel totally autistic. I don't feel like Rain Man, but I felt like my mind went there sometimes, where I thought my mind got very, it had a way of just getting very deep into certain areas very quickly. And I thought I had a touch of autistic something, but I didn't have the whole thing. I didn't have all of it. So I thought, well, I'm functioning. I feel like I function. I feel like I'm okay. I haven't questioned whether or not I was even like slightly mentally ill. Like maybe I have a slight mental illness, like not a full-fledged one. But then it got me to thinking to myself, I realize mental illness, sometimes people, when they're mental ill, they have hallucinations, they hear voices. I mean, I'd always talk to myself. That was another thing I think INFJs tend to have. We talk out loud. Sometimes I think that's something we all do. And I think people, when you're talking to yourself, that's a sign of mental illness. That's a stereotype. But turns out that's an INFJ thing too. So all these things, all the pieces started falling into place for me. Okay. And, but that was an interesting question, but that was basically it. I've been asked that before, but I would think that's what we all had. And that's basically what we all did. Hey, Tom, from from what you have talked so far, what type do you think I am? I know you had went on to that. Okay, I'm going to talk about Evan's philosophy. He's asking me. He wants to see if I understand his type based on just me knowing him. I'm going to say you're definitely an introverted, intuitive type. I mean, I see because you're. I know you're a thinker and you like to think and you ponder, but you ask a lot of internal questions about yourself. Even like that, it's like you ask a lot of questions directed at who you are. Okay, so I think you have a either a dominant or a second dominant. What do you call that? Introverted feeling. Is that what it is? You have an introverted feeling, which is like dominant. So I don't know that you're not like reaching out. You're reaching in a lot, asking questions about yourself a lot. But I think you also ask questions about what you see around you. When you see the world for what it is, you see you see the deception, you see the facade of the world from your videos for what you're talking about. I mean, maybe introverted. I think you do a lot of thinking. Sounds like you spend a lot of time, but you do have friends sometimes. Sounds like you do talk about people sometimes. So you have some connection with people. You do talk about other people. But I mean, I think we all do. But maybe you're IN INTP, maybe. I mean, in other words, are you testing me? Did you take a test? I think I remember you telling me you were questioning whether or not you were actually INFJ. You didn't think so, but I think you narrowed it down once, and I can't remember. But I do remember thinking that you're always wanting to ask questions about you want to understand yourself more than anything. Yes, INFP. You have a dominant FI. See, that's one of the conclusions I've came about you. Yeah, you always seem to want to know about yourself. You're always asking what other people think about what they think of you. You're always like that question you just asked, and you do that quite a bit. You're always asking that. So, but that's what it is. INFP then. Okay. So that's very close, but your alignments, but you don't have your first function is not introverted intuition. I mean, I'm sure you have that somewhere, but it's not your dominant function. Not like INFJs. But yeah, you have a dominant FI. I did know that. That was apparent, right? So, Evan, do you think that's mine? INFPs have introverted feeling and extroverted intuition. Extroverted intuition. Well, a lot of times I mean, even from my videos, a lot of times I think you are trying to. I think extroverted intuition a lot of times is you're looking outward at other people. I mean, a lot of times introverted intuition is when you're inside, you're always thinking inward, and introverted thinking. That's the way INFs and INTJs work. But extroverted intuition is just that. You're reaching out. You're trying to see within others, trying to you're pondering what they're doing. That's probably your big perception of seeing other people for. You see their phoniness. You said you even see some of their hypocrisy and how they're not genuine. Yeah, because your intuition is seeing other people and how they are. Yeah, that would seem to make sense. That you have that extroverted, but still you're an introvert. You probably spend a lot of time alone. I'm sure you have enough alone time, and you probably have your amount of that. You do a lot of internal thinking. But yeah, you're not quite exactly built the same as INFJ, but I would think so. It seems to make sense because just the way you talk and the way you look at things, yeah, you're trying to figure out other people, or you're trying to just see them, and that's what that is. So, Billy the Goat, if INFP, then TE is number 4, inferior. So extroverted thinking. There you go, Billy the Goat. He's studied his MBTI. See, this is why I like to have different ones that have different perspectives. It's almost like having the cabinet. You know, the president has a cabinet, and he's got the Treasury Department, the one that handle the money, the Department of Defense, the Secretary of Labor, Secretary of Homeland Security. You know, there's different ones that have different expertise. I feel like some of you out there you have certain expertises, and you weigh in on your expertise. That's kind of cool, right? Any any looks for possibilities, not people focused. That's TE. Well, he's saying that he's okay. Is that what that is, Billy Goat? Did I not quite say it right then? So extroverted intuition looks for possibilities, not people focused. That's TE. So his people focus is still what? That's still inferior. That's still on his first four then? That's extroverted thinking. That's what that is? Okay. All right. So maybe I didn't quite explain that right then. Maybe I'm glad. Okay, well, Billy the Goat, if I didn't quite say it right, I'm glad you kind of set me straight on that. Yeah, I could see TE maybe being inferior for me. I think I definitely use a lot of logic compared to the stereotype, but yeah, I'm horrible at executing things. Oh, okay. Horrible at executing things. So you can't get things going or motivated to actually make things happen then, huh? Okay. Not only... excuse me. Wait a minute. Had a little bit of something in there. Just something had to get in there. Yeah, I would think so. But you seem to ask a lot of questions about your inside, though. So, but I mean, according to your questions, I can see that you got a certain depth about you. But yeah, it's definitely different. It's again, that's why I usually say that all four introverted intuitive types have some similarities, but there's variations to their similarities. I mean, they have the I in first, but it doesn't necessarily mean that only two of them have a dominant introverted intuition. The other two, they're not quite as dominant with the introverted, but they still need their alone time. They're still intuitive, and it's just in a different order, which makes it kind of a little bit, it varies. Happy Pride Month. I think we're beyond Pride Month. Yeah. Yeah, this is what you call August. It's American Pride Month. We are proud of this fine country. Okay. Oh, I just opened up a can of whoop ass for somebody. Somebody's gonna get on. So I already know what I'm gonna get nailed for that one. Intuition is generally about pattern recognition, pattern understanding, looking into the future, abstract. Yeah, that's our main function. Yeah, Billy the Goat, absolutely. Let's see, horrible at executing. That could be the drawback of NE. It's constantly trying to find other options, where NI narrows down on a singular idea and executes. Wow. Good gosh, Billy. Yeah. You've got a different way of you really you put it right down into like the nuts and bolts as to I mean, I could tell you really studied up on this stuff here. That's why I like you around here, Billy. I mean, we've had a talk one time, and you baffled me. You actually impressed the heck out of me with your intellect. Very smart guy, this guy, Billy. Yes. So NE has a motto of "What if?" Great for brainstorming. NE. That's introverted. That's extroverted intuition. What if? Okay. Great for brainstorming. That's the motto. What if? Quicksilver. I believe I've seen that name before. What is the meaning of need? Don't say that. Come on. All right. Okay, listen. Remember, people are asking me, where's my moderators, okay? Well, guess what? If I have to, I can do little things myself, okay? I mean, I guess I can be my own moderator at times when now that was just that was hitting a little below the belt. I'm glad I kind of caught myself on that. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, now that's good that we definitely. Tom, what's your opinion about Pride Month? I don't think I want to comment on that right now. I mean, my opinion may not be, it might not be, it might not align with the woke ideology. It really might not be. So I don't want to say so. Let's just say, I mean, I don't know. Okay. Okay. Personality. It's funny. The Myers-Briggs ladies were so important to the creation of the MBTI. Not enough people talk about them. No, you talk about them quite a bit, Jethro. You brought them up more than once. Yeah, I know you like to make sure you've given them credit more than once. You do. You do. I remember you talking about them. I mean, just because we don't necessarily always like give credit and just talk about Myers-Briggs ladies, like we have to keep bringing up their name, like as in ladies. We don't have to keep bringing we say MBTI. I mean, it's just enough of a credit to know that it's been developed. So, I mean, if we're just to go ahead and acknowledge that, but sorry if that was inappropriate. Not that it was an inappropriate. Listen, it's just my opinion. My opinion here on this channel might not necessarily be. Okay, I shouldn't say more than that. So, Evan, if this is the case for you, then using some SI will help you balance your NE and get you closer to executing. Oh, there you go. So, Vamp, Peace 25. I know that you have dyslexia, and definitely more than what other people. Okay. Vamp, that's a very interesting question. Now, dyslexia, isn't that where you put things backwards? Where you're always, like your brain works almost like in reverse? Like you say things out of order. Like my mom used to do that all the time. She used to say, my mother she told me she had dyslexia. And she used to say things like, one time I think we laughed at my mom because she was itching under her arms, and she had an itch and she was itching under her arms. And one of my brothers said, "Mom, what are you doing?" And she said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I have itchy impits." Meaning she was trying to say itchy armpits. But she said inchy impits. And of course, so all us brothers were laughing. We were kids at the time. And so, of course, those things stuck. And of course, like kids are kids. Ha, 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 itchy impits. Ha, ha, Mom said itchy impits. But she used to say little things like that all the time. This was where she got things backwards. And just little phrases like that just got tangled up. And she said that was a form of dyslexia. Is that what we're talking about? Tom, yes, the question I asked. Yes, Tom, that's the question. Oh, I see. Oh, did I miss a question then? Again, listen, I'm going to go back to the original. I don't want to leave you out there. Maybe if I did. Okay. Do you think INFJs are dyslexic? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry I missed that question, Peace. If I was to say, like I said, my mom always did that constantly. I mean, these are little things, and that's how I learned about what it was. Now, listen, I told you, I think my mom was INFJ. I'm pretty well convinced that I got a lot of her influence, not just her physical, her raising me influence, but hey, whether or not it was her genes as well. Okay. But she did that stuff, little things. She always did these little tongue twisters, like I said, the itchy impits. It's instead of the itchy armpits. I mean, she got it like just even syllables mixed up with the other word in front of it or back. So she would mix up the syllables, not just the whole word. And she did that all the time. I mean, that's the one example I remember. And of course, that was one of those in-jokes me and my brothers used to laugh about for years after. We used to that was one of those things that, we were just kids. I mean, I was probably, I can't remember, 5 or 6 years old, maybe younger. My brother's a little bit older, but cracking up because she said that. Itchy impets, ratchet. You see what I mean? So, and if, again, I think that's a good possibility. Okay, let me see. Yes, Yoda. Oh, like Yoda. Yeah, he definitely had that. Yeah. The force, you are strong, you are. Yeah, he did stuff like that. But like I said, the way my mom did it was she broke down syllables and mixed them up with the other words, you know. And there's a few other examples. I just can't think of all of them. But it's like we're speaking a different language. Yeah, yeah. We struggle to come up with words and we mix them up. Yes, yes, I can see that. Now, occasionally, I think typically though, I think INFJs, I think typically they have a very good vocabulary. They have an excellent vocabulary only because they have a very vast mind and they do a lot of thinking, and also they keep their ears open. They seem to have a good masterful command of the language that they are native to. I would say English language but it's common to anybody out there in whatever language you speak, and you are the master of your linguistics. But occasionally, though, even I know sometimes I stuttered a lot. I think I stuttered less now that I do all these lives and I get so much practice talking. I've noticed that I've changed. If you look at some of my live broadcasts from a year ago, I stuttered more. I paused more. And I think I even mispronounced things more. And I tried to say it was because I went through many years I didn't talk to people, or very many people. It wasn't until I got this channel and started doing lives and started doing broadcasts that I started actually coming out a little bit of my shell, that is, and started actually communicating here on this platform. So I think it was all good for that. And I'm a good mod. Okay. Please, I'm a mod on 5 other channels. I would oh, somebody's asking me to be a mod. How do I, oh, is that a way? Why is that so important to be a moderator out there? Yes, Vamp, that's very exact. What are we talking about? Okay, Vamp, that's even knowing the word on the tip of my tongue, but you can't say it. Occasionally I do that too. Occasionally. I don't think I get things too backwards, but sometimes I feel like my mind has already got the whole sentence and the paragraph. What I want to say is right here. Now I have to bring it into the language. I got to put it into my mouth, put it through my language, my speech. But I've already got it all up here, what I want to say, and I know exactly what. And then you got to put it in here. Then it's like, so you're kind of going backwards, retroactive, and then things get jumbled up because you're trying to get your point across. What I started doing was just like I had to slow myself down. Sometimes I'd start getting tongue-tied a little bit. In fact, I even tell myself I stop and I was like, slow down, just explain it. And then all I could do was I had to start learning to explain it and slow down a little bit. Yeah, go ahead, go figure, slow down. Yeah, but I think that's the only way I could remedy it. And even then, sometimes I still leave little things out. I was like, oh, I forgot to say that. I left that little part out, what I was going to say, It's for fun and just gives me stuff to do. I hate trolls. Oh, okay, I get that. All right, no, that's fine. I tell you what, if I got to know somebody, there's a few people that have been here for many, many months that are regulars to this broadcast. If I saw you on a regular basis and got to know you, let's say Jesus for life, okay, that's your name. If I would have to get familiar with somebody, get to know somebody that I could trust them to do something like that. But there's a few out here that I probably would hand that over to, but that would have to be. I would have to think about that, but yeah, it would have to be somebody I trust. All right. So, but that's my answer. But I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I'd have to get to trust somebody. You seem a little too eager to do that. That's all. Evan's philosophy. What about me, Tom? What do you mean as far as what about me, Tom? I mean, as far as being a mod? Being a mod is responsibility. Yes, with great powers takes great responsibility. My iPad is almost dead. I don't even know how that works. How do you make somebody a moderator? Is there's a couple buttons to push? You'd have to link them in, and they'd sit there and they'd filter out the people. I mean, listen. There's a few people I would trust out there. Some of the regulars, like I said, I would trust you, but I guess I never gave it a lot of thought. That's all. Usually, I don't. It's usually these verticals. I especially need a moderator on this format right here. It does seem like that. My iPad is almost dead. All right. Well, you might want to plug your iPad in if you can plug it in there. But I tell you, if you really want to do that, like I said, if I was to get to know, if you would attend a few more lives consistently, like some of these other fine people out there, my breakfast club, as you might call them, and you know who you are. Yeah, I would have to say that'd be the ones I'd trust first, though. I honestly have to say that, really. Billy the Goat, move your mouse to the right of the user's names. Okay. All right. I think if you want to stop scammers, just do your part of reporting them. Yeah, I did cut one or two of them out. Yes, the Breakfast Club. Well, yeah, I told you the meaning of that last week. Yeah. Matter of fact, the funny thing is, last week, you know what I did after we got done with the live? I went on YouTube here and I started looking at little like bits of the movie, like just tidbits of the movie, just to get refreshed on that. And toward the end of that movie, they were all the best friends, but they were all such misfit friends. Like you had the big nerdy kid was friends with the school diva, remember Molly Ringwald? Remember they had a whole discussion as like, would she admit that they were friends? They had a whole talk of, yeah, I'm just, would you ever admit to your friends that we're friends now? Or would you just turn your back and ignore me? You know what I mean? They had a big discussion about how loyal they'd be to each other. And I think the Molly Ringwald was the one that kept saying, well, if I was with my friends, I'd have to pretend I didn't know you. And then they all got like kind of like, well, you're not a real friend if you're going to be like that kind of thing. And they had to work that whole thing out. And I thought, man, that was deep. How they actually became very good friends. I thought, I forgot about that part, Okay, so let's try something. Okay. Mishydration. Have you? Oh, mishydration. Have you drink water? Like, make sure you don't forget while streaming. Oh, that's cool. You should watch it again. Might look to it on Pluto TV. Oh, it's on Pluto TV, huh? Okay. Add. Oh, I see. Add as moderator. Oh, is that all it is? Listen, peace in the valley. I just clicked next to your name. It says add as a moderator. Peace. You want to be a moderator for a bit? What do you think? You okay with that? Add as a moderator. Managing moderator. Standard moderator. Now, I could have several moderators. Can I have more than one? I will do that too. I'll have a few of you if you'd like to do that. Can manage blocked words and change chat mods. Okay. Can review and remove chat messages. Now, and put others in timeouts. Oh, gosh, I'm glad you people are educating me on this stuff. I don't even know half of this stuff, really. Oh, you can either do one or the other. I see. How about we do this? Manage and block words. Okay. Peace, you are now a moderator for the channel. Now, would anybody else volunteer? Okay, so how about Evans, philosophy? Would you like to? He's asking to be a moderator. All right. Let's see. Add as moderator. Evans, Blaziken, you can be a moderator too. All right. Some children need to be put in timeout. Okay, I tell you what. Let's see. Standard moderator can review and remove chat messages and hide and put in timeout. You could either be that, a standard or a managing moderator. I tell you what, I'm going to make you a standard moderator. Okay? Save. There you go. Billy. Oh, wait. Billy the Goat. Did I accidentally? I thought I hit Blazkin on that one. How many moderators can I have here? Okay, I'm going to. Vamp, do you want to be one? How about Vamp? Where's Vamp? Listen, I'm not leaving anybody out. I'm not picking favorites here. I'm just trying to pick some. I'm trying to just look at some of the ones now that I know we could do this. Okay. You might need to right click. I didn't realize it was that easy. I thought it was going to be like, you got to go into this thing. You got to download an app and you got to, you know what I mean? You got to ask for their DNA and then they could be your moderator. I mean, I didn't know. Personality Pill wants to. Okay. Yeah, me. Okay. All right. Jethro. We'll do that, Jethro. We'll add Jethro as a moderator. Okay. Managing moderator. Okay. Okay. Personality Pill. And how about you, Evans? We'll make Evans. Well, so now we got a whole team of moderators, huh? Evans Philosophy. What about me, Tom? Okay, Evans. There we go. I thought I added you earlier. I mistaken you. But we're putting you in there as well. Okay. Save. Evans, you are now a managing moderator for the channel. Okay, there you go. So if anybody comes up with anything slightly inappropriate or whatever, there you go. We have 16 watching now. That's awesome. Billy the Goat. So now everybody that's a moderator is now in blue. And they got a little badge next to it. Are you seeing that on your end too? I wonder if you see the same thing I'm seeing, that you're all in blues. Tom, you're on a roll now. I didn't realize it was that easy. Everybody kept saying that, and now I realize it was that. Okay. Again, like I said, I just there was somebody else begging to be a moderator I never heard of before. That's all. I just don't want to. I'd rather trust some people I've that have been here consistently. Okay. What does that mean? Okay. Now there's another one. Like I said, Vamp, if you'd want to be. Oh, Vamp, you too? Sure. Okay. There you go. Then we're going to put Vamp Fox as a You can review and remove chat messages and hide or use put users in timeout. There you go, Vamp. You can put them in timeout. We'll do that. Okay. All right, Vamp Fox. Okay, I have a whole team of moderators. Okay. Now listen, like I said, these are I'm doing this because everybody I've just chosen are very loyal to these chats and loyal to these broadcasts. I've seen them over the months. And some of them have been almost from the very beginning of this channel. So, and some of the ones I've seen quite often. And that's who I've made. That's who are some of the moderators right now. And again, not to discriminate against anybody right now, but I mean, obviously, I think I need to know some people out there, and we've had many conversations. So there you go. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. I think timeouts is 2 minutes usually. So if they do something, you put them in a 2 minute. You give them a 2 minute timeout or something. Well, that's good. That's awesome. That's funny right there. Yeah, so that's good. So at least we got a new development. I guess I learned something. And see, I got this wonderful audience out there. I got you out there that has to set me straight. Genesis, oh, you too. How about you? Why, Genesis, you want to be on there? Mods in blue, yes. Okay, we got to put okay. Justin wants to be a moderator too. How many moderators can I make out here? I can just put everybody's moderator. Okay, you're a managing moderator, Justin. Okay, there you go. Justin, now you are a moderator for the channel. I didn't realize it was that easy. Good gosh. Boy, I'm so stupid sometimes. I guess I don't do my homework too much. I mean, I know how to get on these things, talk, know what I want to say, but a lot of times I don't. Okay. Oh, not for now? Oh, you declined that one? All right. No, that's fine. Listen, you don't have to. I guess you can opt out of it if you want to, if you really want to opt out of it. Okay. Not a big deal. Listen, I was just saying, I mean, you're another one that I've seen quite often here on the channel. Yeah, Genesis Klager. Hey, Blazkin. Oh, no, not now. Hey, Blazkin. So, Billy the Goat, having mods saves you having to police your own chat. If we see spammers or rude people, we can pounce on them so you don't want get distracted by them. Good philosophy. You've been telling me that right along, and we have quite a few here and there. I mean, I don't mind them coming in, but sometimes you're right, they get distracting, and I can't do it myself. And sometimes they say rude things. You're right. They just do. Like that one guy spamming, asking for your airport or something. Yeah, there was somebody else said a couple things. Yeah, that's all right. It's all right. I don't care. I got thick skin. I think I can take it. I let it roll off my back. I mean, it doesn't bother me personally. But yeah, I know it's distracting, and it's just they just kind of they just say things, or they lead you on, or well, they try to word things. You ever see the other ones where they'll try to make you say something, you know, like there was one about it was going to make me say like the N word, if you noticed that. And I just saw it, and I was just about ready to like read what it was, and then I saw it, and it's okay. Then I removed it. You know what I mean? So it was just like but they disguise it. They don't say that word. It's like they kind of blend it in with another word next to it. You know what I mean? So Tommy, if you don't mind, I'm out. I have a lot of mod. Okay, no, that you want out? Do I have to remove you as a mod then, Genesis? Okay, if you don't mind, I'm in and out. If you don't have a lot of mods, okay, not a problem. By your request, I will remove you as a managing moderator, by per request of Justin over there. Not a problem. Not a problem. Maybe someday if you're ready, but you're in and out. Like I know you don't hang around a bunch. That's fine. That's fine. They are rude and they move chat quickly, and it makes it hard on you to see any important questions. No, I get that. I get that. I fully understand that. But we still have 14 watching out there, which is good. Evan's philosophy, yeah, we can do that. We have a whole lot of moderators out there. Awesome. Well, that's good. But if anybody's new out there, listen, we have 14 watching. And listen, if anybody's out there wants to ask something, as you know now, we get the moderators. We get the mod squad. Hey, there you go. Yeah, we're going to call you the mod squad. Remember that? There you go. Because you're squatty as moderators out there. So I got my mod squad out there now. And they're keeping an eye on my back. Just like I got Mr. Knight watching my back here. Now they're watching the chat, making sure you don't say anything, saying anything bad or inappropriate, right? There you go. That's great out there, the mod squad. All right. I don't know why I come up with this stuff, but I do, But if you have any questions out there, if anybody's new out there, what time is it in the U.S.? Okay, right now I am in the Eastern Standard Time. It is right now. It is 9:48 p.m. my time, which is Eastern Standard Time. Now, being that you're asking, I would imagine you are outside of the U.S. If you'd like to tell us where you're from, tell us what country you reside in, let us know. And if you'd like to ask any questions, anything philosophical, anything about your personality, even a question about something bothering you, something troubling you out there. Yeah, let us know. Let me know. Maybe we could talk you off the ledge, okay? Figuratively. Hopefully you're not literally on there. I'm from Iraq. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think somehow I remember somebody talking from Iraq before. All right. So, do you have any questions? What brings you onto this channel from Iraq? Do you have anything you'd like to talk about? Anything interesting? Anything? I would imagine you are pretty good in the English language. Sounds to me. And hello, Ma. Welcome to the group. Hello, Ma. Yeah. So, if you have anything you'd like to talk about, we can help you out a little bit. Mainly, like I said, this is it's about the INFJ experience. I'd like to think that this particular channel, these chats, they attract us because this is I like to call it basically a sanctuary, like a safe haven for us INFJs. It's one of those small times out of the week we connect. We got to exercise our little bit of an FE, even if it's virtually, even if we are thousands of miles away, halfway across the world, and we could be at many corners of our own earth here. But for the time we are actually, connecting, we're together, okay? And being that we're typically all loners and, feel very isolated, we can know we're out there. And we're all going through the same thing, so we can all be alone together, if that makes any sense, okay? Are you an atheist? No, I'm not, actually. No, I'm not an atheist. No, I do believe in I believe in God. I believe God created the heavens and the earth, and I believe God created man in his own image. I think that my philosophy, not just my philosophy, but what's been revealed to me in my life is that, I do have a relationship with God in my own way. And I do believe that human beings, we are a manifestation of both tangible, we are animal basically, but we're also divine. We are spiritual. We have an animal body, and we have all the animal instincts, basically, of animals. We hunger, we thirst, we need to forage, we need food, we need shelter. We feel the lust to procreate. We feel the desire for human compassion, for human company. Certain animals do that. Depending on the species of animal, all animals are different. But then you have to add the spiritual element to the human. Now, the human is different. We are. Excuse me. See, I was getting a little too biff, a little dyslexia there. See, talking too fast. No, we are a hybrid of both. Animal and the divine. We are in the image of God. We are sons of God. Even the Lord said we are sons of God. And we always look at Christ as being the Son of God. He was the direct manifestation, the direct descendant of God himself. Now, many people think Jesus was God, and he was of God and man manifestation. And some people believe that he was, but I think he was still man. He had in fact, he had his own path. He had to come up with his own temptations. He needed to go out into the desert for 40 days, 40 nights in order to be tempted by the devil in his fasting. So he had his own trials and tribulations. He was not just born divine. He had his own struggles. He had to recognize who he was. He had to find that the calling was on him. But no, I think basically that's what it is that you are basically describing evolution. Well, you didn't listen to me the whole way. I said that we're half animal. I did say that, but we're also half divine. If you didn't catch that, I think we have an animalistic body, but we have a divine spirit. Our spirituality is directly inputted by God. Okay, so we're a hybrid. Yeah, a half spiritual, half divine, but half animal. The animals aren't like that. Maybe you didn't hear my whole definition on that. Okay, I hope I described that right. But we are physical. We are flesh. We are blood, flesh, and bone here. And we have all the drives animals have, but we also have a drive that wants us to communicate, wants to ask deeper questions. Who are we? Where did we come from? Who truly created us? Where is our true home? You see, we ask these philosophical, deep questions. Animals don't do that. This is one of the definitive characteristics between us and them, is that they don't ask these questions. They live primarily on their instinct. They live primarily on their survival. Okay. And but they don't ask these existential questions. I know some people can say, "How do you know?" Well, really, come on. You look into your pet dog's eyes. Yeah, they got loyalty. They love you. They're thinking, What's for dinner? Hey, let's go play. Throw me the ball. You know, maybe you see what I mean? But they're not thinking, they're not thinking about God. They're not thinking of where'd they come from. Animals don't do that, but we do. So yes, in that way, I have to say that yes, I am. I do believe in God in that way. 3 a.m. for me. So I'm gonna have to say good night. Thanks, Tom, in the chat. Oh, it is 3 o'clock in the morning for you, Billy Goat, who is in England. England, if I remember right. I'm trying to remember what town you said you were from up there in England. I think it was outside of London somewhere. Was it Soho? Maybe it was Soho, right? Yeah. Anyway, Billy the Goat, thanks for being a moderator. Do I have to I'm going to take him out of the moderator. Remove him as a mod since he's going to sleep there. Okay. I'm only doing that because you said you're going to bed. All right. Genesis, in short, I've always thought evolution was crap, even before I was Christian. Okay. Well, the thing is this. Is it possible that some things evolve? Maybe not man to an extent. I know they found these. I know there are certain remains of like Neanderthals. There is definitely evidence of fossils of men, or man in a stage where they say their craniums weren't quite developed. They weren't what they are now. Was there a certain race of them that went extinct, or did they evolve into us? But I know there's a whole evolutionary theory, but they do have proof of things. They found skeletal remains of skulls of something that's not quite primate, not quite ape, but not quite man either. Like the halfway between Neanderthal and whatever it is. But makes you wonder though. If those are like a different class that never quite made it, that never quite evolved. Can you keep people as mods and don't have to take them off? Oh, I can. I only did that because Genesis asked not to, and Billy the Goat was going to bed, so I took him out. That's the only reason. Can you keep people as mods? Don't have to take off. Oh, I see. I don't have to actually cut them out. If they take off, they just stay as a mod. No, okay, all right. How do I know? How do you know? Everybody seems to know a lot of stuff. That's good. Humans adapt to their environment, but don't think that's what evolution means. Well, listen, there's two different camps out there. Okay. I think that there are people that believe in God, but then there's a lot of people that are atheists. You were asking if I was an atheist, and I'm saying no, but I think that there is a majority of people that think we are just nothing but evolved apes, and they believe that, and we're nothing more than what we evolved, and our consciousness is just part of our id that just kind of formed as we were born, came into us, and it's just like we have a bit of a consciousness that's here temporarily, and once we die, it goes away, and we're nothing. Yeah, some people believe that, that we're just like a highly evolved ape, and we're just the highest evolved ape. That does have philosophy, that contemplates, that has in a very advanced set of languages, and is technological enough to build machinery and build massive. Everything that we do, basically. Look at the technology. We're capable of things, and we have hands that were developed to build these things. Okay, the technology. And that's all we really are. We're just a very advanced animal. Okay, and some people believe that, but the thing is, we ask questions. There's still a burning philosophical emptiness within us, as all man is. There is a burning emptiness within us, and the ones that want to deny God the most are the most empty, but they believe their idea of filling themselves is what? More knowledge, more and more knowledge, more and more just consumption of things that make them fulfill them in the sensing way. Okay, that's basically how the world works. That's basically the world as we know it. There's a certain way that the world evolved in that way. But that doesn't eliminate the fact that we have a an ache within us. I mean, not just INFJs. INFJs feel this especially. I mean, I think we're one of the most sensitive, and we're the most sensitive spiritually of all of the 16 personality types. I think we really are because we're so isolated instinctively. That's just who we are. By default, we retreat back into our own selves in order to heal, in order to self-reflect, introspect. And we feel very isolated there, and we're very much aware of this because that's our life. And now, listen, again, like I'm only basing a lot of this on my own experience, and that we are also. Wait, hold on. I want to see what Genesis. You just wrote. Saint Augustine spoke of all sorts of strange humanoid creatures. He wondered if they had souls. This discussion is an ancient one. Yeah, see, I kind of tapped a little bit into that. See, there you go, Genesis. He knows a lot about theology stuff. You know a lot about sainthood. We were talking about the saints last week. You get deep into that stuff. Genesis. So St. Augustine, or Augustine, however you want to say. So he wanted to see that might have been a whole separate race. But did they go extinct? Did they die off, though? Or did we evolve into them? But these are ones from thousands of years ago, right? So that was a discussion that was an ancient one. That's good. That's a very good point, Jen. So you're kind of making my point a little bit. No, but bottom line is, like I said, I think INFJs, we're the most sensitive spiritually of all the 16. I'm convinced of that. After dealing with my mom, my late mom, and I just sometimes I just wish I could have. There's some things I wish I would have known when I was a kid, but it doesn't matter whether or not you could have put a label on what my mom was, whether or not, she would have got something out of the MBTI. She probably would have. She might have got something out of it, or she might have totally just thought it was bunk. So some things might have been bunk to her, but it might not have really appealed to her. I don't know, but it might have helped her out as far as just understanding herself a little bit, like it did me. But that's beside the point. My point is that no, we're probably as far as our look for God, our need for God, our relationship with our Creator. It's we're in a sense, INFJs have, like I said, we have a very heightened sense of emptiness, of loneliness, of isolation, for a reason. Now, this epiphany came to me. I've told this story before. Now, if you're still out there, Ma, the reason I say this, is that we are basically alone, and we're left alone to ponder, feel like we're isolated within our soul, is so God finds us. Is so somehow, at some point in our life, we strive to find something, some kind of relief that we cannot find from this world. It's not part of this world. It's not tangible. Nothing's here. Again, we have food and nutrients and shelter for our bodies, for our physical bodies. We can work. I'm not talking about that, but that deeper internal emptiness that we have, that we always go through. And this is one of the most fundamental drawbacks to our character. I think that's number one, is isolation. But you have to realize someday, maybe in the depths of your sadness, one day, in the depths of that, your answer will come to you. And God himself will tell you, I left you this way to find me. Simple as that. Is to have a relationship with me. At some point, you need to have yourself filled with our Creator, basically. Well, Peace, thank you for taking that. If it was, yeah, he keeps coming back and saying, I don't know what he said, but it must have been bad enough to get deleted. Well, thank you, Peace, for doing your job out there. But basically, that's why it is. I'm glad you asked that question, though. You just said that all that comes out of the fact, am I an atheist? And that's basically my answer right there. I mean, listen, I don't chant on beads. I don't feel like I don't go to church every Sunday. I mean, I am Christian, Roman Catholic. I haven't gone to church in a long time, but I still think that church and religion, it can appeal to certain people, and maybe it helps certain people. But I think spirituality and having a relationship is deeply personal, and I think we have an ability to have a relationship internally with God individually. And I mean, it can be attained in other ways, but I think the introverted personality type, the introverted mind type, especially, we're geared for that. We're geared for that individual spiritual connection with God. I've also said too that I think that religion, organized religion, people that seem to gravitate toward the congregation, I picture them being the more extroverted types because they need that extroverted sense. They need that whole stimulation of a church, of the sermon, of the people in the church, kind of, the whole community. That's where they thrive from. That's an extroverted trait, is what I say, and I think a good majority of people gravitate to that. I think that's more an extroverted outlet for them. Now, can they find salvation that way? Absolutely. I mean, but sometimes too, I think being people are the way they are. Sometimes I think people, being humans, are flawed. You hear about a lot of times people get, there's a little bit of corruption, a lot of egos. Sometimes these pastors, if they get a little full of themselves with the whole congregation, they start getting too egocentric. So things start tainting. I mean, it's up to us. It's up to these people to maintain a level of humility within themselves, that they don't let that happen to them. You know what I mean? But I don't go to church either. I don't like gossiping crowds. Yeah, I get that. C.J. Lewis had a lot of great fiction and nonfiction. Till we have faces, it's good fiction as well. Keeps repeating themselves. CJ, oh, okay. Greg Doucet. Okay, listen, if you're out there, and that must be a decent, let me read this one. C.S. Lewis, quote, "The fact that our hearts yearn for something earth can't supply is proof that heaven must be our home." He said that? Well, that's a very powerful quote. What you just said, Greg Doucet. I do want to say that's a quote by C.S. Lewis then, huh? Very, very powerful. That's what I'm saying right now. I mean, in my own way, I'm saying this from what I'm talking about. And that's a quote. I mean, yeah, I'm sure somebody else discovered that. Yeah, of course. I mean, my mom used to talk about that ache in our heart all the time too. That ache. She had it. She felt it. She had that emptiness. She had it too. And she used to talk about how that ache is because we're aching for God. And that's what it should be. And she used to talk about that stuff. I remember. So there you go. So conquest, the answer. Oh, we have another one here. What do we got here? There's probably is something like a God out there, but I have no reason to believe the three main religions today are correct. There were thousands of older religions as well. Everyone's searching, but no one has. Listen, I think no one has the answer. Okay, the answer. Okay, you filled it in with that second. Okay. Listen, I think that some. Listen, I do believe in the Christian religion. I mean, I am Christian. When you listen to the story of Jesus, and you listen to the fact that he was a Messiah, in some ways that story is too perfect in a lot of ways. And sometimes you read it and understand, you think Jesus was Superman. You think how this guy came in, he was born, okay, he was born very humbly from a virgin mother. in a manger. Okay, he made sure he was as humble as possible. He wasn't born in like some big chapel, a big giant mansion, or like the Taj Mahal. He wasn't like a king, like they were expecting him to be. No, he came down. He didn't come raining from the heavens on a chariot. They thought the Messiah was coming out of the sky in a chariot. But no, he kind of came in very humbly, very incognito. And he was raised just by his mother and Joseph. And he was raised just as a typical kid, normal kid. But he had some divine quality about him. He became a carpenter. He was helping his father. And it wasn't till his something develops. It was time. It was like just the same way it was time to go into the metamorphosis for the caterpillar when you finally emerge as yourself. At the time he turned 30 years old, that was his time to emerge. Just as the chrysalis emerges and he's a glorified state. I mean, even before that, I think truly, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, but the story's too perfect when you think about it. And now he cures people. People follow him in multitudes, and people are touching his robes, and in their chronic swelling in their head is gone in seconds. Well, he's curing them. They were blind from birth, and they were seeing amazing things. People were walking just by being in his presence. It almost seems mind-baffling. It almost seems like it can't be true. But this guy existed. Now, even rose from the dead. It's just the story is too perfect. Now, again, people don't have to believe all that, but that's where faith comes in. So Tolkien is probably a superior storyteller. Yes, I used to like him reading. Oh, is that C.J. Lewis? Oh, Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings, right? Okay. I haven't gone since I was little. The first time I went a week ago, but I enjoyed it because it was in English. Now, when you talk Van Fox, are you talking about we went to church? Where'd you go? That was the first place in years. Where'd you go? Okay. I'm not sure what we're talking about here. Listen, I'm going to do another. I need to check my phone. I'm on my phone doing this broadcast tonight, and I want to make sure that I'm not going to lose my broadcast by having a dead battery. So give me just 1 second here, all right? All right. I am at 22%. I'm at 22%, people. I'm sorry I had to show you that blank wall. That was a little dead air for a second, but I'm at 22% on the phone. So what I'm going to do here, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to unplug my microphone here. And as much as I love this microphone, it's just kind of cool because it's just right there, I do like having the microphone. I'm gonna just have to go with the phone microphone for the rest of the broadcast. I'll make sure, but it sounds pretty good though. It really does. Okay, so it was the Spanish speaking church. Oh, I see. Peace asks a question. Do you see Jesus in yourselves? Okay, listen, I'm going to answer some of your questions, but first of all, I'm going to go ahead and put my phone on the charger, okay? Hold on a second, people. All right. Okay. We're just going to do this for a second. All right, I'm going to move this around for a minute. Don't go away, people. This is... Oh, by the way, YouTube, if I am doing ads, this would be a good moment for YouTube to do a commercial break in this changeover thing, okay? If it would, please. If not, then okay. All right, hold on just a second, people. I'm still here. Don't worry. You can hear me. for now. And just kind of plug it in a phone charger. Right there we go. All right. Okay. All right. Hopefully people are coming back into this fold here. Hello. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. It buffered for a second. People, how you doing? Let's do a sound check now that I am off of my standard microphone. I could just pull it up here, just be like talk into it, and you'll think I'm still doing the microphone thing, you know. I could do that, you know, but I don't know. I'm going to keep it real here. How's that sound, huh? Okay, so what was I going to do here? All right, just making sure everything's going well here. Oh, I was going to do a sound check. That's it. Sound check, make sure we're going well. Okay, you might get that reverberated thing. Oh, I was going to do a sound check. That's it. Sound check, make sure we're going well. Okay, you might get that reverberated thing. Oh, I was going to do a sound check. All right. All right. Enough double talk over there, people. Yeah, we don't need too much of that now, do we, huh? But back what I was talking about, yeah, that's so the whole story about the whole gospel about Jesus is too perfect. It's just hard to believe that somebody lived like just a little over 2,000 years ago that had all these amazing gifts, miracles work through him. He was that much in tune with the spirit, with that of God. Yeah, and he had a mission. His mission, he was born to die. Yeah, he was born to be that sacrifice. I mean, yeah, it's just too perfect of a story on how that all goes. I am Muslim, and I believe that Jesus came as a miracle and a proof of the existence of God, and to teach people morals and repent to Allah. Yeah, okay. Listen, I'm not a Muslim. I'm not. I think that sometimes there's radical parts of every religion, and I know even you can even say Christianity had its own radical things go on, but sometimes it gets a bad word occasionally from, you know, because of the few bad ones that use it in a bad way. So, but I don't know a lot about it. I know a little bit about it, not enough though. But I know it's 1/3 of the world's population. There's a heavy population of world people that are Muslims. I know it's a major religion. I think the major religions are Hebrew, Christianity, and Muslim. Yeah, even Buddhism. You'd think the Buddhisms would have their own. You'd think that's got to be fourth or fifth in the Hinduisms. I know there's a lot of different ones out there, but I think some of them have pieces of the truth. I really do. But I mean, in my opinion, from what I believe, I think that the crucifixion, the whole sacrifice of Jesus Christ was the linchpin. That was the fundamental that should tie them all together. It really should. That should be the one that makes them all, you know, even if they have philosophies that are all uniquely, distinctly their own religions. But I still think that fundamentally, yeah, the crucifixion was the sacrifice, was the one main thing that defined all of them, or should have actually completed all of them. Yeah. But not all of them do believe that, you know. Okay, it's crap. It's all crap. Yeah, think about it. Half truths. Okay. Well, that's okay. I personally don't like the term pagan for that reason. Conqueef. Nah, not at all. It was used to justify horrific aristocrats as well. Okay. And okay. I didn't know if I thought a neutral world was, but I guess not. Okay. As an INFJ, we don't want to help each other become better than ourselves. We don't want to help each other become better than ourselves. Okay. We don't want to help each other become better than ourselves. What do you mean by that? Okay, I'm not sure. Um, know what you mean. Okay, I'm just trying to get caught up in all these wonderful comments here. Now listen, now that I have moderators out there, I know these have been filtered through. They've been screened. So I know these are ones worth me catching up on. I don't have to filter out all those other ones out there. So that's good. All right. All right. Now half truth. I know it's all crap in Earth. It's getting worse. I think about it. Okay, that's a kind of a negative. Okay, I get it. He's kind of negative about something. What uh, we do want to. Okay, we do want to. Okay, yep, okay, so sounds good. Yes, it just means not a slur, not a good pig. Okay. MA4, I4. I think he meant we don't want to help ourselves to become better than we are now. Oh, okay. MAI4. I think he meant we don't want to help ourselves to become better than we are now. Make the world a better place. All right, okay, all right, I get that. Now that's worded like that. All right, okay. Earth is not getting worse. I think people forgot we've been through 2 world wars and horrible diseases that wiped out 75% at one point. Gentiles is another word. LOL. Yes, I think through history, though, yeah, I think through history of the world, yeah, there's always been dysfunction in the world because man is dysfunctional. Well, we've inherited a. I mean, you got to think too. I mean, we look back to sometimes you could look back to that original uh, Genesis. Okay, I'm not talking about you, Genesis Clager. I'm talking about the book of the Bible, the first book, Justin, Genesis. Uh, Talking about that one. Okay, basically how God created the heavens and the earth. He made man and woman. Well, he made man first, then he made woman out of the rib of Adam and all that. And then there was the fall, there was the temptation. But what happened was, if you look at that, you could easily say it almost looks like a fable, like it couldn't have happened. It could be just a way it was written. And I could see that argument being made. But the thing is that there's so much truth to the fact that at one point we were that divine being, as I've talked about before. We are a divine being. We were put in the Garden of Eden to have basically, made in the excuse me. See, there he goes. There's my stutter. All right. We were made in the image of God. We were put together in His image, as I've said before. We're half divine and we're half animal. Um, and in the Garden of Eden, it was even said that they were given everything. That was a paradise in itself. I mean, they were naked in the garden, man and woman, Adam and Eve. They didn't even know they were naked. They were okay with it. They didn't feel ashamed of it. But they were only given 2 tests. God tested them. He put the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in one corner of the garden, and the other tree of life in the other. The tree of eternal life. And of course, as you know, the story is that the serpent, the most sly creature in of all, tempted Eve, basically gaslit Eve. This is what the term gaslight. That was the first gaslight, where he just kind of twisted the logic around and lied to Eve. He said, "Why don't you eat of this tree?" Well, because we were forbade of this tree. God told us not to eat of this tree, because when the day we shall eat, we shall surely die. This is how that was written. But what does the serpent say? Oh, I can almost picture this thing being like Darth Sidious, like that mentality. Oh, but no, that's so not true. God doesn't want you to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, because your eyes will be open and you will become of a God. In fact, God doesn't want, you will be, I mean, okay, now I'm losing it a little bit. Basically said they'll be that of God. Their eyes would be open and they would have the mind of God and they would outdo God. And that's why God doesn't want you to eat. So he gaslit Eve. So then it says, but Eve looked at the tree, saw that the fruit looked good to eat. So she picked it and she did eat. And that's just how it's written, right? And then she gave the fruit to her husband and he did eat. Now, here's the thing is, he didn't get a lot of, he didn't say anything. He didn't question it. Maybe I think as soon as he took the bite, he realized what he did. Maybe they both did. Because right away they saw that they were naked in the garden. Their eyes were open, all right. So Adam's looking at Eve, and all of a sudden he's seeing her for who she was. They're all hiding in the garden, right? God's voice goes walking in the garden. As to say, that's how it is. It's even written that way. That blew my mind. And then they heard God's voice walking in the garden. Well, that was deep. Moses came up with that. Very poetic, wasn't it? Why don't you eat of this? Why did you eat of the tree, of the forbidden tree? Adam. Well, and then what does he do? Well, the woman tempted me. She said, basically he threw her under the bus in a sense. And Eve, why did you eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Well, the serpent tempted me, and I did eat. Basically they disobeyed. So then, of course, they were cast out. But bottom line is, a lot of our human nature, everything that we've had that, stemmed from that. All of our fallen being, all of our dysfunction, our sin was from the original sin that stemmed out from that. Now, it does seem fableish. I think the reality is that forbidden fruit wasn't just an apple in a tree, probably a magic mushroom. I could picture that being more like that. It was a hallucinogenic, psychedelic thing. What happens when you take a peyote, you take a anything poison, a magic mushroom, something. And there's lots of those things out there. There's forbidden fruits, unnatural. What happens? It makes your mind go crazy. But what does it do? What does that do to your mind? It opens your mind, doesn't it? It expands your mind the way the devil said. No, your mind will be open, that of a God. Now, in a sense, this substance does that, but not in a true, healthy, spiritual way. It's a twisted, warped kind of a way, okay? But again, your mind becomes open. You see God's creation. You see the depths of the universe. You see the depths of it because your mind has now opened up into dimensions, like an acid trip, like a trip in itself. But at the same time, it's bent. It's twisted. It's tangled. Okay. It's evil. Okay. So that was the trap. That's what made it forbidden. And of course, that was the devil's work at that point. I mean, my mom used to tell me this: the devil knows the Bible backwards and forwards, knows everything, can quote everything, knows everything about God's creation. He was one of his, he was one of the, he was, God's greatest, what was it, Lucifer? Or was it Satan? It was either one. They were cast out because they wanted to try to take over. They were angels in heaven at one point, and they were cast into it because they were trying to take over. So they were cast into hell or whatever. That's the way it was written. But that's what it is. But my point is that whole story may seem like a fable, but there's some truth to that. We are that spiritual being. Like I said, we're the hybrid, but we're a fallen being. We're still that being that was that fell from grace in the garden. Okay? But I guess, of course, and then as you know, like I said, the whole perfect story of Christ the Redeemer. The whole thing is that Christ came down to redeem that, to correct it, to become the sacrifice, because ye shall surely die when you eat of this fruit. We were condemned to die, to return back to the dust in which we were formed. Remember, that was the whole curse that was put on Adam and Eve. But also, too, I mean, there were some other curses. Is that some of the reasons that why little things? You ever think about little things? Why, men and women have why we have certain like flaws. Well, why is the man always end up? You ever seen marriages? How men always end up kind of losing themselves, becoming almost subservient to a woman in a sense in a marriage. How when these marriages turn ugly, it's because we kind of had that fallen we're unclean, we're unwashed as man and woman, and we keep repeating the whole Adam and Eve syndrome over and over again. With the unclean, unman and woman, and human nature keeps falling like a set of dominoes over and over again, generation after generation. Relationships look beautiful, wonderful on paper. When they look lustful, somehow they turn tangled and they turn twisted, and they always end up bitter and, well, not always, but most of them do, because we inherited that original sin, and it keeps repeating. Excuse me a minute. I had a little water break here, people. All right, but my point is that, I mean, that's. Let me read some of your. I want to read some of your comments here. All right. Conkeef, Doomer alert. LOL. Half truth. Sometimes the truth is negative, and people are paycheck to paycheck. Oh, Doomer alert. Yeah. Cancer and autism and heart disease is at its highest. All right. Even those are being hired. Okay. People. All right. I get it. So, yeah. Hey, half truth. Maybe you're watching a little bit too much CNN out there, too. All right. Yeah. Sometimes I think if you're watching too much CNN or PBS radio, yeah, they teach a lot of doom and gloom stuff. And they like to put that out there. And some of it is just out there to dispirit you, to think just that, to have that kind of mentality. So a dispirited population is also an easily malleable one as well. Okay. So that whole propaganda, that whole doom and gloom propaganda is meant to dispirit you for that very reason. Okay. And you have to see through that. You really do. Listen, I'm trying to help you out there. Conquifador. I know you get some, it sounds like you got a lot of angst in there. But just remember, too, that, in order to conquer, in order to divide and conquer, first of all, you have to deplete the spirit. Okay? And it sounds like you have a depleted spirit. You got to look into that. Now, I'm not saying be happy and have rose-colored glasses. I'm not saying that, but at the same time, man, you can't be so defeated by what you hear, because sometimes I think the media likes to do that. Okay? This is like mass psychosis in a way sometimes, what's going on in this world. We got to be able to see beyond that. Aren't figs considered a forbidden fruit? I don't know. Are they figs? Figs? I never heard that before. Maybe somebody can answer that in the chat. Are figs considered a forbidden fruit? Didn't know that. Are there also dominant men too? Yeah. Relationships and marriages are way more complicated than these days. Social media and huge reason marriages don't last anymore. I wouldn't say it's social media. That has a lot of symptoms. There's symptoms out there that kind of contribute to the whole dysfunction. There's no doubt. But what I'm saying is, a lot of time we are a fallen being, bottom line, and we are just repeating the whole Adam and Eve curse. It's been handed down to the generations, even to this day. It was my point. We inherited that original sin. We wanted to turn away from being in paradise, being in favor from God, being obedient to God. We were given free will by God. He made us with a free will. That's how much he loved us. We weren't puppets or robots. We had free will. They had free will. And they were tested. These are the only two tests they had to take. And they failed the one with that. But what if they had there was the whole story about what if they had chosen the tree of everlasting life, though, But they didn't choose that one. They chose the other one. That was the forbidden one. They were not told to not eat of that tree. Although that was there too, wasn't it? I thought it was apples. Yeah, that's the way the story goes. Listen, I know the story says that, but when you really think about it, when you really think about it, though, I only said that because there are certain things out there, hallucinogenics, things make your mind open. What do you think psychedelic literally means? Mind opening, mind expanding. And there are fruits out there. I guess you could say mushrooms. There might be the certain things that open the mind. What I'm saying is, and it almost makes you think that part of that story was. It makes you wonder how fabulous it was, or how true it was, how authentic. I mean, was there more truth to it? But they used apple instead of what, mushroom or whatever. It seems like it makes more sense to me that an innocent apple doesn't do much, unless, I mean, of course it was. Um, like I said, I think it was just part of the story. Makes you wonder, but I think there was some reality behind it. It almost seems to me like it was more like a peyote or something. I could picture that being more forbidden fruit. Thank you, Genesis. Half the guys behind negative, not you. Half the truth guy behind negative, not you. Okay. Oh, he said me, LOL. Okay. Hey, listen, you may be negative, but you're not being, at least, I do have mods out there, so they're not cutting you off. They're letting you talk. Even though you're a little bit, maybe you still have your opinion, as long as you're not rude or trying to be what do you call it? What's that word? What's that word? I can't think of it. Oh, troll. That's it. See, I couldn't think of that word. You're not one of those. You're just you're kind of a little down about things. That's all. Uh, I think he reads the wrong handles names at all. The wrong handled names at all. Okay, it's possible. Think I'm reading the names wrong? Maybe. That's okay. Yes, thanks, Genesis. I couldn't remember. Peace, even though they have what comes to mind, the saints have deeper insights about it. Oh, right. Square watermelon, Kate Uptown. Half the truth guys behind negative. Okay. But anyway, I guess I got a little bit deep into that story. I mean, again, these are like stories these are things I remember sitting around sometimes being in my home, and my brothers, my mom, she'd talk about that stuff. I mean, she used to listen to like these AM radio channels, and she had certain ones that she'd listen to intently. And yeah, some of them described it that way. Then she'd, of course, turn around and try to explain, basic stuff like that and talk about basically those stories, like I just said. A lot of those came from my mom, her influence. Yeah, man, she was deep. My mom had a lot of deep insight into things. And I know I bring her up a lot, but, I mean, I must say that some of her upbringing is still alive in me. What can I tell you? It just is. I'm sure. Listen, that's one thing our parents are supposed to do for us. We're supposed to. Our parents are supposed to mold us and shape us into who we want to be. I mean, hopefully we got good parents that do it. And I don't think any parent is perfect. I think they make mistakes. I made mistakes as a parent myself, and my parents made mistakes, but they do their best. And at some point, we have to take the good. We have to decipher the good things they tried to instill in us and take some of their mistakes and realize, okay, they made mistakes here, but as long as we're aware of them and not to repeat the mistakes. But funny thing is, sometimes I repeat mistakes anyway. I think a lot of us might start doing that. Okay, peace, you're welcome. I hope it helps you a bit. The Bible has never-ending symbolisms and parallels. Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go. Never-ending symbolisms and parallels. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you know what? The funny thing is, remember I always talked about the closer you get to the center of consciousness, the more you have been enlightened. And if you found your awakening, if somehow you've gone through your dark night of the soul, whatever it might be that I've talked about. On this channel, I've talked about these journeys we have to take. Of course, Carl Jung, this is a lot of his philosophy. I haven't talked too much about Carl Jung today. I think that's the first I've mentioned to him tonight. But again, he was pretty much talking about a lot of the journey of being born again, as Jesus called it. I mean, you could repackage it from the Old New Testaments and talk about it in such a way, but I think Carl Jung talked about authentication, about finding your true self. Talk about that whole process of metamorphosing into the dark night of the soul. Now you look in, and you also can look back into some of these these religions, these quests of finding your soul, finding like your own salvation by praying, meditating, fasting. They're all trying to induce a level of suffering within yourselves. You see, the only way you really find the truth and actually activate God's code, in a sense, where God is feeding you, God is educating you, putting you in His own image, is through suffering, is through authenticating, in a sense. Now, you don't have to always say it's just, like, it's not always necessarily, putting the idea of it's God doing it, but part of it is just you authenticating, but God's behind it, pulling the strings. He's not in the forefront, but few of us actually authenticate. There's very few percentage of people in the world that actually find their true authentic selves. Now, I'm not saying all INFJs do. I'm not saying, I think we tend to follow the whole, the Carl Jung things. Typically, we tend to follow that whole avenue of his psychology because it appeals to us as introverted intuitives. Okay, but my point is that sometimes your mind is open by your suffering. The same way that I mentioned that when we take the forbidden fruits, as you said, I've told you before, and it's an easy route. You take those substances, you take your, whatever it is, and your mind's open. The hallucination, hallucination. There you go. Maybe that's just dyslexia right there. What do you think of that, people? Yeah. The hallucinations and the hallucinogenics take over when you take these things, right? And they open your mind. They start twisting. But I said they're demented. They're twisted, and they go sideways. I mean, internally, mentally, and they're not the truth. It's like they reveal a certain level of truth before they start tangling it in your mind. When you suffer and go through your authentication, when you suffer for God's grace, blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be fulfilled. Remember? Blessed are those who are pure of heart, for they shall see God. See, these are things Jesus said. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. When he's talking about mourning, I mean, literally, when you mourn, what do? You're feeling like, when you mourn, typically we think of that as losing a loved one. You lose your parent, you lose a loved one, your dog dies, your child, you mourn. But you're feeling sad, you're feeling defeated, you're suffering, you're mourning. But also, too, I think in the Bible, and that reference in that time, mourning also meant suffering, going through a sense of letting your pain be there, suffering through it, but that you shall be comforted. Your comforting is your peace that you find on the end of that. Okay, that whole authentication. Even Carl Jung said, after you go through the dark night of the soul, when you go through that whole thing, you are mourning in a sense. You're going through the pain of it. You're feeling the isolation, the emptiness. You're going through that, but on the other side of that, you're comforted when you find peace. Yeah, that's all basically the same philosophy. So basically, that's what Jesus was saying, is that blessed are those who mourn, they shall be comforted. Blessed are the pure of heart, for they shall see God. Now, understand too, pure of heart just means just that. When you finally found some level of peace, when you finally found your awakening, when you return back to a form of innocence, when your mind is no longer worldly, you have a sense of you kind of almost become pure of heart in a sense, because now you're becoming that childlike innocence, pure of heart. And at that point, you shall see God. Now, again, people think you're going to see him on a throne. You're going to see his image. You're going to see his physical image. The big guy with the white beard and sitting in robes in his chair. No, he shows you his majesty, shows you his creation. As I've said before, he shows you that entire um, depth of his creation. He shows you how he constructed the universe. It's like a father showing their children, wanting to pass down everything that he knows to his children, eager to tell you that. But you have to get mature enough. You have to reach that certain age where you can accept it, where you're understanding it. Knock and the door shall be opened unto you. Seek and ye shall find. It's all written in there. But it's all part of that journey. But again, as you start seeing these things, as these things unfold to you, when you start getting to certain levels of grace, of awakening, of an authentication within you, whatever you want to call it, the Bible starts becoming alive to you. These words start jumping out at you in a way that they touch you. They're no longer words on there. It's like they're testifying to your journey. They become alive. They become mesmerizing in a sense, because all of a sudden they're touching what's going on in your soul of your journey. You know what I mean? And that's one of the beauties of that whole thing. This is a good rant, Tom. Genesis. Well, thanks, Genesis. I'm just going on a rant, aren't I? Hello. Hello, Carnage. Carnegie or Carnage? I've heard that name before. Yes, Sir Carnage X. Listen, yes, how are you? Greetings, my friends. How are you? We're doing just fine right now. And we're still live here. This is still live on the broadcast. Genesis, you really appreciate that. Yeah, I could tell. Genesis, you must have a very, very a deep spiritual longing. I can tell that. I can tell you're feeling that. Okay, that's good. It's that okay if I ask for a video request? KYNP2. Is that okay if I ask for a video request? Now, what does that mean? What do you mean video request? What video do you want to request? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Talking about this video or talking about a different one? You got to explain what you mean by that exactly, if you could, please. All right. You should stay streaming. You should stay streaming. Stream of consciousness. Rant sounds derogatory. I didn't mean it that way. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Listen, I know what a rant is. I know what you mean. Stream of consciousness. My video request is it called Sophomore Fat Trip to Cambodia? Trip to Cambodia. I see. Is that what you want to do? You want to kind of promote your video, and you want to just you want people to check your video out? Is that what you mean? You'd have to put a link in there somewhere. Listen, I'm not against you doing that, okay? As long as it's a decent video and it's not, listen, I don't know what it is. I don't know what your video is. I'm sure YouTube has its own guidelines. I guess it's up to whoever really wants to take interest in that. That's all. But you heard that. You see what that is. Trip to Cambodia. Okay. All right. Well, okay. Oh, back to what I was talking about. I guess I got a little bit on a, what do we call that, Justin? A stream of consciousness, not a rant. That sounds a little derogatory. No, that's fine. I guess I was just, sometimes I just start talking off the cuff. Okay. That's all. Again, these are just, again, I think because, again, INFJs, being that we're very spiritually sensitive, and I think that's what it is that sometimes I think eventually, though, when we finally figured out our balance in our life, too, these things start getting revealed. And when we've actually gone through the dark night, when we start facing who we are, and I think INFJs at some point in our life, now I'm only going by own experiences, that at some point in your life, nothing this earth will have to offer you is going to fill you. Okay? No amount of material things, no amount of food, no amount of different flavors of food, different yachts, bigger houses, relationships, amount of lust that you want to indulge in is going to fill you. In some ways, it's going to make you feel more depleted because you're reaching for the wrong things. The more and more you reach to fill your soul with something outside of this world, with the sensing world, the more empty you're going to feel because you're trying to fill yourself with something that you're not intended to fill. I mean, it's like you're intended to feed your body with food, okay? But my point is, if you're trying to feed your soul with external senses, it's not right. You see what I mean? You can't just do it with pleasure. Now, some people might totally disagree with that. They're fine with doing that, and usually that's when they just, you know, they develop all sorts of like uh, cancers and things, and they die early because of things. So sometimes that happens, is that they develop into things that just take them, you know, what they're indulging into. People drink too much, what happens? Their liver has, you know, gets cirrhosis and things like that if you take alcohol too much. See, I guess that's my point. So, but that's what I mean is eventually I think we have to reach a point where you've tried everything, nothing else works, and at one point you got to face yourself. You've got to face your own self, and that it's a painful self. It's very spiritually painful. I can honestly say one of the most harshest pains you're ever going to feel in your life is not a physical pain. It's a spiritual pain. It's that it's that emptiness. Now, listen, I think as INFJs, according, you know, just again, I think uh, Honey Rose, we got mods now. Yes, we got mods now. Oh, you're just coming in, right? Okay. Somebody requested I put some mods out there. We were getting a few trollers out there. Okay. Um, no, but that's probably the greatest pain you're ever going to find. Seriously, is not a physical pain. Although there's some bad ones. When I broke my leg, that hurt pretty well. But a spiritual pain, the pain of you on the dark night. Um, all I can say is it's a pain that you have to endure. And at one point in your life, you're going to be ready because there'll be nothing to save you, and it'll come to you that nothing will fill you, and you have no choice but to forge on and just deal with it, and you will. Um, and sometimes, but what I can say is too, when you face it finally, it's going to feel as though you're going backwards. You're going to feel like you're getting more and more empty, more and more desolate internally. Your soul will start feeling as though it's more vapid, more empty, more isolated than you've ever felt in your life. It's going to feel almost unbearable. But you got to look at this as a test, as you're going through the dark night, and that you're being tested. And depending on how long it's going to take you to go through it, depending on your individual level, depending on how long it is, it's up to you personally. It could take months. I felt like I went through this. It took me 7 or 8 months. I didn't know where I was, and it was a little bit after my divorce. And I again, did my divorce prompt this for me to go become alone again, become isolated? I think so. It's almost like it was all part and designed to my life. I mean, I hate to think that it was that, but that's what prompted it. But yeah, it is a painful journey. Now, I think a lot of us have gone through this in our own way, and I think we can all testify to this. But again, at the end of that, though, clarity. Your mind all of a sudden becomes much clearer. At some point at the end of this, you'll find a peace within yourself. Yeah, peace in the valley over there. Yeah, we find peace in our heart. Peace 25. I like that. You do find that. Eventually, you find that peace within yourself, and then when you find the peace, your mind becomes much clearer. And all I can tell you from my own experiences is that all those conflicting things that are in your mind that drove you, that pretty much guided you most of your life, all those heartbreaking things that tugged you in many directions, they start just going away, and all of a sudden you feel like you found yourself, like who you were supposed to be. Okay, um, that's all I can say. Hi, Jethro, spelling Honey Rose. So how you doing there, Honey Rose? Been present about 5 minutes. Justin. Looks like we got another member of the Breakfast Club coming in. George Porge. Sorry. Hey, George Porge, how you doing there? Don't give up, Honey Mod. Okay. All right. Now okay. We had some people asking for moderators in there, but because of the trollers, and yeah, this is a vertical, so as you know, we got them. We had the trollers out there. So just logged in on Tom. What's the good word? B Michael 42. How you doing, B Michael? I've seen that name before. Good to see you back in here, sir. What's the good word? Just kind of talking, going on some chats, some tirades, talking a little bit about everything. Again, if you have a question or a comment that's going to lead me down a rabbit hole, I was just basically talking about our journey as INFJs, not just as INFJs, as human beings itself. We all have our unique journey, and but again, I think as INFJs, we almost our journey is like our lifetime, and that's all. Just survived another week with humor, grace, and patience. Well, there you go. There you go. That's awesome. That's all you can do, really. Definitely. But well, I'm glad to see some new faces are coming in here. Actually, old faces that are coming in a little bit later on. Yeah, sure. So, and a belated hello to Vamp, Peace, Jethro, and Blaiskin. Yes, Blaiskin. Is he still out there, by the way, Blaiskin? He's Evan's Philosophy. If you ever see Evan's Philosophy, you know that's Blaiskin as well. If anybody checks him out, like I said, he's got his little channel. He's got a couple of subscribers out there. It looks like he's a kid just starting out. But funny thing is, like I said, with Blaiskin, like I said, he thinks and he's observant and he sees the world for what it is. He sees people for who they are. He's got a good take on things. So he's observant. I'll say that much about him. So as an INFJ, do you often fight off being tired and push yourself to stay awake? Are you asking me that question? Peace in the Valley? Peace? Do I often fight off being tired and push yourself to stay awake? There's a couple times when I'm driving home at night, 2 in the morning. Sometimes it depends on my night, and I feel drowsy at the wheel. I don't like that. So I've even had to pull over and just lock the doors and like take a little nap. Not at the side of the highway. I find like a ramp or a little pull off area, and I have to do that. But asking anyone. Okay, there you go. Asking anyone. Does anybody fight off being tired to push yourself? I'll answer that. That aside from just driving home at night, though, I do notice that in the last few years of my life, I feel like I'm more content being more alone. I used to need to go out, and I used to crave like going out a little bit more, and I crave like people. You know what I mean? But then again, if I went over to friends' houses or like family's house, I got to tell you the truth. I've been starting to notice that by the time I was there 2 or 3 hours, when I'd start leaving there, I'd feel exhausted, almost like I was ready to fall asleep, like I was drained that much. And you just don't realize that you're being drained. Nobody's really mean to you. You're having fun. It's just your people. It's just your friends, and they're all nice to you. But it's just the whole interaction with people drains me, and it does. I think we're all like that. Listen, we're all like that. I'm going to say, but other than that, I mean, but that hasn't been happening lately because I've been just taking it easy a little more. I am an INFJ too. Oh, okay. There you go. Ma is an INFJ. I kind of figured you might be if you're drawn to the channel. I mean, I did put enough hashtags in the description for this to actually guide it to some algorithms for INFJs. I did most of that. So, but that's good. Is that your first time here, Maud? You're from Cambodia? Now, you said something about Cambodia. Are you from there? Are you from Cambodia by any chance? And if so, yeah. Okay. Hello, Honey Rose. How are you? Doing decent? Okay. Doing all right. Good to see everybody's coming in here. Definitely. But yeah, so we how long have I been here? 4 hours. Hey, it's been 4 hours. So this is another marathon. What you call another marathon live chat here, which is always good, which I don't mind. You know. And listen, as long as people are getting benefit out of this and it's helping somebody out there, then it's well worth it. So, B. Michael, I drove to Lake Michigan Beach with my Camaro today and had a great walk and people watching experience. Oh, I see. Oh, Ma, you're from Iraq. Okay, excuse me. I thought you said something about a book about traveling to Cambodia or something like that. But you're from Iraq. Okay, got that. And you're an INFJ as well. I know you probably had a. I know sometimes you hear a lot on the news. There's a lot of volatility going there in like the Iraq. I know 20 some odd years ago, there was a war with Iraq because of the Twin Towers and Saddam Hussein there. I know that. I heard a lot of history from that area. I can only imagine. I mean, I've never been there, obviously, but sounds like there's a lot going on down there. So George, I could see Eeyore being us. I know I can be both, but it's draining with people who don't understand. George, I can see Eeyore being us. Oh, Eeyore. Oh, that was the donkey from Winnie the Pooh, right? He was a little ragdoll. He was always downer. He was a downer, right? Always sad. Eeyore was my favorite from the show. Yeah, but he was always sad, always down. Yeah, that's all. The funny thing is, I think sometimes we may be Eeyore in our heart, but we try to be. But sometimes, it depends on who we are. I mean, I know with myself, I try to make sure that I let other people see a good side of me. I mean, I know typically I think people are really thrown off by me. I mean, I know I do a lot of talking here on this show, right on this channel, but when I'm at work, let's say, sometimes I'm very quiet, very stoic. I go in and I kind of keep a neutral look about me. And sometimes people think I can read it. I feel it that people are like, is he mad? Is he angry? Is he ticked? Is he in a bad mood? They don't know. And then all they have to do is ask me a question. And usually I give a decent answer. Then I see the almost the relief on their face as soon as I talk, because I'm not, the way I look is not what's going on in here. When I answer, it's usually me, just me being me. But I think I throw these people off. But I could see the relief, like, oh gosh, they don't know what to expect almost. But they're relieved that I'm not being a jerk or anything. So, so I think sometimes I love Eeyore. Iran is fine. Iraq is fine now. We don't have a war. I know Iran's in the war with the U.S. right now. I guess they've really been bombing the heck out of them out there. I know. I mean, I know some of the gas prices have been going up here in the United States. They're up $4 a gallon because of the Strait of Hormuz is being kind of blockaded. And I mean, I kind of half keep an eye on that. I don't follow that too strictly, but Eeyore's cute like us. Vamp. Yes, I would rather have a caffeine crash than an exhausted, tired. Oh, I see. Yes, yeah. You'd rather have a caffeine crash than exhaustion, tired on as I wake up refreshed. I get that. I'm up in Australia too. Yeah. Oh, we know Vamp. Yeah. Vamp's from Australia. Well, I know that. Maybe for the new people that don't know you yet, have to know you're from Australia. The land down under. Yeah. So what do you call us? Actually, are we the land up over? That must be what the United States is from the Australian point of view. Yeah, the land up over. Oh, I don't know. I couldn't resist. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm from the land up over. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry. I'm glad everybody's meeting some new friends out there. I'm glad the chat is very communicable, and yeah, that's going. I love Australia. Oh, you know what? I'm sure you do. Oh, peace. Oh, peace level. Now, have you ever been to Australia? Peace. I mean, I don't know. I mean, not many of us had. I mean, gosh, that's probably a very expensive trip out there. And usually, if you're going to go to Australia, people end up living there for a little while. If unless you have the money to do it, and you got family out there, you know what I mean? You almost need like you can't just go there in a couple-week vacation. You probably got to make it like a couple of months if you want to go down there. I mean, because you're literally on the other side of the earth, literally, completely over there. I can only imagine. That'd be one of those places I'd love to visit. You know. So, never been to Australia. I mean, I never have either. I've never been to Europe. I've never left the Americas, actually. I've been to Brazil. I went there about 20, over 20, almost 30 years ago. Well, maybe 28 years ago, something like that. But I've never been to California. I mean, excuse me, uh, Australia. Therefore, honestly, I just the Americas. Ignore what others say about it. I've got only a few friends from California. Oh, okay. It's just a dream. Oh, yeah, exactly. I get that. Honestly, just the Americas. Oh, you just call it the Americas, not the land up over. I mean, that was an old saying from back in the Crocodile Dundee. Remember back in the 80s, they had these movies called the Crocodile Dundee, that Paul Hogan guy, and he was Australian. And of course, he always had the show, he was like the master of his outback, and he lived out in these areas, and he was one. So a lot of times we saw like back in the 80s, and I think he started calling it the land down under or something like that. And that was one of those nicknames they gave it from back in the 80s, from what I remember. Yeah, bag of coffee soon online. I'm not addicted though. A 5 pound bag of coffee online, huh? I noticed cans of coffee aren't cheap anymore. That's not a knife. Now that's a knife. Oh yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah, that thing was like a big old Bowie knife. Exactly. Actually, I got one of those knives. I've never showed you that. I bought one of those at a gun store a couple of years ago. It's like a big giant Bowie knife. The thing looks like it's practically a sword and a knife. I'm into like sword collecting and stuff like that. I do collect. I haven't collected many lately, but I did have one of those. I still have it. I still have that though. I do remember that. Paul Hogan was in the movie Flipper too. Yeah, that's right. He was. Yeah, then he just seemed to disappear all of a sudden. He was around like in the 80s, maybe very early 90s, and then he's, I don't know, he just disappeared. I don't know what happened to him. So that's funny. My friend was telling his American friend, saying that's a butter knife. Yeah, yeah, that's a butter knife. Yeah, I thought it was a hunting knife. It's a Bowie knife, is what it is. It's like just a very large Bowie knife. Okay, if you want, I can go get you my Paul Hogan Australian oakback knife in his honor. Now that you bring it up, I could do that. Matter of fact, if you don't mind, people, listen. If is anybody getting ads today? I don't think the ads are on tonight. Last week I put the ads on, and I think it was interfering with a lot of you people out there. You were missing part of what I was saying. Ads were interrupting, and somebody recommended that I don't do ads. But then again, I think maybe doing vertical. I don't know if I get them. But if YouTube would like to do an ad while I get up, I'm going to go do a couple of things right now, people. If you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and use the men's room, and then I'm going to come back, I'm going to show you a little something. Okay. Okay. So don't go away. All right. I'll be right back. Please hang out with me. All right. I'll be back. All right. Okay, we're back, people. Now, let me just get to talking a little bit. I'm back. So, back last year. In fact, it was early on when this channel, when I was just starting it out, and I was putting out a bunch of shorts, and I did put out bunches of shorts. I still do like doing the shorts. Well, there was one of them. Maybe you could look it up. You know, it's one of those deep in my arsenal of shorts. It's called. I think it was something like the idea of why the INFJ could be the most dangerous street thug. Okay. And I was coming up with all these different reasons as to why the INFJ would be probably the most dangerous of all street thugs. I think what I did, right, just to make it funny, I put the eye patch on and I had the vest and everything, and I kind of looked like a street thug, you know? And I was basically saying how the street thug INFJ would be, he would have his introverted intuition, and he'd be smart enough to be able to read people. He'd be able to read the other guy, you know, he was making a deal with. And he could, and being that he was empathic, he could feel their emotions. And he was smart enough. He was street smart enough to know when he was picking up on somebody's vibes, picking up on somebody's emotions. Okay. And you see what I'm saying. So then I was coming up with all these different reasons, you know, that they have empathy. They're quick to do that. They're quick that they can see behind the scenes. Okay. And they're lie detectors. And they can tell if they're being lied to. They can see by the twitch in their eye, the hesitation in their pause of what they're saying, you know, the smirk on their face. They read these things. INFJs know these little things instinctively. They know when you're lying or telling the truth. And I think I said something to the effect too of also they're fair. They are fair if you treat them with respect. And if you're respectful and decent, then they're going to reciprocate. They're going to be the same way. But if you're rude to them, if you're dishonest, they can be just as ruthless on the other end. These INFJ street thugs can be just as ruthless because they have that way of being that ruthless as well. Okay. So I was trying to balance it with the whole thing. And then I said, and the number one reason that the INFJ is the most dangerous of all street thugs is, because you just never know what's up their sleeve. And I basically said that's what makes the INFJ quite possibly the most dangerous of all street thugs. Okay. Well, anyway, you call that enough? It's just a butt enough there, mate. What do you think of that there, Vampa? Yeah, so I ended up seeing this thing, right? Let me show you this thing. It's got a nice, like a nice wooden handle on there, and it's got the brass kind of butt on the end, so your hand don't slip off the end. They got that little hook in there, so your hand stays hooked in there. And yeah, and then you see that groove right there. You see that? That's what they call the blood groove. That's so if, let's just say you were hunting and you were doing something. Well, that little thing is there just in order to let, so you wouldn't get, like, the suction wouldn't keep it inside the body, let's say. Okay, that's a blood groove. And usually bayonets have blood grooves as well. So, but yeah, that's basically was my point. So I used this particular knife, right, back in the in that video I'm talking about, that short. Why Jason the most dangerous of all street thugs. You get the street smart street thug INFJ, and yeah, he's probably pretty ruthless. If he goes down that avenue, let's just say that's his life, and he has that kind of life. Yeah, he's street smart. He's gonna be dangerous for those reasons right there. Okay, I guess that was my point. So, but again, you just never know what they're gonna pull either. Well, anyway, hope you like that. I thought you had a machete, Tom. Well, yeah, Les, you never know. There you go. Hey, Hidden Harp, how are you, Hidden Harp? I'm glad to see you back in there. The knife has summons me. Oh, you like to see the knife, did you? Well, there you go. Yeah, like I said, I keep that under my bed. Shh. All right, I didn't say that, did I? I mean, I got... Hey, listen, you still gotta protect yourselves. Some have pepper spray and a switchblade and a pistol. LOL. Yeah. Well, I carry some pepper spray sometime, and I mean, in New Hampshire, we're actually a pretty easygoing state for gun laws and stuff like that. I don't like to get too much into the gun thing too much. I mean, there's you got to have them. You got to keep those things private and stuff. And I think YouTube has kind of got a thing. They got a weird thing. They don't like. There's something weird about YouTube with guns. I don't know. You got to have a certain. Well, maybe not. I don't know. I've seen actually some videos out there where these guys are like, got guns or whatever. I'd have to look into their policy and how that works. So, Hidden Harp, hello, peace. There's like $20 on Amazon for some powerful ones. Oh, $20 on Amazon for, you ever see those burners? You ever see the burner? It's like a pistol, but it's more like an air. It shoots out like pepper pellets, and it's pretty accurate. I guess it's got an air pack. And you can charge that thing, it's charged, and you can aim that thing and it explodes, and then it just vaporizes. So if it's like in your chest, it'll just get into your eyes, get into the perpetrator's face, and right away they're choking with pepper spray with these burners. And I guess these things are pretty accurate to 40, 50 feet away. I mean, you can get a pretty good shot on them, and they're accurate, I guess. Yeah, there's a lot of gun videos, maybe have to be education. Yeah, that could be what it is. You can't just show guns in like a violent manner. I think you're right on that, Lish. Is that they have to be educational, and you have to do it in such a way, the format has to be that way where you're being creative and not showing them in like a violent way. You can't just brash them, and there's a certain way you got to display them. I don't know the exact wording in that, but it's something on that idea, I don't think they have knives in there. I mean, no. Obviously, they probably don't want you. I tried a burner as a home defense expo about a year ago. They are accurate up to 25 feet. Okay, 25. What do I say, 50? So 25 feet then? And have a very good long and moose pull trigger. Well, usually 25 feet. If somebody's coming at you and they're 25 feet away, then that's a pretty good advantage. I mean, if it's accurate, that's a decent distance away. I mean, obviously they probably have to be threatening you, charging at you, or whatever it is. And if they're from 25 feet, you got to pull that and shoot that far. Then at least they got a good range. You don't have to have them point blank, is my point. So I don't think everyone should be able to own a gun. Well, not everybody is able to own a gun. There are restrictions. There are laws in every state. I mean, felons cannot own a gun. If you commit a felony, in you can't own a firearm. Okay, if you go to jail for some felonies, no firearms. If you are mentally ill, if you have a record of mental illness, no guns. In some cases, the domestic violence cases, even. I mean, they restrict you if you have anything like that on your record. There's, sometimes it's already like that. And you're right, not everybody should. That's why they do restrict them to certain people, as long as you are law-abiding and don't have those restrictions on you. And some states are more lenient than others. You go to certain states, like they want you to have an FID card. Massachusetts, if you go to Massachusetts, Connecticut, California, I know those states are very, very strict. Maybe even parts of New York City, New Jersey, certain state, Illinois. Some states are have a very tight gun laws, and you have to practically be a cop, a police officer before they'll give you a gun. But then there's other states like New Hampshire's one of them, Texas, Florida. There's a lot of states that have more constitutional laws about firearm ownership. That falls under more the Constitution. They don't restrict them as much. But the funny thing is that the states that have the most stringent gun laws have some of the more violent. They're more violent. Some of the cities where they have more gun laws, they have more crime. They know nobody has guns. They know very few people have guns, so they're more brazen to commit a crime. But knowing that people could be armed, could be packing in their home, maybe on their body, it's going to deter certain people to want to mess with certain people. So usually states that have more lenient gun rights have less crime per capita. I know the mainstream media doesn't say stuff like that, but if you look it up, that is true. And I do believe that. I believe in the Second Amendment. I think we should have a Second Amendment, So, I know. Typically INFJs, they're supposed to be no guns. No, not necessarily. I mean, that's common sense is what that is. That's logical. Yeah, we should be able to protect this. Gun shows in Texas. Oh, Texas is like that. Texas is like probably one of the most lenient states in the country for that kind of thing. You're in Lishless, you're in Texas. That's right. I'm trying to remember what part of Texas, but are you a police? Am I the police? No, I'm not the police. Why do I look like I could be a policeman? Some people think I look like I could be a cop. Some people think I'm Burt Reynolds. I mean, people think I'm all sorts of things. I don't know. I got one of those faces that could be just about anybody, right? No, I'm not the police. I tried to get into the force many years ago, but I think I was just, my school records. I was bad in school. I think because I had such a bad school record and I didn't finish school, it came back to bite me when I tried to get into the service, when I tried to apply as a police officer. There were certain things that just weren't happening, Self-defense is also self-care. Well, exactly. I mean, there are still some bad people out there in the world. Not everybody's good. And we do have the right to be able to defend ourselves. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, right? Yeah, it shouldn't be. Self-defense is also self-care. But if you look too, is it also? I know I've got into a gun talk about this. Where did this go? INFJ Experience is talking about guns. Hey, I guess that's all part of our experience, isn't it? Right? I mean, is it? I don't know. Hey, it's a human experience, whether or not you believe in the right or not. But that's too funny. You're labeling yourself. What did I do? Label myself? I'm back, Harp and Lish. Oh, Justin, you came back. That's good. Uh, who's labeling yourself? Tom, what did I do to label myself? What did I do? Uh, I'm trying to figure out what did I say? I don't know. Have a psychopathic response to anyone threatening me? I'm still waiting. To anyone threatening me? I'm still waiting. Oh, you get some tenacity, do you, Honey Rose? Yeah. Hey, listen, that's one of those stereotypes they always say, but this is one thing that gets me when they talk about the INFJ personality on these, they talk about all the, they talk about how they're very warm people and they're empathic and they are. They got all this quality about them. But you got to remember, too, that INFJs are still people. And they still have families to raise and they have a logical sense about them. They're not so emotional that they can't step on a fly. Or they can. Maybe they don't kill that spider, or they're going to let that spider, or they'll live in a friendship. But somebody messes with them or their family, and they're probably gonna not make their life very, very worth living after that. Let's just say. I want to make sure I word that just right. You see what I mean? But again, yeah, they're not going to step on that little bug over there, but you mess with them and they'll take your life if they have to. Okay? So you don't know what you're going to get, right? It depends on how you cross them. Yeah. I used to be pretty nice and empathic. Then I snapped. You snapped, did you? Okay. Listen, did you integrate with your shadow? Is that what you're saying? Nice and empathic, but you snapped? Listen, I mean, again, it is that way. That's the Carl Jung philosophy. That whole integration of the shadow is that typically we're out of balance and we're very passive early on. Now, listen, I know it was like that. You try not to you try not to step on people's toes. You try to bring harmony, almost too much so, where you're taken advantage of, and then finally, finally, at some point in your life, you got to be a little more cruel. I mean, just have a touch of that dark shadow, just enough to know that you can't be pushed around. You can't be messed with. You got to have a certain edge about you that they know that you have a lot of good qualities. You are that thoughtful person, but you are also willing to defend yourself and do it well. Yeah, if you have to. But I guess that's all part of that. Yeah, I'm totally aware of my FI more now than I've ever been. Still hate it, but it kind of use it. Yeah. The best way not to snap is to create boundaries. That has taken me a while to learn. Still learning, but better. Genesis, there are people I remember that remind me of certain TV characters. Yeah. Remind me of certain TV characters. Okay. What TV characters we talking about? Yeah, being that we grew up around the same time, please, are we talking about historic characters that we grew up back in the 70s or more modern ones? Because I remember I've seen a lot of TV characters over the years as well, But, okay. Well, anyway, so I get to show you my Dundee knife, and the sheath that it's in there. That sheath keeps it pretty well. You got to have something like that. You got to keep that thing wrapped up and protected in that thing, right? Let's see it one more time. Now, you call that a knife? Now that's a knife, see? There you go. All right. That is, huh? What do you think that thing is, huh? That thing's pretty big. That's at least, that blade is over a foot long right there. That's a massive blade. And I sharpen that thing pretty well, too. That's very sharp, too. That's like a razor right there. So, let me get, all right, I better put this thing away. All right, enough of that. All right, let's get this thing over here. All right, get that Crocodile Dundee knife out of the way. It's Hidden Heart. Tom, I was wondering if I was an INFJ. Tom, I was wondering if it was an INFJ trait to be mistaken for other people or to look too familiar. I listen. That's a good question. That's a good question. Typically, when we think of INFJs, we think personality. We think of our actual, just our presence. We don't think. I always figured INFJs could be everybody or anybody. All right. But as far as looking like anybody, I mean, I don't know if that's a thing. I've never heard that before. And we'll have to look into that. But I do know one thing. Typically, I mean, do you get mistaken for anybody, Justin? Do you always get compared to people like on TV or fictional characters or, hey, you look like this guy? I mean, maybe we can all do a poll. Does any of us out there get mistaken for anybody? Maybe we can put that down in the chat. Oh, I look like this one. Everybody thinks I look like different people. I mean, even when I go to work sometimes, because I got a certain voice about me and a certain presence, they think I'm like a mob boss. I mean, but it's just, and even people have said that here. It's just the way my distinction is. That's all it is. Peace, I'm sure you're most pleasant than Megan. LOL. I've been told, okay, let's see, Lish, I've been told I feel like I know I have known. Okay. I'm sure you're more pleasant. Hidden Heart. Genesis, anytime I say you look familiar, I'm so quick to say, no, I don't. I'm laughing my ass off. Okay. Genesis, I get that pretty often, yes. Again, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's a human thing or if it's a anybody thing, because I think anybody can, all people, remember the old saying? There's an old saying out there that somewhere out in the world you have a double. Have you ever heard that old saying? Somebody looks exactly like you in the world, and they could be anywhere. I mean, that's an old saying that I used to hear growing up. I mean, I've seen people that look like me a little bit, or some people think I look like, what's his name, Tim Robbins, that actor. And some people think I look like John Voight and Burt Reynolds. I don't know. I'm just looking like different people. I get nervous or suspicious when people tell me that. I don't know. Part of me thinks it's all in your pedigree. It's just in how you were raised, you know. But if you want to hear something interesting, that what I heard. Now there was a certain channel I was listening to for a while. This guy was talking about the Sigma man. All right, it was all talking about the Sigma, and then he was talking about how Sigma's all, even talking about the certain physical characteristics of the Sigma male. And he was talking about how, for one thing, he said that they overwhelmingly have a type O positive blood type. Okay. And I don't know how he knew this. This dude knew this stuff. His name was Hierarchy of Man, was the name of his show. I haven't watched him too much lately, but I think he's an Australian guy. But one time I still remember this episode or this video I was watching where he was talking about how the Sigma man has certain characteristics, like physical characteristics that define him, because Sigmas are basically have genetics of a warrior. And warriors, when they evolved a certain way, they had a certain demeanor. Now, your personality, the type of character that you have, the type of fearlessness that you have, there's only certain people that are cut out to be a warrior, Not everybody can. Some of them have more of the internal personality to be a warrior. Not everybody's cut out. Some people are more jumpy. Some people are more, they're not the same. But there are physical characteristics that also align with the internal personality of a Sigma. But he goes on to saying, like, now I can't remember what he said. He said, number one, there was a certain hairline. There was a certain line of hair that they had. It was a certain defined hairline. Usually it wasn't I was trying to remember how we worded it. It's been a long time. Sometimes they have the widow's peak. They might have that form in the middle, but they had a certain high, uh, like head, like the head, the forehead had a certain definition about it. The eye sockets. I remember him saying this, that typically the eye sockets are sunken back a little bit in order to create shadows. So when you're out in the battlefield, that you have a certain natural shadowness about your eyes. Typically, the Sigmas have like that. If you see them, their eyes darken in shadows because it's a way of them keeping basically the sun out, so that they're better warriors. So they can, you see what I mean? And I'm trying to remember. There was a certain jawline. There was a certain like squared off jaw that they had. And then he said also this too, the knuckles. There was a certain prominence of the knuckles because they're fighters, because they have that warrior pedigree. Okay? It's all temperament, it's personality, it's stoicism, and it's all these physical attributes. And the blood type was type O. I don't know how deep this was, how true it was. I just remember seeing this. Yeah, some people have a cowlick in their hair. So and that it was also said too that typically they have a really chiseled look about their face. They have certain prominent knuckles, so their hands are usually larger than typical hand. They're more, they're bigger, and they have prominent knuckles. Like they're more defined. So when you throw a punch, they're more harder to hit. Now I might have missed a few. This fascinated me. This fascinated me because I'm listening to the whole thing and I'm like, I don't know where he knew it. I don't know how he got this information. I never heard anybody describe. It's always about the character of the Sigma, but there's that stance, and of course there was a certain like um, also like the straightness of their stance. The way they stand, their shoulders back. They have a certain like like usually with military, they're always at standing up straight and everything. So I don't know. There's a bunch of these characteristics, and like again, I don't know if I covered all of them. I'm just going from memory, but yeah. But that was what I remembered from that, and I remember thinking that part of what it is. I mean, now usually, typically, the introverted intuitive typically is the Sigma. It becomes Sigma males, and it's because they are the introverted. They're not the alphas. They're more the Sigmas. They're the quiet types. They're the loner types. But they had all these other characteristics about them. But what was the point I was making? Oh, we're talking about, are we ever mistaken for other people? That I don't know. But I do know that whether or not it's an INFJ thing, being that a lot of times I think, especially INTJ, INFJs, all the internal, the introverted types of the Sigmas, they just are, because that's part of their character. But they had all these other characteristics as well that just went along with it. So I don't know. I remember kept thinking like, keeping a checklist. Like, yeah, I guess you start comparing, saying he describes you, and sometimes they show the Sigma males like these AI ones, and they all kind of have those characteristics about them. I was thinking mom becomes some. I think it was a mom because some babies are following. The knight is pretty dope. Oh, Andrea, 8536. Oh, you like the knight back there, Mr. Knight? Yeah, yeah. That's my. I guess you could call Mr. Knight. I figured I'd bring him in there, give him the background. He could be like he's the sidekick, I guess you could say, huh? Yeah, go figure. A knight, in shining armor, holding a sword. Go figure. He's holding a sword. He's the warrior over there. Yeah, I guess so. So, So, well, anyway, that's what I think. So, anyway, to answer that question, though, Genesis, I mean, that was what I'm more a Sigma male, LOL. I think, like I said, I think in personality wise, I think we that's part of our authentication too. But part of your whole awakening, part of your whole discovering, part of you finding peace and finding that total anatomical connection with your soul, with your God, when you are completely, basically free from needing anything from the world other than the sustenance of, like people, you're above that because it's like you've glorified in a sense. You've reached that other level. That's where the true Sigma is emerged, is at that point. It's after your awakening. Now, I think we're forming, we're forging to that moment. And I think we have traits of that through our whole life. Now, I mean, I think we show traits of that. We show in just who we are. You might have remembered back when you were younger. You might have had we all had a loneness about us. I think we were loners. Even as kids, we were loners. I'm sure we spent a lot of time alone, and we had certain characteristics that we followed. And but then again, like I said, if you were a Sigma male, maybe you started defining those characteristics I talked about started just emerging naturally. All right. And I remember at one time, I'm not sure when it was. It was only within the last maybe 20 years. Now, my voice has always been somewhat deep, but it was never as deep as it is now. I don't know what, it just kind of all of a sudden, it just in the last 10, 15 years, it just, even in the last 10, it's just turned into what it is now. And it never used to be like this. It was always my voice, just not as grovelly. I don't know what happened to it. It's like, something happened, something just changed. But again, I think that's part of the evolution. So, but, uh, but anyway, I don't know. As far as do we actually resemble anybody, if that's an INFJ thing, I can't answer quite that question. But yeah. Uh, okay, so let's see. What do we still got? We have 12 watching, and it is almost midnight. That's kind of cool. So what do we got going on here? The night was pretty dope. Dope. Oh yeah, isn't that slang for like dope is slang. When you say, hey, that's dope, doesn't it mean like cool, like rad, gnarly, dope? That's kind of slang right there, isn't it? Sigma male, Sigma with a T. Oh, stigma. Oh, stigma. I know, I'm belly silly, honey. It's what Australians call koalas. Oh, koala bears. Oh yeah, the raccoons. Uh, oh, that's right. They got all sorts of great wildlife down there. We're talking about Australia down there, the land down under. Yeah, I'm walking outside and a raccoon fell out of the tree. Yeah, up here we got bears. We got the black bears. I've seen a few black bears. Hey, did I ever tell you that story? I had this thing happen back about maybe 4 years ago when I was still living in my apartment. I was in Concord. Yeah, the capital, Concord, New Hampshire. And but out behind my apartment building, there was a walkway. It was like a walkway, and it led out into the woods. In fact, it was nice. It was a nice area it was a preserve near the river. And there was some walks, there was some parks. I mean, excuse me, it was wooded. It was wooded. There was a couple of bridges out there. Well, anyway, I took a walk out there one day. It was after work, right? And I saw a bear. Not that far from my house. I mean, it wasn't that far into my walk. I saw a brown bear. He was a good distance away, but he was walking right on the same path I was, walking toward me. I saw him, but he was, like I said, I'm going to say he was about a good maybe 50, 60 feet away from me. And right away, as soon as he saw me, he just started walking away. Like he got off the path, and it looked like he wanted no part of me. He just started walking up into the woods a little bit, up the hill. And I kept thinking, all right, he's not going to bother me. That's good. Maybe that's a good thing, um, but maybe the fact that he saw me, if I had startled him, it would have been a different situation. If it was a mother cub, if it was a mother with bear cubs, different story. Trust me. Luckily, he saw me. It was night. It wasn't night. It was still daytime. And at that time, I still had a flip phone, and I tried to take a picture of him, and I started trying to follow him, and then and he just looked like a little black dot, little black blurry dot. So I didn't really get a good look at him. Um, so that's what. But anyway, I saw him, and he just wanted no part of me. So I thought, okay, that's fine. I mean, let the thing go off. That thing doesn't have to be. He probably knew better. It's probably in their best interest to stay away from humans. If they see him in advance, believe me, the wise ones know it's probably better just not to mess with humans. And they're not going to just attack you. They're not going to mess with you unless you startle them, unless you walk up on them and they're spooked. They're going to come at you. But if they have a heads up like he did, obviously he left. So that was good. I got that. This dyslexia with numbers is called. What, did I do that? You're asking, Tom, are you reading backwards? Dyslexics? What did I read backwards? Did I do something? I told you sometimes I have to slow down my mind a little bit. And if you notice, sometimes I start getting tangled up. I start getting tongue-tied. And then I have to stop. And then I just repeat it slowly in order basically to reset myself almost in a way. Yeah, maybe I do that. So I figured it was something like that. See, I knew Jethro was in there. Personality pull, hey, head and harps. Yep. Yeah. We haven't seen a whole lot of you. We saw you here last week, but you were missing for a couple of weeks. I figured you must have been busy. I asked about your harp a couple times in the weeks you weren't here, just because we didn't see you. And I was asking how you were doing. It's good to see you back out there, though. That's all. I figured it was something like that. I meant reading the comments backwards. Well, know what I'm doing? I'm reading them from down going up. That's what it is. I think I'm reading the most, and then I scroll backwards, and then I read the ones I might have missed, trying to get caught up so I don't miss anybody. That's all. So, Andrea, I was giving you a shout. That's all. Okay. There was another time too, right? Did I ever tell you that I had another story? I guess I'm a storyteller today. If you don't mind, I'll tell you another story. This was one of my best ones. I think I've told this one before. I'll tell it again. Maybe some new people haven't heard it. Okay. I was doing a job. I was changing tires. Well, it probably goes back about 5 years ago now. I was still doing the tire work. Wasn't doing the job I'm doing now. And I was doing a job up at a transfer station on a Saturday morning. And I'm going to say it was like maybe it was right around this time of year, maybe like September. So it was a cool, crisp, like September, beautiful morning. A little bit of dew on everything, still early on. And now I went up to a transfer station, which was closed on Saturday, and they wanted me to do some tire work. Now, there's solid filled tires on these things, so they don't run over flats. They're not air-filled tires, but you have to rotate them around to keep them wearing just right, because the front tires tend to get most of the wear. So I had to rotate them so they get better wear. So I think I was doing 2 machines that day. So I'm picking up a loader, and I got my big old hands out. I got this big tire truck, had these giant claws, claw that just looked like that, and it grabbed the tires, and this thing could pick up a couple 3,000 pounds easily. Big giant crane. And so I'm doing my job. I'm just doing the thing. I'm lugging the tires off, and I'm doing my job, right? So a little bit into it, I'm just between the truck and I'm between this loader, and all of a sudden I see this animal walk up. It looked like a dog. It was a good looking dog. I thought he was like a shepherd. I thought, oh, somebody's pet dog's here. And he walked up and he started looking at me. But Now what happened was is now he's only about maybe 6 feet away from me, maybe 7 feet away at this point, and he stopped. We locked, and I look him in the eyes. And what I think is a dog, all of a sudden I'm looking in his eyes and I'm saying, I'm staring at him eye to eye with locked eyes. And I thought, this is a wild coyote. And the reason I knew it was the look in his eyes was wild. It was just that, it wasn't that docile dog look. Your dogs have that certain docile look. You know what I mean? You can tell they're domesticated. They were puppies raised by a human. They get that look in their eye. They never probably tore open a carcass in the middle of a wild frenzy in the wild. You know what I'm saying? They didn't, that's not their life. This thing had that look. Like that was its life. And right away I'm like, what do I do? Is he going to attack? I started thinking, is he going to come at me? Is he rabid? He's in a dump now. He's in a transfer station, probably eating trash. Now that's where rabies come from. I didn't know why he's looking at me. And it's in the middle of daylight. He's staring at me. Now we locked eyes. And I just looked at him. And then I kind of just started looking at him. I thought, this is what I got to do. I'm not going to run. I'm not going to hide here. I stared him down. I just kept staring at him. He's looking at me. I was not going to take it away. I knew, now right away too, I knew that canine hierarchy. There is a hierarchy in canine. And of course, as you know, the wolf pack, they have the alpha, they have the beta, it's usually there's that pecking order, and it's that whole order they're looking for. And you got to figure coyotes have that same canine mentality. Okay? Now, yes, they're a scavenger. They're nothing more than they're like a rat in dog form is what they are. Okay? But they're still a formidable animal out there. So we're locked eyes. And I'm thinking this all in my head. I'm thinking, okay, the hierarchy. Okay, you got to know that you're showing no fear. You can't show fear to this thing because he'll thrive on that. And that might be his cue to come at you. Because they're predatory, but they're what you call they'll take advantage of you if you're hurt, if you're injured. They're usually looking for an advantage on you. Okay, they're looking for that opportunity, and they won't. So I stared him down for about a good 9 seconds, and he's looking me right in the eye. We're staring down. He finally just broke eye contact, and he just started walking the way he came. And of course, I watched him. And I watched him walking away. And I kept my eye on him. Now I'm looking around for other ones, thinking, okay, are there any more of them around here? I'm keeping my eye open now. And then I see him walk. And then he walked and he joined another one about, I don't know, maybe 50 yards away, maybe 25 yards away. He joins another one. And then they kind of just go behind the building where the transfer was. And so I'm thinking, okay, he joined another one. So one's in the background, kind of waiting to, they're testing the waters. Why he's looking at a human man, I don't know. Why, what they were thinking. Maybe, does somebody feed these things during the day? I really don't know. But this coyote seemed a little brazen in the middle of the day looking at me. So that's what I mean. There was a lot of flags going up. Why is he looking at me? He's brazen. And he's looking me in the eye, and he looked like he was looking for an opportunity, looking for a weakness in me. And I thought I knew enough not to give it to him. And I kept looking. So, and I stared. That's all I could do was stare him down, give him the eye. Little did I know that's something that we got. We just can get that stare. That's now there's a trademark, is that stare. I didn't know about it. I think this is well before I knew what it was. I just knew I couldn't let him, Now, needless to say, I go on. I had to keep my job going. I kept working. And of course, I kept the biggest tire bar. I kept the tire bar handy, thinking if he comes back and he's going to start regrouping with more of them, I may have to start swinging on some coyotes. And you don't mess with a tire guy with a tire bar. I'm pretty good at that thing. I was pretty good with a tire bar because I could peel off tires all day long with these things. You know what I mean? So that's what I did. So I stared the thing down. He moseyed off and was gone. So, I don't know. I just never forgot that. I just never forgot that day. That coyote was right there, Uh, my beach body is looking like I got a nice personality. Oh, okay, beach body, huh? Okay, you got a nice beach body, do you? Yeah. Hey, if I told you had a nice body, would you hold it against me? Oh, did I just say that? Not sure. I'm sorry. Tire iron Tom. Oh, that was back in my Studley days. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, I think I lost a. I got a little old. I don't do that anymore. But back in the day, yeah, I was quite the stud back there for a while. You know, maybe I don't know. Been a while. I know that song. Oh, you know that song. If I told you had a nice body, would you hold it against me? It's a country song, right? Yeah, it's an old country song there. You know. No, that's the point. Oh, okay. All right. I was only kidding. I didn't mean that. I was joking with you on that. All right. That is an old song, though, like you said. Honey, I'll go to the beach with you. LOL. There you go. Honey Rose is up in Saskatchewan. Yeah. Hey, I was going to say, you probably don't see too many beaches unless you're going to, gosh, how many, are you, Lake Manitoba? No, no, that's in Minnesota, right? There must be the only beaches you're probably seeing up around there are probably lake beaches, I would think, because man, Saskatchewan is inland, right? You're not too much near the coast, but you do have to have those beaches that are, yeah, on those lakes up there. I'm sure you got a lot of lakes up there, right, during summer. So I used to play that song on the classic country station. There are hundreds of small lakes north of me. One is named after my grandmother's brother. Oh, there you go. Your grandmother's brother. Nice. On your father's side, right? Oh, I don't know why I said that. My grandmother's brothers on my father's side. Yeah. Just to kind of confuse it a little bit. That's all, you know? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, that was just a couple of interesting stories over the. Yeah, I mean, I've told that story about the coyote a couple of times, but like I said, I was the only one there. I didn't get any pictures, didn't get any proof or anything like that. It's just my story. It's a memory I got, but it did happen, and that's what happened, you know. But yeah, but like I said, sometimes I think, you know, whether or not that's a human thing. I mean, it's got to be. I think we all rise to an occasion. You can't just say that's an INFJ thing. I think we all have to. We all have to rise to a certain occasion, rise to a certain level of protection, rise to a certain level of knowing that we may have to fight or flight within ourselves. Just as that animal's only response is whatever it is that it is geared. It's got the fight or flight mentality. Same thing with humans. I mean, we might get to the point where yeah, we have to do either of the two. Okay, you hate to think you got to get to that point, but at some points in your life, you get tested. You get those little moments, those little flickers of worry. You know, like something could or couldn't happen depending on where you are. So, but at that time there, it's got to define. It tells you where your level is. You know, these are little tests as to, you know, where your mind is or how you're going to react in certain situations. Uh, Hello there. We have somebody who's brand new. Like, good morning. Somebody is saying good morning. We have Par Wat Divi Parwata Divi. I'm in India. Well, I kind of thought so when you said good morning that you might have, and with a name like that I would think so. You're in the wonderful country of India. That's nice. Now, what brings you to our channel? Did you have anything you wanted to? So you're from India. That's nice. Now, I'm broadcasting here from New Hampshire, in the state of New Hampshire, in the good old U.S. of A. I'm sure you probably figured by this by this horrible accent I have. That's where I'm from, I would think. So, yes, my channel is monetized. Oh, you got your own channel then. All right. Okay. Now, what kind of channel do you have? Are you what do you do there? Now, what draws you to the INFJ experience? I would think that maybe your algorithm led you here. Yeah. Do you like to talk about the MBTI by any chance? I worked in Canada with 20-degree temperatures, and this guy wore t-shirts, no sleeve. What the? Yeah. Uh, um, you for sir. You, uh, you from sir? Where am I from? Oh, are you asking where I'm from? Okay. Yeah, I just told you I'm from New Hampshire. New Hampshire, U.S. of A. Yeah, and you're from India. Okay. Justin, my partner, does that. You know. So, well, it's good to see. Now that you're brand new to the station, Par what? The Diva. I got to come up with a nickname for you. Parwa. Par. I gotta see. I usually take your name, your name on there, and I have to kind of just make a nickname out of it. Do you have a preference? I will ask you first if you have a preference. Do you want to be Par or do you want to be Divi? I could call you Divi, the end part. I don't want to call you two. I don't want to call you 2588. That's a little too much. Yes, from the United States. Um, so it's good to see you. Let's see. Can we call you something simpler? Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure. God name. Okay. Oh, is that what that is? Parawadeva. Now, India. That's now. I would imagine. Listen, being that you're from India, you must be fluent in English, being that that was a British Commonwealth or British territory for almost 100 years, right up until like the 50s or 60s. In fact, so there's such a presence of that's one of those very you know that's one of those English speaking countries that where the British just did that. Oh, no English. Oh, really? Okay. Maybe there's certain parts. I thought some of the areas were very entrenched with the English, and they taught it as a second language in the schools. I thought maybe there's certain parts of India that didn't that don't do that, or it's not as a tradition. Our Hindu. Oh, so you got Hindi. Our Hindi works. Okay. Now, are you able to understand? Are you fluent? At least you're understanding me. I mean, are you understanding me, or are you getting a translator? Some English speaking me. Some speaking. Okay, you understand some English. Okay, I get that. All right, that's good. But like I said, do you understand English? Are you understanding me, or are you on a translator right now? Translating some of my texts. I'm just curious. Some understanding. Oh, okay, some of it. So maybe bits and pieces, not all of it. Okay. Well, I understand. Well, uh, so are you one of the rarest personality types? Are you in that category? Have you been tested with the INFJ affliction? Personality type, that is. Just translator, no use. Okay, got that. All right. All right. Well, we want to say hello to you. I think everybody is on this chat. I'm sure you are welcome as far as your input. You know, so we are very welcoming here on this station, on this channel, as you know. Call you Cabbage. Cabbage. Who's Cabbage? Uh, oh, okay. Oh, did you have okay, but that's good that you're it's good that you're out there then anyway. Not Cabbage. Tom. Oh. Oh, somebody call me Cabbage? What is that? Am I missing something? Is there an in joke I'm missing on this? I'm not sure what we're talking about cabbage here. Yeah. Hey, I don't know. Maybe I was a Cabbage Patch Kid one day, you know? Remember the Cabbage Patch Kids? Yeah, they were like the so Yeah, there you go, Cabbage Patch Kids. You know. All right. Well, it's always good to see. Oh well, okay. Yeah. So, what part? Oh, let me ask you, what part? Like, what city in India do you reside in? Are you from what is it, Calcutta? Is Calcutta even a? Is that still the capital, or did they change it? I think they changed it or something. Like and subscribed is done. Well, thank you. So you liked and subscribed today. Well, there you go. Awesome. Okay, that's good. So now, are you? I know you said you're limited in some of your English, but hopefully you've been listening long enough and you know what my message is, and maybe you like what I'm talking about. I can only guess, and I know typically, yeah, it's just you either you're drawn or you're not. That's a good thing, then. Like and subscribe. Awesome, awesome. That's good. So yeah, I know that I have it on. I also know that there is YouTube does also translate some text and actually some of the voice. I've never heard myself being translated, but I know there's a certain. Sometimes I look at my analytics and I see that they have a certain percentage where they say, "Oh, you've been translated to different languages in different countries." 8% of the time this last 28 days. So sometimes I know it's like I'm being translated, like being dubbed over. Like I've never heard what I sound like being dubbed. It'd be interesting to hear what that must sound like, though. So yeah, but as long as the message is all resonates the same, I guess that's all that really matters. So well, that's I'm really happy that you subscribed as well. Now, did you have any questions you wanted to ask, or no? But or it that's okay, or not. I actually think too, if you were to even if you like were limited on some of your English as far as typing or speaking, I think if you answered or asked a question in your language that you're familiar with, I think it would YouTube automatically translates your question, your text into English, and so I could read it as well. So I'm just saying that that's another option. I mean, YouTube is fairly advanced when it comes to things like that. They actually are able to, uh, in order to broaden the audience, I guess you could say. Well, okay, it's good to see you out there then, right? So we still have 11 watching now. It is after midnight, and so I know so many people. It's after midnight in your part of the world. It's probably early morning somewhere. Some of us in the U.S. of A. here, I know it's nighttime and we're enjoying our night. Uh, I am cooking chapati. Hope I'm saying that right. Chapati. I hope I'm well. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is, but you know what? It sounds pretty good. I don't know. You're already making me hungry just telling me you're cooking something. Oh, it's a kind of bread. Oh, okay. Chapati's a bread. Still, I bet it's that. Bet it's really good bread. I'm sure. I'd love to try some chapati. I bet you. I mean, where would I find chapati bread? I mean, I would imagine. She laughing. Okay. I'm just interested. I mean, now you're getting me all hungry over here. Sometimes people start talking about food on here and they say they're cooking, and it's like, yeah, I had a bowl of cereal about 5 hours ago. A couple bowls of cereal is all I had. Now I'm starting to want to eat here. Search chapati. Oh, I'll have to do that then, huh? Is that one of those? Must be one of those Hindui or those oh whatever, like maybe an Indian type of bread out there, right? Well, that's good. Are you a soldier? Oh, we got somebody asking me if I'm a soldier again. There you go. Um, yeah. Well, maybe I should just start saying it. Yeah. You see, I was in a war zone. Bullets flying over my head, bombs exploding. My comrades somehow vaporizing next to me, but I pressed on. Finally, I got. I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it. No, it's too painful. No, I'm sorry. No, listen, don't do that. No, all right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that. I was catching myself. Why was that too realistic? Too graphic? Was it? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe my acting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my calling should have been something like that. You know. Oh, Perry. So it's like a flatbread then. Honey Rose, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I don't want to. I guess I'm just trying to go into that Saving Private Ryan mode there, and maybe I was a little too convincing. Yeah, people keep asking him if I'm a warrior or something, but I almost ordered chapati today with my Norley in Harlem. Oh, really? So sounds like Lish, you actually everybody has heard of this as well, huh? No, but to answer your question, Kim, Kayam, only one. I'm not actually a soldier. I just did that as a demonstration because people keep asking me that. They keep asking me that for some reason. They keep asking me if I'm a cop. I get that. I guess I just have that look about me, and I'm not trying to do anything or look like anybody. That's just the way I am, I guess. You know. Let's just say maybe I look like a soldier because I've had a very hard life. Okay. Being this personality type, I think a lot of us have in our own way. We've had a difficult spiritual internal life in so many ways. So that's all. Okay. All right. So, Genesis, that's hilarious. But maybe like I said, maybe it takes its toll in who I am. That's all. That's all. So I wanted to be a Marine. I did try to join the Marines back but I had I was a bad student, so Tom Warzone. Yeah, no, I thought about that, and I just yeah. Hey, all these actors in Hollywood, they portray these war heroes all the time. Sometimes, like Saving Private Ryan. Actually, Saving Private Ryan is probably one of my favorite movies all time. If you've ever seen Saving Private Ryan, they show the Normandy invasion and one of the most graphic reenactments you're ever going to see on on the screen. I guess you could say it is quite graphic. I mean, uh, it actually basically it got me the first time I saw it. How graphic it must have been on the Normandy, on the beaches. I think that was Utah Beach actually, the one that they started off on in that movie. But yeah, let me hush now. Okay. It would be Tom versus Trolls. Tom versus Trolls. Okay. Yeah, I guess there's a few trolls out there. No, they haven't been too bad. They haven't been too vulgar or anything like that. But we still do have our moderators out there. That's good. So I noticed Peace had to block somebody off there a little while ago. That's been a while, but yeah. But if anybody has any questions, if you have any concerns, any questions, anything that's on your mind, we could, if you listen, if you want to let me jump down another rabbit hole. I mean, I like to do that every so often, but you know. But one thing I got to tell you though, I mean, as far as like the INFJ experience, and as far as like us being INFJs, now let me ask you this: um, par, par, parwa. If you want, how about parwa? Is that okay? Can I call you parwa? Um, do INFJs like public speaking? Well, that's a good question. That is a good question. I think. Okay, that's a good one. Thank you, Vamp. I'm glad you asked that question. Well, let's see. Um, I can. I don't know if you consider this public speaking. I mean, technically, I'm live. I'm talking on the air. Now, even if it was a million people, I'd still be okay. I mean, I'm having only 11 people right now. I got a handful of people watching. I understand that. But if it said 1,000, 2,000, I'd still be the same. I don't think I'd be intimidated by the number I'd be looking at. So I think I could. I think I could talk. Um, but I think, again, I think I'm talking from me as who I am. I have the ability, even as introverted as I am, I've known from my own history that there are times where I could I could get up in front of people and sing a song, karaoke in front of a band or so. I just know I can. I mean, I've done it before in front of like live, like, bar rooms and things. Um, I just have a feeling that if I was given a microphone and a script and I knew what I was going to say and somebody wanted me to say something, I would. I would. I can't speak for everybody. Vamp, no, LOL, I don't. See, Genesis is not a public speaker. He's saying that's it. And Justin, I feel the same way. So maybe some of you wouldn't be able to do that. I know personality. I hate it. Okay, Navy up here is recruiting. Okay, no, but anyway, that's just coming from me. Do I like it? I mean, I probably wouldn't. Uh, I don't gravitate toward just because. It would have to be something important for me to say, or something for me, like I would have to have a good message, something that was heartfelt, meaningful kind of thing to say that I would want to talk about. Other than that, yeah, I probably wouldn't. It would have to be the meaning behind it. That, I guess, is my point. Good night, honey Rose. Well, I've been up since 3 a.m. I'm going to bed. Night, everyone. Well, good night, honey Rose. It's good to see you dropped in and hung out with us for the time you graced us with your presence. How's that? Okay, and have a great night, and hopefully we'll see you next week. Okay. Okay. There you go. We just tucked Honey Rose in. Hello, Lish. Yep, good night, Honey Rose. Have a good night. Everybody's giving you a good night over there, right? There you go. Yeah, but anyway, that's what I think. I can do it when I have to, but it would have to be something meaningful. That's all. So, but that's one of those contradictory things I have. It's like I'm able to talk to people in mass. I can talk to people in situations like that, even broadcasting things. But again, there's so much, like, this is a very limited point of my time. I'm coming out and talking to people, because other than that, I mean, I spend a lot of time alone. I do. And I'm sure we all do at times. But via public speaking at school, yes. If your questions from me, okay. Now, singing in front of people, I probably hate that. Oh, Harp, you wouldn't like to do that? Harp, even though you have a video, don't you you have your own channel where you do your cover tunes and you do videos covering other artists and things. You told me like Michael Jackson and Prince and things like that. And you told me you do some of your cover tunes. You have a something like that. I can't remember. So I know you do a video channel like that, but you wouldn't do that in front of people. Okay. I have a question for all INFJs here. What what's your own relationship with extroverted intuition? That's a good question. Extroverted intuition. Um, uh, bye bye. Well, okay. Okay, so Padawa's going. Oh, she's saying goodbye. Okay. Well, it's nice to have met you, Padawa. Bye bye. Okay. Or is she saying goodbye to somebody that's leaving? I don't know what she means. I wasn't sure. Okay. Tom. Public speaking. Okay. What's your relationship with extroverted intuition? Yeah. Extroverted intuition. I'm not even sure really how to describe that. I just know one thing. I know instinctively, I know what my mind does, and I piece things together instinctively inside me. And I've been doing that as long as I can remember. And it's always been there. I've always been doing it. But now, since I'm aware of what it is exactly and what it is and how it's a primary function, I've become more like studying it, watching it, seeing how it functions, and how it's always been there. Um, as far as extroverted intuition, it's more on the idea of I mean, what it's described as, it's like you're looking outside yourself, trying to what? Judge what's going on with others outside of you or what's going on beyond you, right? It's um is this the is it, here's a good example of let me ask you if this is an example of what extroverted intuition is. Like, this is an easy one. You see somebody driving reckless up the highway, okay? And you're looking outside and what? You're seeing another car, somebody driving reckless, and the most simple conclusion is, okay, they're most likely going to kill themselves. They're going to end up in a ditch a few miles up the road, okay? And then maybe like another way after, let's say they passed you, and then sure enough, you saw them rolled over in the ditch like you predicted it. But you kind of, that's an easy one. Is that what you mean by extroverted, like intuition? Or is that more of an introverted thing that I'm seeing it? But I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. But if that's what you mean, sometimes, I it's hard to really say. But I mean, I know I piece things together all the time. I'm always kind of getting a good view on things internally, almost instinctively. But it's really hard to describe that because, yeah. For my extroverted intuition leans towards paranoia and the worst outcome in having too many tabs open on my brain computer. Oh, okay. Is that what it is to you? It's more like, yeah, it's almost like overloading your mind to where you're just thinking too much, overthinking, over, yeah, having too many tabs open. Like you just over analyzing everything is what it sounds like you're doing. That's your extroverted intuition at that point. Okay, all right. If that's what you're describing it as, I mean, sometimes I get overwhelmed. My mind gets overwhelmed with things like that. Yeah, and I tend to try to I try to reel myself back in sometimes, But yeah, it's hard to really describe what that is exactly. Um, Tell them I'm self-critical. Oh yeah, that's right. In front of others in real time. Even though my friends and family ask often, okay, okay. Justin had it in school was a nightmare. I always told people if I chose between taking so many rough time at public speaking or all right. Yeah, so it sounds like some of us have had instances where we've had issues with public speaking. Um, uh, I've never. I mean, the most I've ever done, like I said, I never really was invited to publicly speak too much, other than just this channel I got. And like I said, a couple of times I've got up and did karaoke in front of strangers, and I figured that was maybe in the same category. That's all. So, all right, okay. Uh, but we got 9 watching. We've been 5 hours into this broadcast. It is 12:30, and you know what I might do? How about we go up till 1 o'clock? We'll go to 1 o'clock, okay, people? If that's all right with you, that'll give us almost 6 hours worth. Because I'm on 5 now, and I figure 1 o'clock's probably a good cutoff time, right? We'll try that, unless something just out of the blue, something happens, and I can't pull myself out of a rabbit hole. You know what I mean? That's all. So, oh, somebody's sending a bunch of hearts over there. Somebody's got the hearts going and flying up there. Okay, all right. Vamp, same here. I don't know why it's so difficult. Yeah. Again, I think. Okay, you're talking about the public speaking thing, then, huh? Well, it's a lot of it has to do with the awkwardness too. I think. Now, when I get the most, when I start getting most choked up is breaking the ice in a conversation, or breaking ice with people in general. I don't know if this has anything to do with public speaker. In other words, being the first one to say hello, being the first one to ask a question. I feel like I'm all like, sometimes certain people I want to talk to, and some people I hope don't approach me for the most part. But usually I don't break the ice too often. You know what I mean? It's almost like because I didn't plan for it. I'd almost have to plan to break the ice. Okay, but how do you do that? Because everybody, the whole world, everybody you meet is spontaneous. It's like you don't know where or when, unless you're meeting somebody that you made a date with. Let's say, meeting a girlfriend. And it's like, okay, now you kind of already planned a certain time and what to talk about. So I mean, spontaneous is definitely not good for me unless I'm asked something first. Then I can think about the answer. Harp, have you ever thought enough about extroverted intuition to know the answer to the question? It's kind of imagine if you were more open about their intuition. Maybe yeah. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, so it can be a very spontaneous decision. Oh, usually it's the spontaneity, like us. But again, that's one of the things about the judging function, though, is that they say that even in us, typically what we want everything planned out. Anything that just happens out of our control, or when something a plan deviates, something something goes wrong, something delays you. That's usually when we don't like it. We want to plan something out right in order, right the way it was, and we don't like any disruptions in it. Typically, those disruptions really get to us. Those spontaneous change of plans, and usually I've explained that before in the videos that I've noticed that in myself is that um, I never liked that. When I had the tire job, I had to plan. I actually literally had to plan for certain things because I would set out a certain time or allocate a certain time a job I'd have, and I'd already have it scoped out in my mind what I was going to do. But if the job was delayed because there was rust on the rims, it was more of a headache, maybe rain, maybe the elements took over and it delayed me. Usually, it kind of threw me into a little bit of a tailspin. Like I wasn't so instinctively. I had to expect the unexpected in that job. I had to expect that anything could happen. A breakdown could happen. A tire could blow out, and I could be 15 minutes away from going home. It could be 20 minutes of 5, and all of a sudden, okay, a tire's just called in, a road call came in. Now, that was spontaneous, but it was my job. But I had to always keep in the back of my mind that I knew that could happen. That I had the plan for the spontaneousness. And I had to understand that it could happen. And that's what got me through it. And a lot of the times that's what work was. So I think that's, again, I mean, if you are planning on speaking publicly and you have you want to say what you're going to say, is a script in front of you, that might be one thing. That would get you out of this. That's probably how you have to cope with that, is again, it's about your planning. Your judging function is that strong within you that you would have to allocate and plan it. Because if you were to spontaneously speak in front of a crowd, no, that's probably not going to happen. It would have to be all set aside. You would have to be knowing you're getting up there, and you would have to know what you're going to say. Maybe you'd have to plan a script, write down what you're going to say, and know what you're going to say. At that point there, this would ease you out of your fear of the public speaking, because now it's planned. That's the only way I can think of how you could advance past that. Okay? So in a way, what I'm saying is knowing who you are, you have to use your primary attributes of your personality and make them work for your advantage. And that's your judging function. So again, you have to plan for the unexpected. And if you have something like that, if you're going to stand in front of somebody, then you have to plan for that. And make sure you know exactly what you're going to do. And then at that point, you might ease out of it. Yeah, I mean, ease out of your fear of it. Okay? Keystone, please condemn ongoing in Gaza genocide. Oh, listen, so that's one of those agenda-driven things. Okay. Now, Keystone, why do this is not a bully pulpit here. This is not a soapbox. I mean, I know that's probably a concern of yours, but but I mean, I'm not going to start if I start condemning that, then I have to condemn, people starving in Ethiopia. I mean, I can't get into that. So, all right. Hidden Heart, man, STP brother has pranked me for a lot of times in life. I made him pay for it. Oh, okay. You might be in the wrong chat, though. Okay, all right, I get that. Keystone, I think I've seen that name before. I think I've seen Keystone. I can't remember. But yeah, that's one of those. They have an agenda, have a message, and they want to just, yeah. I don't know enough about it, really, to make a comment. I mean, I really don't. So if I knew more about it, I could comment on it, but I don't. So, well, anyway, I hope I hope I answered that. So again, Hidden Heart, being that that's where you have to engage with the judging, okay? And like I said, even if you plan for the unexpected, that's one thing you have to actually allocate into. Okay, I don't want to repeat it too much. I've already said that whole thing. But again, let your functions, let your dominant functions be your greatest attributes into overcoming your your flaws. Okay? I hope I said that right. Good night, Justin. Take care. Enjoy the evening, everyone. Oh, good night, Justin. Good to see you hanging around for a little while there. Yep. Must retire for the evening. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Like I said, we're going to hang around for 1 o'clock. Yeah. So we have a good majority of the Breakfast Club still hanging out in there. It always seems like that's one of the things. A good majority of the Breakfast Clubs are the ones that are still here at this time. So good night, Genesis, Justin. Okay. So I don't know if I was. I guess that's part of what I would have to say is that yeah. So hopefully we're not all having the public speak. I mean that's something that some people have no problem doing that. Some people do. I don't know. Frog King too. What do we got? Not Frog King. Uh, watch out for trolls. LOL. Okay. Yeah, watch out for them trolls, huh? Definitely. Okay. So we still have 11 watching. Okay, we were up to about 12 or 15 a little while ago. Now we're up to about 11. And I think that's pretty good. When you're talking about 12:30 at night, I mean, again, it's a little bit, it's something out there, right? That's good. So, of course, I'm thinking to myself, it'd be okay if it was 50, 60, 70. I keep thinking one day, will it get to that point? I don't know. Maybe it'd take a long time. I'd have to make a really good impression out here, but it's all right. There may be one lurking now. Okay. Well, then, Peace, you have the ability to, if you see anybody out there making anything lewd, crude, or whatever, yeah, you got that. You definitely got that on there. Huh? Maybe one lurking. Maybe. Oh. Anyway, hopefully everybody's having a great night. Maybe you could let me know. I mean, listen, maybe here's an interesting question I want to ask the chat, especially the Breakfast Club. I mean, you've been with this channel, and you've been with these lives, and I've noticed that, you enjoy them. I enjoy doing them. Now, are there certain things about the channel that draws you in? Is it just is it certain topics? I mean, is it the spiritual topics that you like more than maybe the chit chat, or do you just like the whole everything about it? I mean, are there certain things about it that draw you in more than others? And here's what I'd like to know. Now, listen. Now, let me know too if there's certain things about me that you want to turn off. Like, when I start small talking, am I more likely to lose people? Maybe I can know that, because I know that sometimes when I start talking spirituality or start talking about just in general stuff, I notice that things start going up. But maybe, but I guess part of me wants to know, like right now, I see this thing going down. As I'm talking, asking the question, I see people going away. That's what I mean. Sometimes I see people go away. I'm like, what? Is it because of what I'm talking about? But I don't know if it's just if it's what I'm saying or not. But Vamp, it's like I like it as a whole. Most most like-minded people. Okay. Well, thank you for that input then. What's the Breakfast Club? I know the movie, but why do you keep saying it? Oh, deaf. Okay. I'm going to explain that. Okay. For anybody out there who understands this, I called it the Breakfast Club, deaf, because it's a reference to the movie. It is a direct reference to that movie. But what it was is that I call it that because these live chats, and I think that INFJs in the live chats, because our personality type, and when we grew up, we were always the misfit. We were always the kid that didn't fit in. And if you remember the Breakfast Club, now yes, they were all different kids that had the shared attention. There were five of them, but they were one was the criminal, the princess, the basket case, the jock or the athlete, and the who was the smart kid? Was he the genius? They all had a certain title about them. Okay, so I say what? But what happened was during that movie is that they hung around. They didn't get along. They were all misfits, but they got to like each other, and they started talking deep, therapeutic things to each other. They became best friends. Is my point. Now I compare this channel, these chats to like the Breakfast Club because we come here and that's what we are. That's a reference to the Breakfast Club because that's the way we are together here, in a sense. Yeah, I know I'm the big guy doing all the big. I'm the guy doing the talking. I'm the host guy, but yeah, but we offer a lot of input in the chats and kind of like the Breakfast Club. So it reminded me of that. So I thought, yeah, we're like the Breakfast Club. Well, anyway, I hope that answers your question, Def. Okay, okay, I understand now. All right. Frog King. Cool. Okay, got it. All right, there you go. But that's what that means. And I usually it's if somebody usually somebody joins the Breakfast Club. Somebody if you want a membership to the Breakfast Club, usually it takes a few consistent weeks that you're here. When I see you here quite often. Now some of us right here are here like almost every week. Now, listen, a couple of us we have busy things. Not everybody's here consistently every single week, but there's enough of us out there that have been here for like consistently for weeks. Even some of them have been here for months, many months, that come back, and those are like the Breakfast Club. That's so. I guess it would have to be a certain consistency if I got to know you like know people on a personal level, know a little background, know a little history. Then you kind of get to know who's out there. So yeah, that's what that's all about, right? But yeah, but that was the link. That was what bound them together. Okay, and if you remember on that movie, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but yeah, they even though they were all misfits, that there was some qualities about every one of them that they learned from, and they started being their own guidance and therapy system, just in best friends. So yeah, and that's something. Not only that, even though they were misfits, even though they all fit in, they all had a place there. They didn't feel like typically we always felt we never had a clique, a people, but we do here, and that's what I think it is, and we sense that. Okay. Okay, I've been here once before. Yeah, I've seen your name here before, Frog King. Yes, I've seen your name. I try to remember everybody I can. I really do, and that's good. I'm glad that you're coming back every so often. And you know, if you like what you're hearing, then that's good. I mean, if you're an INFJ personality, if you are or even if you're not, it doesn't matter. If you just like what the content is and you like what goes on here, what the chat's all about, then yeah, you'll fit in. Especially, you get to know a little bit about you. Well, where you from? First of all, if you'd like to, let us know what country you're from, what state. You don't have to be too specific. You can be general, just a state, maybe a country. That would break the ice a little bit. Maybe you told me, I forgot. I do apologize if you did. America, Missouri. Okay. All right. Hey, I'm from New Hampshire. All right. Now listen, we got people calling in here from the UK, Australia, lots from the US. There's a good majority of everybody's the US, but all different states, all over the United States. Um, you might be able to find that movie, The Breakfast Club, on YouTube, Tom, or anyone who's interested in it. Yeah, it's one of those you could probably find it on YouTube, and you'd probably have to pay. It'd be one of those you pay, and I think you'd have to see it. I don't think it's out there for free. I actually looked for that. I did look for it. But Peace, yeah, there's a bunch of there are tidbits. You could get parts of the movie, pieces of it on YouTube, and different segments of it are out there. But I think it's on Tubi. Yeah, there you go. Hey, I have the movie. Oh, you got the movie. Hey, do you have it on VHF or no? You probably VHF. Those are obsolete. You probably have it on CDs anyway, right? Yeah. At one point, those were on VHS, probably way back because you figure that was a '80s movie. So, yes, exactly. Or even rent it. Yeah. Hey, oh gosh, I keep getting ideas. Look, I don't want to make things I don't promise. Maybe I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to. I want to do reaction videos on this channel. I'd like to, but of course, I want to know all the insides outs. Now, I can take the fair use doctrine, and I can start showing things, but of course, I gotta transform them. I gotta just offer my input, my say. That'd be cool. Maybe I could do the Breakfast Club. Just watch the whole thing, do a whole reaction video to the breakfast. Hey, that'd be kind of a cool one. Yeah, maybe. But again, I got to find out all the technicalities. I think it's just a matter of, I mean, who do I have to give credit? You put down in the descriptions certain credits and things, as long as you know. But DVD. But I remember the VHS. I figured it was a DVD. I mean, VHS probably went out of commission back in the early 2000s, maybe. I'm thinking maybe. Not on Tubi, but on other streaming services. It has it. Okay, there you go. On other streaming services. All right. Well, there's so many things I want to do. Again, I have so many plans. And part of me, I mean, I kind of put things off, and I try to get things done, but I'm kind of putting things into motion sometimes is one of my struggles. But I'm gonna have to do that. I got the OBS. I gotta work on that eventually. Yeah, if you find it, maybe we could watch it together on your live stream. Just a thought. There you go. We're gonna have to. Well, hey, you know what? I seem to do these live streams long enough. I think I got the time already factored in. Yeah. 2016 is when VHS stopped. Oh, it was 16. I thought it was earlier than that. Really? I didn't know that. I don't know if it was like that. I don't know if countries are different. I don't know because I seem to remember they were already phased out in the United States even earlier than that. Maybe not. I don't know. But I mean 2000. Oh, okay. You meant 2006. Okay, see? There you go. That makes more sense right there. It's 2000 cents. Okay. I was thinking around 2010. Either way, it's been a long time. That was the old VHS. Even CDs are getting obsolete. I mean, you can still get CDs, but they're not. Everything's streamed now. You stream everything. Yeah, and that's it. You pay for it. You pay for the movie, whatever fee, and they stream it to you. And you have a certain amount of time to watch it. You got 48 hours from the time you start watching it or something, whatever it is. And after we could discuss the movie. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to do that. All right, now I got to do that. Okay. I grew up on CDs. Yes. Hey, I did too. I grew up on CDs. Hey, when I was a kid, right? I remember my brothers having albums like records, record players, turntables. And I remember that right up until like maybe the mid 80s. Everything was a record and then cassettes. And then it became DVDs and stuff. Okay, Hidden Harp, you all have a good night. I'm going to drive. Oh, you got to go drive, huh? Okay. I was going to say it's probably a few hours earlier. My partner gets vinyls. Oh, you get the vinyls then. There you go. Nice. Yeah, the vinyls are, yeah, they're making a comeback too. Sometimes nowadays you see all these vintage like record players and they got them like categories in like Walmart. They got them. So they're making a comeback. The old records. Yeah, they're making them again. So they're way more expensive what they were now than they were back then. You know what I mean? Have a good night, Hidden. Yeah, good night, Hidden Hop. It was good to see you stopping in. I grew up when they had the beta tapes and VHS. I remember the beta tapes. They were a little bit smaller than the VHS, but they were not as I don't think they was popular. Hey, do you remember they also have the laser disc? They had like something that was as big as a record, and it was a movie. It was like a giant CD. I think they called that the laser disc or something like that. It had a name for it. That wasn't quite as popular either. It was expensive too, but they had those. And then I think they eventually shrunk it down into CDs. Yeah. So, but they were as big as a record before that. But beta tapes. But I think the VHS was the most practical. I mean, that seemed to be the most common one for a while. Yeah, not as popular. So you remember those, right? Yeah, Peace, you remember those too. Too. Aperture Science. I believe I've seen that name before. Aperture Science. Hello there, Aperture. You must have just popped in, or if you actually you've been here. You were here a little while ago. Then you came back, didn't you? I somehow remember that symbol, like you've been here. Aperture. That's an interesting name. 1945. Is that a significant day? Is that like a date, like a year or something? And what does number 2 mean? 2. Just curious. All right. So, but anyway, that's that's interesting though. Yeah, we all kind of remember that. I think a lot of us grew up. We're all old enough to remember some of the things we had before we had what we got now. You know, nowadays, like I said, we get smartphones and streaming, and YouTube didn't even start until the late 2000 yeah, I think it was 2008 is when YouTube began. Remember, there was a time there was no YouTube, you know. But we got here watching all the way from Southeast Asia. Hello from Malaysia. Malaysia. Oh, that's Malaysia. Isn't that an island? That's an island, I believe, out in that area. What is it? The Indian Ocean? Oh, maybe not Indian. I can't remember. Well, anyway, it's good to see anybody from Malaysia's out there. I believe you might only have the same age. I believe that I might be the only one about the same age as you, Tom. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're about 60. I'm 61. We said we're about a year apart. I think I got 1 year on you. Yeah, but we grew up in the same era. Yeah, the same generation. That's right. See, we bonded over that. We had some very bonding discussions before. We did. So, well, some people exit, some people not exist, and some people not. Oh, okay. All right. Some Deftone. I'm 14. LOL. Oh gosh, 14. YouTube came out in 2005. Was that what it was? I thought it was more like 7 or something. It was the mid 2000s. I knew that. Was it 05? Okay. Yes, 1 year apart. Yeah, that's right. So, but hey, we got up to 15 already watching. Some new people are coming in here. Well, like I said, there's so much Malaysia is between Singapore and Thailand. Oh, okay. Again, I've heard of it. I've heard of all those. I just know that it's like you said, Southeast Asia down there. Hey, that's actually way closer to Australia than it is to the United States. That's on the other side of the earth. Yeah, we got vamp foxes from Australia. That's more like in her area right there. Yeah. So Malaysia. Yeah, but still, but it is an island group. Isn't it an island group or something like that? A group of islands. That's Malaysia. Yeah. Cool, Frog King. Message retracted. Okay. That's good. Um, yeah, we'll have to do that again. Listen, I've been saying there's a lot of things I got to do, want to do, and again, I got to kick myself in the butt and get these things done. I got to work on learning how to do all this stuff. Yeah, but I'm getting there. I'm slowly getting there. I was during the week. I was actually putting together a couple videos, putting together a couple things, trying to get them on the OBS studios. And that's another thing. A lot of it is learning about just the systems. Like they have free OBS studios, and that's where you can do all those reaction videos. You get different scenes, and you switch the pictures, little pictures and pictures, and stuff like that. So, but again, I got just little things I have to learn how to do where I don't get in trouble with YouTube and do it wrong and get get copyright restrictions and things like that. I heard it's hot there right now. What's the temperature there as I live in the equator? Oh, 32 Celsius. Oh, here. Oh, if you live right in the equator, yeah, it never changes. It's always warm right there. Harry Potter, you look like someone. I just can't remember who. Oh, I look like somebody. You can't remember who. Everybody thinks I look like somebody, don't I? See? That's been going on all night, you know? And I look like, yeah, I got one of those faces there, that's all. But, well, I guess that's a good thing, you know? Maybe. So, uh, Harry Potter, very much. Well, what brings you in here, Harry? Harry Potter. Yeah. Tom, peace. You've come a long way, Tom, with the channel and doing a great job. Well, thank you, peace. I mean, it's to the point now as far as the amount of like subscribers and just doing the lives a lot. See, one thing I do like doing these, I gotta say, see, it's obvious I must like doing the lives because I do enjoy them. Just because, I mean, for the reason just that. I mean, I get to kind of sit back and just talk and this is kind of it's my way of just having some kind of connection here, some kind of an interaction. You know, it's just kind of something I feel like I have to do. You know, now sometimes if you go out and you find friends, like let's say I went to a bar. If it wasn't this, I'd be going hanging around a club somewhere. You know, trying to meet somebody. You know, talk to them. Then you got to start buying them drinks. And then you have to worry about whether or not they're just going to scurry off when you buy them a drink. I've had that happen, believe it or not. You know, it's hard to do that nowadays as a man, you know, especially in this country. It's like you meet somebody and you just have to kind of read them over and say, they just, okay, I lost my screen here. Oh, all right, I came back. All right, I don't know if you saw that. I lost my screen for a second. I must have done something. No, but usually when you go out to a bar or a club, especially if I ask a young lady if she wants to if I could buy her a drink, you kind of, it used to be in the old days, she'd stick around and let you talk to her, get to know her a little bit. And if she wasn't interested in you, no big deal. She stuck around and talked to you. Nowadays, I've said, hey, you ask a lady if you want to buy her a drink, she'll say yeah. And then she'll scurry off. And we'll talk to another guy holding you a drink. I mean, that happens in nightclubs all the time now. I mean, I think that's the rudest thing you could do to a guy. And then you wonder why men don't want to buy women drinks anymore. But I had that happen once or twice right after I got divorced. Okay, I'm kind of steering into something, but I tell you, that's where I'd be doing. I'd probably be out, you know, in bars or clubs trying to meet women and stuff, and then I'd just be, you know, and then they see me and say, "Oh yeah, okay, thanks for the drink." Scurry off there, and then she's talking to another guy with my drink, and I'm like, I can't believe the gall. That's unbelievable. And I'm like, well, maybe I'm not going to do that anymore. I don't know if anybody's had that happen to you. And I remember the old days back in the 80s and 90s, that stuff wasn't, it didn't happen as often. I never had that happen before. Harry Potter. I'm currently playing Lego Harry Potter. I'm currently collecting character tokens. Oh, all right. That's true. Oh my gosh, Twitter, that would be awesome. I worked with somebody before. They looked like Grandpa on the Munsters TV show. What's this channel about? We got it. What's this channel about? Oh, Bill Man Texton. If you're still out there, Bill, if you're still out there, this show is called the INFJ Experience, and I usually talk about basically the INFJ or the MBTI personality type INFJs and things like that. That's primarily what it's about. Um, and sometimes I steer into spirituality, self help, just general human understanding, general human nature. Just if you're still out there, I'm sorry I didn't answer your question earlier. Um, that's all. What's the channel about? You asked. Okay, all right. So anyway, that's if you're still out there, if you heard that, that's what it is. Um, where's the? I think I saw another one. I work with somebody who looked like Grandpa Munster. It's funny right there, huh? Hertz right now. The temperature. You've come a long way to channel 22. I think you look like Michael Pina from Anthem. Oh, see, there you go. Somebody's asking me if it's an INFJ thing to look like everybody. I don't know about that. I just think it's a human thing. You know, who's Michael Pina? I don't even know who that is. Don't know who that is. Anybody from Anthem? Ant Man. Oh, Ant Man. Oh, okay. Was that the movie Ant Man? Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I could have been an actor, but I wound up here. I wound up here on a YouTube channel. Yeah. I guess that was my claim to fame, my 15 minutes of fame, if you want to call it that, you know. Me talking to you out there, my fine audience. I'm hoping that my audience grows. It will. I mean, I guess that's part of what it is, you know. But where's the accent from? Oh, another question from Bill. My accent, I grew up in the Boston area, Boston, Massachusetts. I grew up in a town called Lynn, which is right outside of Boston. So, but I live in New Hampshire. Excuse me. I live in New Hampshire now, but I picked up the accent from just the New England area, mainly Boston, northern New Hampshire. That's all. You are a character. Thank you. Okay, a character. Well, I try to just be somebody here on the YouTube that offers some kind of advice, just somebody to fill to fill a void in our life in some ways. Listen, I mean, I think especially with INFJs, um, I'm from Texas. It's a big country. Oh, okay, cool. Um, I'm an INFJ. Too small world though. Harry Potter, an INFJ. So if you're asking what the channel's about, I mean, technically, like I said, it's an INFJ experience. And of course, I don't constantly just talk about that. But listen, I mean, mainly what this is fact that I'm here to fill a void, not just for myself, but for you out there as well. Because sometimes, as you know, INFJs feel very, very isolated and misunderstood, and we have a tendency to feel very alone sometimes, and sometimes we feel like we have nobody really out there to connect with. Okay, now sometimes when I get to talking about my life and my experience, it resonates with you people out there because you've had similar um, things happen in your life. Okay, some of the struggles, some of the some of the turbulent turmoils in our life, some of the mishappenings in our life. We've all had them. We've all had our own experiences. And sometimes we feel like we're experiencing them all by ourselves. And mostly we are. But listen, every so often, I like to think this channel is an outlet. You know, you show up here, we're not so alone anymore. You know, we just we can fill a void here. All right. Just knowing that we're not all alone. We're having the same experiences, but it's not just us in the whole world anymore. Like we thought so most of our life. Are you a gangster? I know you are not crazy. See, there we go. People think I'm a gangster. People ask me that all the time. I look like a gangster, don't I? Yeah. I got that look about me. I mean, you know what? Listen, I am who I am. My face just is who it is. It's just, this is the way God built me. I mean, it just is. No, I'm not a gangster. I'm not crazy either, but part of me, I think, just, that's part of my whole defense, I just have a certain look about me, a certain intimidating look about me that just makes me who I am. But, but everybody asks me that. I've been asked that many, many times, and if I'm a gangster. I've learned to live. I learned to love my alone time. Oh, that's good. See, there you go. See, I think that's what we need to do. But in the course of my life, I've needed alone time. But then again, I've also been very isolated during that alone time. And until you figure out a way to regulate that, now this is part of our journey as INFJs. This is another reason why we're here, is because we need to talk about these kind of things. As much as we like our alone time, sometimes that alone time turns into a depressing time. We get depressed sometimes. And how many times do you think your alone time turns into you being into a vapid ocean of nothing, floating on a raft, and like nobody's around you? And sometimes, even being amongst other people, we feel like that. Now, sometimes we have that alone time which we crave and which we need, but it can turn into that isolation and deep loneliness as well. Now, we need to, as INFJs, get past that point. We need to become content in our heart. And of course, as you know, it is possible, but it usually takes us to, we have to endure. We have to endure certain hardships in our life, certain pains, certain spiritual pains in our life to get to that point. I mean, it's not an easy journey by any chance, but it's all part of your forging on and learning who you are. Okay. And again, a lot of times you have to face these things head on. In other words, you have to kind of almost go through the pain. You have to weather the storm in order to find that peace. You're awesome, Nancy. Frog King. Peace. My dad had a grandpa personality. It was funny growing up. Let's see, Monsters is a young adult. Okay. Yes. So anyway, Frog King. You got a little frog in there. Frog King. I like that. You got a frog emoji on there. We are going to suffer and survive. Bill, yes. That's one thing. That's one thing that we all attest to as INFJs, is that we do suffer, and we are a suffering soul. And we've talked about that before. Is that that's exactly one of the things that I think INFJs, and in some cases INTJs, but even more so than them. We're the introverted intuitive that has the dominant function, and especially the empathic ones like us. We have one of the most torturous lives, in a sense, and I never would have believed that unless I didn't go through this in my own youth, and then hear it said on a video one time, hear it actually reverberated back to me. And I thought, you mean that's typical? What I went through is just typical? My life that's what we all go through? Now, in a sense, it made me sad to know other people are going through what I went through. It was actually saddening to me. But at the same time, to know I wasn't alone. Okay. I mean, it saddens me to think we all have to go through this, but the thing is that our hardship is our strength. Again, like, listen, everything in nature, everything that grows strength in nature needs stress in its life in order to make it strong. Isn't that right? Everything that is physical, that is. Okay, the trees need that swaying of the wind, of the elements, of the rain, the wind, the winters, the harsh summers, the droughts. Okay, the high winds, everything in order to, now that tree as it grows tall up, it wouldn't grow straight and tall into the air if it didn't have the swaying of the branches of the wind building it, strengthening it. Now this is hardship for the tree, but it finds a way. Now the strongest survives and it reaches and it grows up taller than the other trees so it can reach, its leaves can get to the top of the forest in order to find the sunlight, which nourishes it that. Now there's many different examples of physical painship that nature has. You look at the animals. You could look at animals too. I mean, look at the deer that are out in the wild, white-tailed deer. I mean, gosh, they have no shelter. They have to live out in that. They just live in it. But only the strong survive. But that's where their growth comes from. So again, I mean, so physical pain, and of course, if you want to build your body, you have to work your body out. Go to the gym, ride a treadmill, lift weights. You're stressing your body. You're making it ache. You're making it suffer, sweat. Feels like you're out of breath, but you're building that body. You listen. Your soul and your mind is the same way. This hardship that you have to endure in your spirit is how you grow your strength. Okay? Now, again, like I said, INFJs, we're built for this. We are one personality that, as you know, your whole life, this has just been who you are. And you've had this struggle in your life, all your life, okay? But that's who you're built. You were built for this physical, no, not necessarily physical. Maybe you are. Yeah, maybe you work out. But mainly you are a spiritual, mental being that is built to endure, to suffer. And it's because we are left alone, because we have that isolation, that lone spot within us. This is the fundamental driving thing that I think we have is our isolation. Okay, okay, obviously the confusing mind that we have, the polar pulling, the polar. Let's say we have their FE, we have our solitude. We crave solitude, yet we have FE that pulls us back. We have two conflicting polar opposite pullings within us, an extroverted one and an introverted one, confusing us. And sometimes if we don't understand ourselves, if we don't figure ourselves out early on in our lives, we have no idea. It's devastating to us. It really is. Again, it's like trying to find it's like steering a ship without a compass. It's like being out in the wild, rapid ocean without a map, trying to find the nearest island that you can survive on. It's kind of like that, until you discover your personality and you understand who you are. That's where you're going to be. But again, that's part of our journey as we forge on. But again, this channel is dedicated to the fact that this message needs to be known, that we are we're that suffering soul type that just needs to know where we have somebody out there that's on the journey like ourselves. Okay. So we are going to suffer other side with like a serious mental health crisis. I went through it with okay. So Vamp, other side, Mike, it's a serious mental crisis. I went through it when my dad passed away, and there's this large parent. Okay, alive. I can't complain. My childhood was torture. Oh, it was. So Bill, well, like I said, I think we all had hardship. I mean, and it was exacerbated by our mind, our type, just our personality type, whether we knew it at the time or not. That was a lot of a contributing factor. I mean, it seemed to like we might have had brothers or siblings or cousins or friends that seemed to just connect with people, mindlessly connect with other people. And they were able to make connections. With us, we struggled even with just maintaining friendships. Even like because with us, we even had that social awkwardness. I was very socially awkward. And yeah, I didn't have a lot of friends. I mean, I started making some friends, but for a time, but they didn't really stick around too long. And most of my life, I drifted off alone. So yeah, I think that's part of it. You still uh, mine still. So we got frog. We get the frog in there. Building peace, building resilience. Jesus loves you. And omnimoron. What is that? Omnimoron? What does that say? Oh, very much. Oh, was that a translation or something like that? I'm not a Christian, but cool. Okay. But anyway, that's basically the journey we all go on. That's one of the reasons. But again, like I said, you asked what's the fundamental principle of the station. I can say that's mainly what it is. That's one of the messages. And I've said this before. Anybody out there that knows me and has been here before has heard that similar experience of what I said. I mean, this is nothing new that I've said, but I think we we all share this journey, okay? And it's apparent from some of your texts and some of what you see. We all testify to this, okay? But it's something unique. It's something very rare. I mean, now look, not to say all other personalities don't get don't get depressed, don't get lonely, don't get sad. I'm sure there's anybody can get lonely and depressed, but typically it seems as though our level of depression, loneliness, of sadness, it goes deeper, almost to the spiritual core. This is one of the things that defines us, is that ours is down to the bone in a sense, not literally the bone, but down to the bone of our soul. You know the old saying, cuts down to the bone, and that's the pain. That's an old saying, right? Well, one thing that defines the INFJ is that we have that sensitivity, that empathy, that spiritual, it's sensitivity in a sense as well. I'm convinced of that. Spiritually, I don't see it hear it said that often, but in a sense, we are spiritually sensitive. I mean, sometimes I feel as though I sense things like, I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's hard to describe. Occasionally, I even sense like like I'm being visited sometimes. Now we're talking about Jesus loved you. We're talking about Christianity, but there have been times in my life where I've actually felt like my pain and suffering that I might have been having was translucent, and it was actually reflected on Jesus himself. I mean, like I was like, it's hard to describe. I mean, it's only been brief moments where you feel like your sensitivity, somehow you all almost recognize that you're experiencing like what Christ did, but for him. You see what I mean? Like on occasion, I think as Christians, I think what happens is that our allegiance changes. Something changes within us at some point where the you know, I know Jesus suffered on the cross and died. That's a Christian thing, right? And we're saying Jesus loves us, okay? But at some point in your life, your heart changes, where you start seeing God for the suffering soul that God is. These are epiphanies and that you have, is that you realize that God himself, because Jesus died on the cross, that he's the transfiguration of the Father, is he not? He even said that to know the Son, to know the Father is to know the Son, for we are one and the same. His personality, his character, his heart, his spirit was the same as the Father. So Jesus was basically died on the cross. He suffered and died the way he did for our sins, for us. But at one point in your life, your allegiance will change and you'll start to feel the sensitivity of God. And you'll start to feel that God is a lone soul just as we are. Yeah, you'll start. At one point, that was one of the epiphanies I had, is that you'll sense that it goes beyond you sometime. You'll be visited. Sometimes we're visited in that depth of it. And you'll realize that God was just as lonely as we were. And you got to figure too. And then sometimes you almost, sometimes, like I said, blessed are those who are pure of heart, for you shall see God. Now, not only does he reveal his majesty to us, his creation and how he worked the physics of the universe, which he does, which I've revealed before, but also when you see God, you see his soft side, his as powerfully as he is. He was a lone suffering soul before he created us, in other words. Imagine being alone in the universe, the way we are alone within our soul, for eons, for centuries, with no relief, just you. You're God. You have this magnificent power of what you have, but you're alone. You're that lone soul. And eventually, sometimes, at some point, your allegiance, your understanding of who God is, our soul, our heart changes to where we start loving for him, for God, for Christ. Our allegiance, the old saying, for Christ's sake, it's for his, like we're supposed to change. Our heart is supposed to become so pure that the radiant love of God that we have becomes our love back. This is one of the epiphanies. This is when you know that, you're changing. These little visits happen in your heart, in your soul. And then sometimes when you cry for your own loneliness, your own sadness, at some point you cry for God. You cry for the suffering of Christ himself, and you feel the sorrow for God back. This is when your love changes. The depth of your love changes. Okay? These are epiphanies that happen to us. They should. This is part of our forging soul, but eventually this is what takes place. Okay. Peace. Who's going to bed? Peace in the valley? Oh, it is getting a little late. Well, listen, Peace in the valley. Peace, you've been here for many, many hours. In fact, I was talking about wrapping this up at 1 o'clock, but I ended up going on a little bit of a spiel. I don't know. This just started coming out of me. Well, thank you for hanging out. A health center with Christian are cool. All right. Well, anyway, these are little things that I've discovered in my own self that just dawned on me before, and they may seem very deep, but this is the level of love that you have to reciprocate eventually. And that's when you know yourself, that this is all part of the road to your salvation. You'll see glimpses of these things happen in your heart where you're being visited, and you'll see, it doesn't stay with you constantly. You'll get glimpses, little pieces of feeling that and knowing that like I said, eventually when you start feeling the suffering of God, like I said, you'll see God. Blessed are those who are pure of heart, for they shall see God. Jesus said that. When your heart becomes pure, when you see God, you're experiencing that reciprocating love back. And that's when your heart changes. Hope it's okay. I'm driving. I hit a bird. It flew into my windshield. Oh gosh, you heard a bird. Uh-oh. Hey, what do you think, Carp? What kind of bird was it? Driving at night? Was it a bat or was it an actual bird? Wow. That can't be good, hitting a bird. That's not usually good for the bird. Not usually. I don't understand Harry Potter. I'm just reading some of your comments again, people. All right. Okay, so it is now after 1 o'clock in the morning, and we have 9 watching. And usually around this time of night, I notice that some of the some of the viewers taper off a little bit, which is to be expected. It really is to be. It is to be expected. So, um, well, anyway, so people, I want to thank you for hanging around with me again. So, I think it's a little bit after 1 o'clock in the morning. If you're okay with this, I'm going to wrap this up. We've actually been here for 6 hours, so this was a long marathon of a broadcast here. And I do listen. I do want to thank everybody for hanging out with me and sticking around for the broadcast. Now, listen, if you're interested, people, if anybody's new, if you've missed this broadcast, not long after I end the live broadcast, it will be automatically rebroadcast forever. You know, I'm gonna have to put me in, but you'll see the date that it's on, and I have many other live broadcasts if you're interested in seeing some of the recordings of them. So they'll be held on YouTube for as long as my channel is what it is, and you'll see this one. So if you missed anything, and that way you get a little control too. You can always speed around and find certain parts you like. Okay, I know I don't usually say that, but hey. But I do also see I do see some of you all watching the rebroadcast as well. There's a certain number of you that watch the rebroadcast, whether or not it's you out there watching now, or whether or not it's other people that see it. I thank you for that as well. I'm glad you're all enjoying something from that. Okay. All right. So it is yeah, like I said, it's 21 after. We have 7 watching. So, well, people, thank you so much. It gets to 6 watching now. Thank you for sticking around again. And again, I got a lot of work to do on this channel. And when I get a chance, I want to fulfill everything I've tried to say before and promises, but things don't always take immediately with me. But we'll make things happen eventually. But I do appreciate everybody showing up for these lives and sticking around with me and making my Saturday night our Saturday night too, because it's almost like we're spending Saturday nights together now. Some of us that we're getting something out of this. Okay, well, I do appreciate that. So I think we're all our own support system here, right? Thank you, Tom, and the rest of the INFJ community. Okay, boiled one. All right. Okay, well, thanks so much for. I see. Looks like Vamp had deleted one of those. Oh no, was that me? Maybe I did that one. Oh, deleted by. Oh, I see. No, you deleted one too. So by the same one there, Vamp. And I deleted a message too by the same one. It was a troller in there. Just snuck one in there. I noticed that too. Oh, that's another thing. Thank you for all my mod squad. There's a name. My mod squad, my breakfast club. We got the squad and the clubs out there now. Thank you for my mod squad for watching my back and keeping an eye on those trollers out there for me, being that moderator out there. I want to thank you all for showing me those little buttons out there that I had to finally push. Okay? What I got to learn. Well, who was that? Well, people, thank you so much again. And I'm going to be signing off, okay? But until the next time, until next week, next Saturday, Saturday next week sometime, okay? Everybody have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. And I look forward to broadcasting next week as well, okay? Well, thank you again. And have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Till then. All right. Bye.